Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 251, Chapter 252. The center of Mount Myaboku, revered as a holy sanctuary by the toads, had been reduced to rubble. Under the watchful and conflicted gazes of the surviving toads, filled with fear, anger, hatred, regret, and despair, Gensou calmly walked toward the flattened ruins. He stopped, surveying the desolate scene, and silently waited. He didn't have to wait long. The ground beneath him trembled violently. With a deafening roar, a toad far larger than Gamabunta burst through the rubble, leaping from the underground. Boom. The earth quaked again as dust and debris filled the air. The immense figure landed firmly on the ground. The great toad sage, Gensou murmured, instantly recognizing the elderly, towering toad before him. The sage's scholarly hat was gone, though its iconic prayer beads still hung around its neck. Its aged, weathered appearance stood in stark contrast to the younger toads. Gensou's gaze shifted briefly, noting the figures clutched in the sage's massive hand, Naruto, Fukasaku, and Shima. Just in time, Gensou remarked, his lips curling into a faint smile as his eyes locked onto Naruto. Naruto, still recovering from the disorienting ride, wobbled as he stood atop the sage's palm. He blinked rapidly, trying to process what he was seeing. All around him was an expansive, gaping crater. Where are we? Great Toad Grandpa, what is this place? Weren't we in Mount Myaboku before? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. He didn't realize what had happened. One moment, he had been flung through the air and caught by the great toad sage. Now, everything looked unfamiliar. Unlike Naruto, Fukasaku and Shima had already grasped the reality of their surroundings. Their wide-open mouths and muttered disbelief, impossible, how could this happen, what's become of Mount Myaboku? Made their shock evident. What's impossible? Naruto asked, puzzled. Fukasaku took a deep breath and spoke with a heavy tone of grief. This is Mount Myaboku. Nani? Naruto froze, staring in disbelief. He looked again at the massive crater surrounding them, comparing it to his memories of lush forests, cascading waterfalls, and vibrant flowers. No way, Naruto muttered, turning to Fukasaku for reassurance. Before the elder could respond, Shima pointed to a distant fragment of a wall amidst the ruins. That was my kitchen. Shima whispered mournfully. Naruto followed her gaze and recognized the remains of the kitchen he had often visited. Nearby, he spotted an injured toad crawling weakly from the rubble. His heart sank as the realization hit him. What happened here? Naruto's voice trembled. His fists clenched as a grave expression darkened his face. At that moment, the great toad sage's deep, resonant voice echoed. Gensou, you should not have come here. Naruto flinched. Gensou. Why's the great toad grandpa mentioning that guy? Wait. Was Gensou here? Naruto leaned forward, peering over the edge of the sage's palm. His eyes widened in shock when he spotted the lone figure standing amidst the ruins below. Gensou. So, this destruction was his doing. Naruto's gaze shifted between the devastated Mount Myaboku and Gensou. His disbelief gave way to anger. Meanwhile, Gensou ignored Naruto's glare, his focus instead on the great toad sage. Though the sage's massive frame appeared frail and aged, Gensou could sense an immense reservoir of senjutsu chakra within it, far greater than Iwajuku's. If unleashed, it could shake the very foundations of the world. Gensou even suspected that the sage's deep well of experience and chakra might allow it to remain unaffected by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Despite the sage's elderly appearance, Gensou did not underestimate it. Looking up, he responded calmly to the sage's statement. Yet, here I am. You're known for your prophecies, great toad sage. Did you foresee this day? The sage remained silent for a moment before replying. The safety of Mount Myaboku is insignificant compared to the peace of the shinobi world. For the sake of the world's future, Gensou, you must abandon your plans and your ambitions. Gensou studied the sage intently. It seemed the sage's visions warned of a grim future if he succeeded in his goals. But to stop. To give up his ambitions. Ridiculous. Gensou's expression didn't waver. So, you anticipated today's events. Tell me, was it worth sacrificing all of Mount Myaboku for Uzumaki Naruto? Mount Myaboku had long upheld its neutrality, involving itself only through contracts with human summoners. Even the toad's aid to Minato and Jiraiya had been due to these contracts, not allegiance to Konoha. Naruto was no different, just another summoner bound by contract. Yet, the toads had gone to extraordinary lengths to protect him, even at the cost of their sacred land. Why? Because he was the child of prophecy. The idea was laughable. Gensou smirked. He was no Jiraiya. He certainly wasn't the great toad sage. To him, prophecies were nothing more than one possible future among many, easily altered by the will of the strong. Power was the only guarantee of control. The sage sighed deeply, his tone resigned. If the skin is gone, what use is the fur? It was clear to him now, mere words would not dissuade this descendant of Hagoromo. Then there is no other choice, the sage muttered, his once cloudy eyes gleaming with renewed determination. Gensou narrowed his eyes as he sensed a shift in the sage's demeanor. He was about to speak when a flash of yellow descended from above. Naruto leapt down, landing with a thud. He had heard every word exchanged between Gensou and the sage. His fists clenched tightly as he fixed a piercing gaze on Gensou. Gensou, you're here because of me? Naruto demanded. Chapter 252, Chapter 253. Are you here at Mount Myaboku because of me, Gensou? Naruto asked, his voice trembling. Gensou glanced at him, a smirk forming on his face. I thought your first words to me would be about Sasuke. Naruto ignored the jab, his fists clenched tighter. He repeated, more forcefully, are you here because of me? Understanding the weight behind Naruto's question, Gensou briefly surveyed the devastated Mount Myaboku. He nodded calmly. Of course. You should know your own value. The Nine Tails, Naruto muttered, lowering his gaze as he touched his stomach. Then, with sudden intensity, he snapped his head up and shouted, why? Naruto's fiery eyes locked onto Gensou as he demanded, why would you destroy Mount Myaboku? Why hurt all the toads here? Wasn't your target me? Why? Gensou's tone remained indifferent, yet he chuckled lightly. That's a good question. While Gensou had little patience for explanations, Naruto's pained expression made him pause. For once, he decided to humor him. Because you didn't show up, Naruto. Naruto froze, unable to process the response. Gensou continued, his voice steady, almost emotionless. If you had come to me sooner, none of this would have happened. Mount Myaboku would still stand, and its toads wouldn't have suffered. But you didn't come. Whether intentionally or not, you allowed Mount Myaboku to stand between us. So, to find you, I had no choice but to level this mountain. To find me, you destroyed this mountain. Naruto whispered, Gensou's words echoing endlessly in his mind. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced his heart. He stood there, his face pale, muttering, so. Mount Myaboku's destruction, all this death and pain, is my fault. The realization hit like a thunderclap. If he had gone to face Gensou earlier, Mount Myaboku wouldn't have been destroyed, and the toads wouldn't have suffered. The root of everything was him. Naruto's face twisted in anguish and guilt. The malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails began to seep out uncontrollably, shrouding him in a dangerous aura. But within his mind, the Nine Tails, its eyes filled with wariness toward Gensou, chose not to exploit Naruto's moment of vulnerability. Instead, it snarled. Brat. Are you an idiot? Letting his words get to you. Naruto flinched. Before he could respond, Fukasaku and Shima leapt onto his shoulders, their voices sharp with urgency. Naruto, don't listen to that fool. Shima said. This was our decision. Fukasaku added. We dragged you away, following the great Toad Sage's orders. Mount Myaboku's sacrifices are on us, not you. Don't let the Toad's efforts be in vain. Look ahead, Naruto. The one who destroyed Mount Myaboku is standing right in front of you, Gensou. Naruto took a deep breath. The combined voices of the Nine Tails and the Elder Toads pulled him back from the brink. His eyes regained focus, and his face hardened with resolve. I understand now. The volatile Nine Tails chakra around him stabilized, transforming into a protective cloak that wrapped tightly around his body. Naruto looked straight at Gensou, determination burning in his eyes. Mount Myaboku's destruction is partially my fault. But your crimes, Gensou, are far greater. Naruto's voice grew stronger. I don't know what you want with the Nine Tails inside me, but if the Great Toad Sage and Mount Myaboku fought so hard to stop you, it can't be anything good. So. Gensou raised an eyebrow, his voice calm, almost amused. So, I'm going to defeat you here and now. Naruto declared, clenching his fists and slamming them together in front of his chest. And then I'll make things right. That's my promise. For a moment, Gensou simply observed Naruto. The determination and conviction radiating from him were unmistakably those of a protagonist destined for greatness. Gensou chuckled softly. I never expected to talk you into submission, Naruto. But if I can plant even a small seed of doubt in that unshakable heart of yours, then that's enough for me. With a casual wave of his hand, Gensou gestured at Naruto. The culprit is standing right here. If you want revenge for Mount Myaboku, come at me. You. Naruto gritted his teeth, enraged by Gensou's nonchalant attitude toward the destruction he had caused. Just as Naruto prepared to launch into battle, his body instinctively forming the hand seal for multiple shadow clone jutsu, a soft purple glow enveloped him. Eh? What's happening to me? Naruto stammered, realizing he couldn't move. In the blink of an eye, the world around him shifted. When he looked again, he found himself suspended above the battlefield. No. It wasn't the battlefield that had moved, it was him. Wait, what? Great Toad Grandpa, let me out of here! Naruto shouted, panic-stricken. Gensou, who had been watching intently, narrowed his eyes as Naruto vanished in a burst of purple light. He looked up and saw Naruto trapped within a giant, pale purple gemstone set at the center of the Great Toad Sage's prayer beads. Crafty old toad, Gensou muttered, his expression darkening. The Great Toad Sage smiled faintly, its ancient eyes glinting with wisdom. You leave me no choice, young descendant of Hagoromo, it said calmly. Gensou's fingers flexed, his tone sharp. You could have stayed alive, you know. The sage chuckled, its voice steady despite the mounting tension. I've lived long enough, young one. Do what you must. Chapter 253, Chapter 254. A descendant of Hagoromo. I won't go easy on you just because of your connection to the Sage of Six Paths, Gensou said coldly. The Great Toad Sage paused for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in its ancient eyes. You know quite a bit. Time erodes everything, even the brightest histories fade over millennia. Referring to Gensou as a descendant of Hagoromo wasn't mere formality, it brought back memories of Hagoromo's brother, Amura, and their shared journey. Now, facing off against Gensou, the bloodline of a figure it once regarded so highly, the Great Toad Sage could only sigh at the whims of fate. What surprised the Great Toad Sage more was Gensou's awareness of the deeper ties to the Sage of Six Paths. Most people in the current age, even the descendants of the Senju and Uchiha clans, had lost sight of their ancestral roots and connections. The toad's thoughts turned to the visions it had seen in its dreams, the glimpses of a turbulent future. The young man before it wasn't just strong, he was the epicenter of a storm destined to reshape the shinobi world. And that was why it had to stop him. Boom. Boom. The thunderous beat of a heart echoed across the battlefield as the Great Toad Sage's immense chakra surged to life. Gensou narrowed his eyes as the sage's withered body began to transform. The once elderly frame of the Great Toad Sage swelled with energy. Sagging skin became taut, and a frail posture straightened into one that radiated vitality. The sheer pressure of the sage's rejuvenation was enough to crack the earth beneath its feet. Returning to your prime, huh? Gensou murmured, his tone calm but his gaze sharp. The air itself groaned under the weight of the Great Toad Sage's chakra. Around it, the earth trembled, and the sky above seemed to darken. Gensou's body instinctively tensed as an invisible force pressed down on him, threatening to buckle his knees. But he stood firm. Impressive, Gensou said, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I didn't expect you to have this much left in you. The Great Toad Sage, now at its peak, opened its eyes, radiating an aura that matched the legends of its past. Deep down, I knew it would come to this, the sage said softly. But I have no regrets. Fukasaku and Shima, standing on the sidelines, felt the overwhelming tension in the air. They immediately began herding the surviving toads away. Everyone, retreat now. Fukasaku barked, his voice filled with urgency. Wait, what about Naruto? Shima asked, casting a glance back at the battlefield. The Great Toad Sage's voice boomed across the wasteland. Take the others and leave. I will handle the rest. But. No buts, the sage interrupted firmly. The two elder toads exchanged a look, their worry evident, but ultimately nodded. They turned to the remaining toads and began the evacuation. The battle erupted with blinding speed. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu. Gensou unleashed a massive fire dragon, its roaring flames distorting the air with intense heat as it surged toward the sage. Sutin, Teppadama. The Great Toad Sage countered with a high-density water projectile, enhanced by its immense chakra reserves. The two forces collided midair, creating an explosion of steam that obscured the battlefield. From within the fog, a deafening roar echoed as the remnants of the sage's water projectile broke through the flames, surging toward Gensou. Gensou leapt back, narrowly avoiding the attack. His expression remained calm, but his mind calculated the difference in their chakra reserves. If I continue to match him jutsu for jutsu, I'll eventually run out of chakra, Gensou mused. Adapting his strategy, he launched himself toward the Great Toad Sage, closing the distance in an instant. The Great Toad Sage wasn't idle. With a powerful leap, it launched itself into the air, its massive frame defying gravity. Sutin, Teppadama Barrage. A relentless downpour of water bullets rained from above, each one capable of leveling a building. Gensou darted through the storm, his movements fluid and precise as he evaded the assault. But even as he dodged, a single projectile grazed his shoulder, the impact enough to send him skidding backward. Gensou straightened, his face impassive despite the fresh wound. He glanced at the sage, now descending from the sky like a falling meteor. Not bad, he admitted. But let's see how you handle this. Raising his hand, Gensou's Rinnegan flared with power. Bancho Tenin. The gravitational pull yanked the great toad sage mid-descent, throwing off its trajectory. Gensou followed up with a devastating Shinra Tensei, sending the massive toad crashing into the ground with earth-shaking force. The battlefield was a whirlwind of destruction, each clash sending shockwaves across the landscape. But as the dust settled, it became clear that neither combatant was holding back. Gensou, his body radiating the power of the six paths, stood tall, his eyes fixed on the sage. The great toad sage, undeterred despite the strain, rose once more. Its voice boomed, filled with unyielding resolve. You may be strong, but you lack one thing, young descendant. Gensou tilted his head, intrigued. And what's that? Purpose, the sage replied. The two titans charged at each other, their final clash poised to shake the very foundations of the shinobi world. Chapter 254, Chapter 255. One after another, enormous, high-density water bullets composed of senjutsu chakra poured down like a torrential storm. From the very beginning, the great toad sage demonstrated its overwhelming power as the leader of Mount Maiboku. The inability of the contract holders of the three great sacred lands to summon the true bodies of the great toad sage, the white snake sage, or the slug sage was not without reason. If such beings appeared on the battlefield of the ninja world, it could decisively tilt the scales in their favor in an instant. At this moment, sharp, whistling sounds continuously echoed through the air. Gensou swept his Rinnegan across the scene. Under his penetrating gaze, he discerned a key difference between the great toad sage's ninjutsu and that of others. The structure of its ninjutsu was flawless, with no discernible weaknesses. This meant there was no way to disrupt or nullify the technique with minimal effort, the only options were to endure it head-on or evade it. Narrowing his eyes, Hagoromo Gensou wasted no time. Moving with the grace of a sparrow, he skillfully dodged the incoming water bullets and rapidly closed the distance to the great toad sage. Just as the great toad sage landed back on the ground, Gensou clapped his hands together and chanted. Senpo, Hyoketsu no Jutsu. Crack! Crack! The air around the great toad sage froze instantly, encasing its massive body in a block of ice. Understanding that this would only buy him a brief moment, Gensou reached behind him. Shinra Tensei. Ordinary uses of Shinra Tensei or Bancho Tenin had little effect on colossal beings like the great toad sage. Instead, Gensou utilized the technique's repulsive force on himself, boosting his speed dramatically and appearing before the frozen sage in an instant. In the next moment, the immense senjutsu chakra within the great toad sage erupted, shattering the ice that would have frozen others completely in mere seconds. Thousands of dazzling ice crystals scattered into the air, glinting beautifully as they rained down. Bathing in the icy shimmer, Gensou leapt forward, extending his right hand with two fingers pressed together. The steel-like sheen of his steel release coated his fingers, which, combined with high-density chakra, transformed them into a razor-sharp sword. With unstoppable momentum, he aimed directly at the great toad sage's chest. Despite the massive size of the great toad sage granting it advantages in chakra, strength, and durability, it lagged behind Gensou in agility. Unable to evade in time, the sage's expression remained calm. The next instant, the piercing screech of slicing wind accompanied Gensou's sword-like fingers striking the great toad sage's chest. For a brief moment, Gensou's expression shifted slightly. From the sensation transmitted through his fingers, he realized the great toad sage's body was far tougher than steel. Moreover, its skin exuded a slick, oily sheen that diverted some of the impact from his strike. Rip. Blood splattered. Despite his full-force attack, Gensou's sword fingers only managed to puncture the great toad sage's defenses slightly, leaving a small wound. For an ordinary ninja, such an injury would have been fatal. However, for the colossal great toad sage, it amounted to little more than a scratch. A fierce gust of wind roared. Before Gensou could react, a massive toad palm descended from above, aiming to crush him. Raising his head, Gensou calmly observed, clenched his other hand into a fist, and punched upward. Boom. The deafening explosion of their clash echoed in all directions. The violent shockwave rippled outwards, shaking the earth. While the great toad sage's massive body staggered back several steps, Gensou was sent flying even farther. Yet neither side wasted a moment. Yotan, Yogen Taiga. Sutan, Kotsuha. Gensou conjured a river of molten lava that surged toward the great toad sage. At the same time, the sage spat out a high-pressure stream of water, far surpassing the speed and size of Tobarama's water-severing wave. The intense water jet pierced through the molten river with ease, hurtling straight toward Gensou. Activating his Rinnegan, Gensou spread his hands and invoked Fuinjutsu, Kyuin. A transparent barrier materialized before him, absorbing the incoming high-pressure water and converting it into senjutsu chakra, which flowed into his body. As Gensou basked in the surge of energy, a massive shadow suddenly loomed beside him. Startled, Gensou realized he had lost sight of the great toad sage due to the obstructing water column. He turned his head to see the sage, still steaming from the lava, charging at him with an unyielding expression. This old beast's magic resistance is even higher than I expected, he muttered in astonishment. Before he could mount a defense, the great toad sage's Kawasakumite struck him squarely, sending him hurtling like a cannonball. Gensou crashed into Mount Myaboku's massive terrain, creating a deep crater. As he bounced off like a skipping stone, he twisted his body and forcefully grounded himself, sliding nearly 50 meters before coming to a halt. Before he could catch his breath, the great toad sage leaped across the battlefield in a single bound, descending upon him like a falling mountain. Boom. The sheer force of the sage's descent caused the ground within 50 meters to sink slightly before it even landed. Simultaneously, an invisible force seemed to bind Gensou, restricting his movements. Shinra Tensei. With a burst of repulsive energy, Gensou propelled himself away just as the great toad sage's massive body crashed into the ground. Dust clouds surged into the sky, accompanied by a violent windstorm that enveloped the battlefield. Rising to his feet, Gensou ignored the chaos around him. His Rinnegan locked onto the massive chakra entity before him. Likewise, the great toad sage observed Gensou's every move. Amid the swirling dust and winds, the battlefield fell silent as the two adversaries stared each other down. Chapter 255, Chapter 256. The sandstorm came as quickly as it went. After a few moments, Gensou fixed his gaze back on the great toad sage, whose full form was now revealed before him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Remnants of lava release clung to the great toad sage's body. The great toad sage gave a casual shake, causing the molten rock to fall away rapidly. The exposed areas of the great toad sage's skin, aside from being slightly redder, were entirely unharmed. Gensou glanced at the molten rock on the ground, which had melted deep pits into the earth, and then back at the great toad sage, whose skin bore only faint redness from where the lava had been. In that moment, he truly grasped the overwhelming resilience of a body tempered by centuries of sage energy. Even the lava release, enhanced by Senjutsu chakra, couldn't burn through the great toad sage's skin. Moreover, the wound Gensou had managed to inflict with his full power earlier had already healed completely. No wonder you existed alongside the Sage of Six Paths, Gensou remarked, brushing the dust off his clothing. An unparalleled body with immense resistance to physical and magical attacks, a chakra reserve even greater than a tailed beast, mastery of both nature transformation and shape manipulation, as well as formidable senjutsu techniques, there were virtually no weaknesses in the Great Toad Sage's arsenal. Though not having reached the Six Paths level, the Great Toad Sage could undoubtedly be considered one of the most powerful beings below it, a near-perfect warrior. It was true, even a pig that had lived for 1,000 years couldn't be underestimated. Let alone the Great Toad Sage, who had lived for millennia as the sage teacher of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Had it been the version of himself from the Battle of the Valley of End, Gensou admitted he would have been no match for the Great Toad Sage and would have been utterly defeated. Back then, his combat style revolved around being a ninjutsu artillery. Even with senjutsu-enhanced Kekkei Genkai, he couldn't have pierced the Great Toad Sage's defenses, let alone harmed it with standard techniques. The Great Toad Sage was his natural counter. As for other notable figures of the same era, Eternal Madara was unlikely to be a match for the Great Toad Sage. The battle's outcome against a fully realized Rinnegan Madara, however, was uncertain. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, with his extensive Mokuton and Senjutsu techniques, did possess some advantages against large creatures. But ultimately, the deciding factor would be whether the true several thousand hands could pin down the Great Toad Sage. If the battle dragged on, Hashirama would undoubtedly be outlasted by the Great Toad Sage. Of course, this assessment referred to the Great Toad Sage in its prime. Whether during the Warring States period or the current era, the Great Toad Sage had long entered its twilight years. Gensou could see that the Great Toad Sage was utilizing a secret technique to temporarily restore its peak strength. If he could hold out long enough or simply retreat until the secret technique wore off, the battle would become much easier. But that was only an ideal scenario. With the Great Toad Sage's vast experience, it would never allow him to survive so easily. Instead, it would likely press its advantage, forcing Gensou to fight while exhausted and further tilting the battle in its favor. Moreover, Gensou had no intention of avoiding its full strength. He was no longer the same person who had fought at the Valley of Fallen Gods. Furthermore, Naruto was currently perched on the Great Toad Sage's back. To prevent unnecessary accidents, he resolved to fight with everything he had. Time to go all out. Gensou's expression turned completely serious as a three-pronged crescent mark spread across his forehead. Een seal, release. A massive surge of chakra erupted. Gensou's presence swelled dramatically. At the same time, he glanced at his left shoulder, which had been shattered earlier by the Great Toad Sage's powerful strike. Crack, crack, crack. Bones mended rapidly, and flesh regenerated at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, all his injuries and fatigue had vanished. Gensou waved his hand at the Great Toad Sage, signaling his readiness. Let's go again. Seeing Gensou's strength surge once more, the Great Toad Sage didn't immediately attack. Instead, its eyes revealed a flicker of reminiscence as it remarked. As expected of Hagoromo's descendant. You've come very close to him. The him referred to by the great toad sage was, of course, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, specifically, the version of him before sealing his mother and becoming the Sage of Six Paths. This was high praise coming from a being who had lived during that era. Indeed, the great toad sage saw echoes of Hagoromo in Gensou. Gensou quickly understood the meaning behind the great toad sage's words. To be compared to his ancestor, especially by someone who had lived during that time, should have been a source of pride. But Gensou remained indifferent. I'd prefer it if you said, you've surpassed your ancestor, he replied calmly. The great toad sage sighed. Your ambition is too great. Too great. No, it's merely a natural pursuit in life. Who says descendants can't surpass their predecessors? Gensou's tone was earnest. Since beginning his journey, he had taken time to appreciate the scenery and intervene in matters he found unjust. But one thing had never changed, his determination to walk the path toward Keki Isomo, ascend to the Six Paths level, achieve the ultimate transformation of life, and unlock infinite possibilities. Gensou knew he wasn't one of those historical pioneers who dared to forge new paths. Everything he did stemmed from his belief in his own capabilities. But none of that mattered when faced with his unshakable conviction. Nothing should stand in his way. Especially not after he had already paused and given a warning, as he had once done with Kakashi and Konoha. Everyone has something, or someone, that compels them to risk everything in pursuit of a goal. For Gensou, ever since his arrival in this world and his first real encounter with chakra, that unyielding desire had been born. Even death and rebirth hadn't lessened it, if anything, it had grown stronger. So, regardless of who, what faction, or what reason stood in his way, Gensou would not hesitate to act. The Great Toad Sage was no exception. Have you ever considered how you, the Great Toad Sage, might meet your end? Gensou asked. The Great Toad Sage sighed again and shook its head. All I've seen is the shattering of space, countless calamities descending, and the world drowning in blood. All of this stems from your ambition, Gensou. Stop now, while you still can. Gensou's expression remained calm. Disaster, bloodshed, pain, war, once I achieve my goal, I'll resolve them all with a flick of my hand. Besides, the future you see is just one of countless possibilities, hardly worth taking seriously. And one more thing. What I despise most is the dismissal of others' efforts in favor of fate, prophecy, and the like. With that, Gensou's killing intent surged. Die. Chapter 256, Chapter 257. Boom. The ground cracked like a spiderweb as Gensou stepped forward, charging once more at the Great Toad Sage. Suten, Mizutama Renten. The Great Toad Sage opened its massive mouth, unleashing a barrage of water bullets the size of cannonballs, each one piercing the air with a sharp whistling sound, hurtling densely toward Gensou. Shinra Tensei. Gensou extended his hand, repelling all the incoming water bullets with a wave of force. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap between himself and the Great Toad Sage. Rinnegan. The Great Toad Sage's gaze fell on the distinctive purple eyes with swirling patterns. These eyes were not unfamiliar to it, they were the same Rinnegan it had once seen on Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Understanding the capabilities of the Rinnegan, the Great Toad Sage had previously taken advantage of Gensou's stationary position while using a sealing technique, enduring the sea of lava to land a counterattack. To others, the Rinnegan might seem mysterious and omnipotent, but to the Great Toad Sage, it was not an enigma. What puzzled the Great Toad Sage was how Gensou had come to possess the Rinnegan. Furthermore, the power Gensou displayed seemed slightly inferior to that of Otsutsuki Hagoromo in his prime. The Great Toad Sage, despite its wisdom, was not omniscient. The glimpses of the future it saw in its dreams were incomplete, leaving much unknown. This was why Gensou dismissed the sage's warnings and prophecies with disdain. Boom. A deafening shockwave echoed. By now, Gensou had transformed his hand into a blade, channeling a precise structure of Senjutsu chakra into it, aiming a decisive strike at the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage snapped out of its thoughts. Without moving its massive body, it raised one of its gigantic webbed hands like a mountain, intending to crush Gensou with sheer force. It was willing to trade its own injury if it meant obliterating Gensou. Anticipating this, Gensou halted his blade and, with a calm expression, vanished, reappearing beside the Great Toad Sage, ready to strike again. A gust of wind kicked up sand and dust as the Great Toad Sage, bolstered by Senjutsu-enhanced reflexes, leapt backward to create distance. Gensou extended his free hand toward the airborne sage. Bansho Tenin. A powerful gravitational force surged from his palm. Though the Great Toad Sage wasn't pulled back, the lack of footing in midair caused it to momentarily freeze. Boom. A sonic boom rang out as Gensou seized the opportunity, rocketing into the air and appearing above the Great Toad Sage. Transforming his blade into a fist, he delivered a powerful downward punch. The massive body of the great toad sage crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, like a meteor striking the earth. A tangible shockwave radiated outward, sending up a thick pillar of dust and debris. Gensou wasted no time, diving into the smoke to press his advantage, refusing to give the great toad sage a moment to recover. But just as he entered the mushroom cloud of debris, a shadow, long and fast beyond even the Rinnegan's perception, lunged straight at him with ferocious speed. It wasn't until it was close that Gensou realized it was a massive, warty toad tongue. The seemingly soft tongue shot forward like a giant arrow, ripping through the air with unstoppable destructive force. Gensou's pupils narrowed slightly as he evaded, releasing another Shinra Tensei with his cool-down interval. This time, however, the repulsive force that could deflect most attacks merely shifted the tongue's trajectory slightly. Rip. It felt as though a speeding truck had grazed his shoulder. Gensou's left arm went numb instantly. Glancing at his arm, he saw the toad tongue had torn away a large chunk of flesh, exposing the faint white of bone. Unfazed, Gensou looked away and raised his bleeding left hand. As he reached for the tongue, the flesh on his arm regenerated rapidly, restoring it to its original state. With the Yin seal unlocked and his cells fully activated, Gensou was constantly in a state of no-seal regeneration. No matter how severe the injury, it healed in an instant. As his hand gripped the tongue, prepared to tear it apart, the great toad sage's tongue suddenly recoiled at an unimaginable speed. Before he could react, Gensou found himself tightly bound as the tongue coiled around him several times. In that moment, he was reminded of slow-motion footage of a toad's tongue retracting to capture an insect. True to form, the great toad sage's ultimate attack was to immediately pull him into its mouth, intending to dissolve him within its stomach. It all happened too fast. Gensou was on the verge of being swallowed whole. He had no intention of discovering what millennia of senjutsu influence had done to the great toad sage's stomach, especially given its confidence in devouring him. In an instant, Gensou's body transformed into mud, flowing out through the gaps in the tongue. By the time the great toad sage retracted its tongue fully, the mud on the ground had already reformed into Gensou's true body. Without wasting a moment, Gensou formed a seal. The mud still clinging to the tongue exploded violently. Boom. Thick smoke billowed from the great toad sage's mouth. The pain caused its massive body to shudder. Mud release, a Kekkei Genkai Gensou had developed over the past 2 years through a series of fortunate encounters, was rarely used until now. Having turned the tables, Gensou didn't let the opportunity slip. He moved swiftly, appearing in front of the great toad sage in an instant. Extending his hand, time seemed to freeze. The wind, sand, smoke, and even the enormous great toad sage itself faded into insignificance. Before Gensou's outstretched hand, a small, jet-black sphere rapidly formed, becoming the center of all attention. The great toad sage, still reeling from the pain, sensed the sphere's overwhelming energy. Lowering its head, it saw the black sphere emitting the aura of 7 chakra natures, drifting toward it with an almost innocuous lightness. Truth-seeking ball. The great toad sage's expression twisted in horror as it recognized the orb. This was the pinnacle of ninjutsu, once seen behind the figures of Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Himura. It was the embodiment of ultimate destruction. For the first time in a millennium, the great toad sage smelled the stench of death. Chapter 257, Chapter 258. The great toad sage had never anticipated that Gensou would possess the devastating truth-seeking ball as a trump card. There was no time to think further. With the sphere hurtling toward it at alarming speed and no chance to evade, the great toad sage inhaled deeply, causing its massive body to rapidly deflate, elongating the distance as it released a peculiar croak from its abdomen. Senpo, Kawazunaki. The unique auditory genjutsu of Mount Myaboku erupted at full force, attempting to delay Gensou for even a moment. Gensou hesitated for a fraction of a second but quickly snapped out of it. Opening his fingers, he directed the truth-seeking ball to continue its trajectory. Although the truth-seeking ball lacked exceptional speed compared to Kekkei Genkai or Kekkei Tota, its unparalleled destructive power ensured it wouldn't miss a target already within reach. The genjutsu's effect allowed the great toad sage to slightly twist its body, positioning its left arm as a shield. But that was all it could manage. In the next instant, the truth-seeking ball collided with the great toad sage's raised left arm. At first, there was no explosion, no tearing sound, nor any clash. When the black sphere made contact with the great toad sage's arm, an arm tougher than steel, it appeared as though a gust of wind had scattered sand. Visibly, the part of the great toad sage's arm touched by the truth-seeking ball dissolved into nothingness. The effect resembled dust release, but even that would struggle to disintegrate the great toad sage's magically resistant body down to the atomic level. The truth-seeking ball was different. Though it couldn't nullify senjutsu, physical contact was another matter entirely. Without the power of the 6 paths, any living body touching the truth-seeking ball would be wholly annihilated. At this moment, the great toad sage's body, tempered over millennia, seemed as fragile as paper. The truth-seeking ball carved a hole through its arm with the lightest touch. As the sphere continued forward, the great toad sage's left arm crumbled like a collapsing sandcastle, disintegrating inch by inch. The truth-seeking ball obliterated most of the great toad sage's left shoulder before hurtling onward, driven by its momentum. The great toad sage, through sheer will and sacrifice of its arm, barely managed to survive. Ignoring the pain, it prepared to leap backward, desperate to escape the sphere's destructive radius. Watching calmly, Gensou uttered a single word. Explode. Boom. Blinding white light erupted from the truth-seeking ball as it detonated, unleashing a force capable of leveling an entire forest. A wave of unbearable heat followed. The great toad sage, closest to the explosion, could only raise its remaining right arm in defense before being engulfed by the blast. Even as its master, Gensou was forced to retreat swiftly to the edges of Mount Myaboku to avoid the full brunt of the explosion. From a safe vantage point, he turned to witness the aftermath. The explosion, far larger than his previous Cho Shinra Tensei, had left behind a towering mushroom cloud. For a full minute, silence reigned as the dust settled. Gensou stepped forward, his figure flashing several times before he reached the epicenter of the explosion. A surprised murmur escaped his lips. Still alive. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind dispersed the remaining smoke, revealing the scene before him. A blood-soaked orange toad, roughly the same size as Gensou, panted heavily. Its left arm was missing entirely, and its condition was pitiful. It was the great toad sage. After enduring unimaginable pain, the great toad sage had managed to shrink its body to minimize the impact area. Through sheer resilience and senjutsu, it had clung to life, surviving the truth-seeking ball's detonation. The moment its eyes met Gensou's, the great toad sage suppressed its exhaustion, straightened its posture, and activated the remnants of its senjutsu chakra. Visible wounds on its body began to heal rapidly, save for the obliterated left arm and shoulder, which could never regenerate. Such tenacity, Gensou remarked. He had thought the truth-seeking ball would decisively end the battle, yet the great toad sage had endured. But how much longer can you last? Gensou spread his hands, and two black rods extended slowly from his palms. The great toad sage, still in its smaller form, didn't revert to its original size. Instead, it glanced at its missing left arm before turning to Gensou with a solemn expression. I take back what I said earlier. As of now, you are not inferior to, and perhaps in some ways, you've surpassed Hagoromo. Gensou smirked faintly. Hagoromo. My true goal is to surpass the Sage of Six Paths. By then, you'll no longer be here to make such assessments. Is that so? The great toad sage exhaled deeply, its tone calm. The truth-seeking ball has given you newfound confidence. Now, show me your next truth-seeking ball. If you had only one, you wouldn't have detonated it so easily. Even after its explosion, the truth-seeking ball wasn't entirely destroyed. For those below the Six Paths level, summoning another would require significant cooldown time. The great toad sage had gained a thorough understanding of Gensou during their battle. He was bold yet meticulous, never rash, and always composed. The fact that Gensou had used the truth-seeking ball so decisively suggested he likely had more. Sure enough. Hearing the great toad sage's words, Gensou shrugged lightly. I was hoping to surprise you, sage. As he finished speaking, Gensou lowered his left hand, gripping the shorter black rod, while his right hand rested the katana-length rod on his shoulder. At the same time, two newly formed truth-seeking balls appeared, floating effortlessly around him. With the unsealed In seal, his unique blue senjutsu markings, and the Rinnegan, Gensou had now fully stepped into his peak state. After mastering the Rinnegan and harmonizing its inherent knowledge of yin-yang and elemental chakra with his own mastery, Gensou had completed the final piece required to create truth-seeking balls. He had become the third individual, after Hagoromo and Hamura, capable of crafting them with 7 chakra natures. Given his immense strength and foundation, Gensou could produce more than just one at a time. In contrast, the great toad sage had significantly depleted its senjutsu chakra and lost its left arm. Clearly, it had reached its lowest point in the battle. Chapter 258, Chapter 259. After enduring the catastrophic Cho Shinra Tensei and the explosion of the truth-seeking ball, the ruins of Mount Myaboku sank even deeper into the earth. A bitter, frigid wind swept across the desolate land, as if lamenting the last moments of its master. Gensou and the great toad sage stood facing one another. The wind carried away some of the dust on their bodies, bringing a fleeting coolness to the tense battlefield. The great toad sage narrowed its eyes. Amid the brief reprieve, its attention turned to the oil symbol etched on the cat's eye stone hanging from its neck. Grandpa Toad. Let me out. I can fight too. Naruto's voice echoed incessantly from within the stone. Though sealed inside, Naruto could clearly see everything happening outside. Witnessing the battle unfold from the great toad sage's perspective, he was awestruck by its sheer intensity. Even as a mere observer, Naruto felt his heart race. Gensou's overwhelming power left Naruto with a rare sense of helplessness. However, Seeing the once harmonious and beautiful Mount Myaboku reduced to ashes, and the great toad sage now maimed and in dire straits, Naruto clenched his fists and reignited his indomitable spirit to fight. The problem was, even now, the great toad sage showed no intention of releasing him to join the battle. If this continued, the great toad sage might truly meet its end. Bang! 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 Naruto shouted and swung his fists furiously, determined to break the seal before him. Kid, that strength won't be enough. Suddenly, Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Naruto paused, responding instinctively in his thoughts. What do you mean? I mean you need greater power. So, let's work together. Huh. The great toad sage withdrew its attention, ignoring Naruto's plea. Gensou's gaze shifted from the cat's eye stone on the sage's neck back to the sage itself. Even now, the great toad sage refused to release Naruto. As the reincarnation of Azura, a Jinchuriki of Kurama, and a user of Sage Mode, Naruto still had significant combat potential. Gensou couldn't comprehend the great toad sage's reasoning. Its current state was dire, releasing Naruto might have allowed him to escape, if nothing else. Keeping him hanging around its neck, was it expecting Gensou to defeat it and claim him as loot? Such consideration was almost too generous. Shaking his head, Gensou dismissed the thought. Killing the great toad sage would resolve everything. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, gripping a black rod as he charged the sage once more, flanked by two floating truth-seeking balls. The great toad sage, now wary of the truth-seeking ball's power, maintained its shrunken state and leapt backward to retreat. But in the next instant, one of the truth-seeking balls elongated into an arrow and shot toward the sage in midair. The effective radius of a truth-seeking ball was 70 meters. Given Gensou's initiative and the sage's weakened state, it couldn't maintain enough distance to escape completely. Seeing the unavoidable truth-seeking ball arrow slicing through the air, the great toad sage opened its mouth and fired a senjutsu-infused water bullet. Bang! While the truth-seeking ball couldn't nullify senjutsu, it easily dispersed the incoming water bullet. The water bullet had done its job, however, giving the sage enough time to leap out of range. The truth-seeking ball retracted back into its spherical form and returned to Gensou's side. Afraid to fight up close? That's not your choice to make, Gensou said coldly, his Rinnegan activating. Bancho Tenin. Powerful gravitational force gripped the great toad sage. Unlike before, when its massive form had remained stationary, the now human-sized sage struggled but was ultimately pulled toward Gensou. While Mount Myaboku's toads could shrink themselves with a secret technique, this didn't mean their original density remained unchanged. If the sage's immense body were compressed into human size with the density of an ant, possessing the strength of an elephant, it would have been invincible. But such laws of physics didn't apply here. A body size determined its strength. Although the sage's smaller form granted it increased agility, its overall power and durability had diminished significantly. Even so, it preferred dealing with the pull of Bancho Tenin over becoming an easy target for the truth-seeking balls in its larger form. The sage burned Senjutsu chakra as it clung to the ground with its hands and feet, resisting the pull with all its might. But Gensou didn't give it a chance to recover. Shinra Tensei. As soon as the gravitational pull ceased, a ferocious repulsive force struck. The great toad sage was sent hurtling backward. Gensou pursued relentlessly, hurling the shorter black rod in his left hand toward the airborne sage. He didn't stop there. From his palm, he fired a barrage of black rods like a machine gun, each one whistling through the air toward the sage. Grandpa Toad. Naruto, who had reached an agreement with Kurama and was preparing for action, couldn't help but shout anxiously at the sight. The great toad sage didn't disappoint. Though it couldn't dodge while being propelled backward by the repulsive force, its tongue moved. Clang! 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 The sage's tongue, tougher than steel, deflected all the incoming black rods. Soon, the sage landed back on the ground. It was about to catch its breath when its pupils contracted sharply. A sheet of ice spread rapidly beneath Gensou's feet, propelling him forward at a speed far beyond the sage's expectations. Whoosh! A truth-seeking ball darted toward the sage. It narrowly dodged by shifting its body. The next second, another truth-seeking ball flew straight for its forehead. The sage ducked its head, narrowly avoiding the attack again. But in that instant, a long black rod shot forward, aimed directly at its brow. The great toad sage felt a chill between its brows. Unable to dodge, it reflexively raised its only arm, gripping the black rod tightly. Drip! A drop of cold sweat slid down the sage's forehead as it stared at the rod, mere millimeters from piercing its brow. Opposite it, Gensou held the black rod, his expression indifferent. Seeing the sage's desperate grip, he applied more force. The sage's arm and entire body trembled violently. Drip! The tip of the black rod pierced the skin, and a drop of blood trickled down. Chapter 259, Chapter 260. The black rod pierced the great toad sage's brow, drawing a single drop of blood. Gensou exerted more force with his right hand, preparing to completely impale the sage's massive head. Simultaneously, the two truth-seeking balls that had flown away returned under his command, closing in from the left and right. In a moment of life and death, the great toad sage's body shrank rapidly. The black rod missed its mark as the sage shrank to a size similar to Shima and Fukasaku, the limit of its transformation. Landing on the ground, it grabbed the string of prayer beads around its neck and yanked it hard. All but the cat's eye stone sealing Naruto scattered, transforming through a toad technique into identical clones of the great toad sage. A cacophony of croaks echoed across the battlefield. Trying to run. Seeing this, Gensou willed one of the truth-seeking balls to expand and stretch into an impenetrable net, aiming to capture the fleeing sages. Bang. 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 Most of the great toad sage's duplicates were caught by the truth-seeking ball's net. As white smoke dissipated, the beads revealed their true form before shattering into nothingness. The real great toad sage was not among them. Just as Gensou prepared to deal with the remaining clones, the supposed fugitives turned around. In an instant, they all opened their mouths and released a peculiar croak. Demonic illusion, toad confrontation chant. The strongest genjutsu of Mount Myaboku, amplified by the combined power of the great toad sage and its bead-created clones, distorted the space within a 100-meter radius. At the center of this distortion, Gensou only had time to reshape one truth-seeking ball into a protective barrier around himself before being pulled into the genjutsu world unique to Mount Myaboku. Ordinarily, with the Rinnegan, Mastery of Yin release, and Sage Mode, Gensou was immune to most genjutsu, even those like Tsukuyomi from the Mangekyo Sharingan. But this was no ordinary opponent, it was the great toad sage, the ancient founder of Mount Myaboku, aided by its bead clones. Moreover, the toad confrontation chant was hailed as one of the strongest genjutsu, rivaling even Kotoema Tsukumi. Despite his immense resistance, Gensou fell into its grasp. However, entering a genjutsu was one thing, breaking free was another. A moment later, Gensou opened his eyes and found himself inside a black cubic barrier. Surrounding the barrier were 4 enormous toads, each inscribed with the characters No, Move, Underworld, and King. They stood on all sides, holding short swords in one hand while maintaining the barrier with the other. Gensou observed the scene calmly. Outside, his protective truth-seeking ball shielded him, preventing the great toad sage from piercing his heart with a stone sword. The toad confrontation chant had reached its peak effectiveness. Now, all that remained was to dispel the illusion. Normally, disrupting one's chakra flow was sufficient to break genjutsu. However, the stronger the illusion, the harder it was to disrupt. Forming a seal, Gensou chose to take this approach regardless. Just as he had broken Tsukuyomi in the past, Gensou separated a portion of his senjutsu chakra into pure chakra and natural energy within his body. Boom. The violent surge of uncontrolled natural energy rapidly coursed through him, quickly dismantling the illusion. In the next second, Gensou opened his eyes to darkness, the protective barrier formed by the truth-seeking ball. Allowing his body to heal the minor internal injuries caused by the natural energy's rampage, Gensou's gaze sharpened as he returned to reality. Meanwhile, the great toad sage, clutching Mount Myaboku's stone sword, realized it couldn't penetrate the black shield. Its eyes widened as a small crack appeared on the shield's surface. Before it could react, a black rod shot out from the gap, piercing through the sage. Its body dissolved into a bead as the stone sword clattered to the ground. Broke free from the illusion already. The remaining clones of the great toad sage scattered once more. The black barrier around Gensou retracted, reforming into a truth-seeking ball that floated beside him. Surveying the area, he directed another truth-seeking ball to spread into a net, targeting the largest cluster of clones. The remaining truth-seeking ball transformed into an arrow and shot toward the great toad sage holding the cat's eye stone containing Naruto. Whether it's the real sage or not, the stone is what matters, Gensou muttered. Bang. 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 One by one, the sage's clones were destroyed, dissipating into beads. The sage holding the cat's eye stone vanished as well. Gensou immediately halted the truth-seeking ball's advance, ensuring it wouldn't harm the stone. He couldn't risk Naruto or Kurama being obliterated. But at that moment, a small figure emerged from Gensou's shadow. The real great toad sage, having suppressed its presence and held its breath, finally revealed itself. Toad shadow manipulation technique. In an instant, Gensou felt his body freeze. He tried to turn but found himself unable to move. Surprised, he spoke, "You." Standing in Gensou's shadow, the great toad sage mirrored his movements. As it raised its right hand, so did Gensou. Despite its exhaustion, the sage's tone remained calm. "Looks like I've won in the end." Fully aware of the truth-seeking ball's dominance and the shifting tide of battle, the great toad sage had remained steadfast, neither panicking nor despairing. Its centuries of existence had tempered its resolve. Even Kaguya, the once invincible progenitor of chakra, had fallen. How could others be any different? The Toad confrontation chant, seemingly the ultimate attack, had merely been a distraction. The sage knew it couldn't kill Gensou with genjutsu alone. Its true objective was to merge into Gensou's shadow while he was disoriented. After completing this unnoticed, it had waited patiently. The sage hadn't expected Gensou to break free from the illusion so quickly. To buy time, it had scattered its clones, even using the cat's eye stone as bait to divert Gensou's attention and draw the truth-seeking balls away. Now, the moment had come for the hidden blade to strike. Chapter 260, Chapter 261. It's over. The great Toad Sage raised its right hand. Under the control of the Toad shadow manipulation technique, far more potent than the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, Gensou's body moved involuntarily. His right hand, holding a long black rod, was also raised. The black rod's tip inched closer to his chin, ready to pierce through his skull. Dozens of meters away, the two truth-seeking balls still under his control wouldn't make it back in time. Pinned down like a fish on a chopping board, Gensou's eyes flickered briefly before he suddenly spoke. Interesting. The great Toad Sage's expression darkened, and without hesitation, it accelerated the motion. Clang. A crisp collision rang out before the black rod could reach Gensou's chin. The great Toad Sage glanced up, its eyes widening in shock. A small, familiar black orb had appeared beneath Gensou's chin, intercepting the black rod. A truth-seeking ball. The sage's pupils shrank as it uttered each word. Correct, Gensou replied indifferently. From the start, Gensou had possessed 4 truth-seeking balls. He had only revealed 3, keeping one hidden within his clothing to mislead his opponent. The element of surprise was often the key to victory. In battle, a ninja's personal information could determine the outcome, and an unknown trump card was always a formidable threat. Though he hadn't anticipated that his hidden card would save his life instead of securing victory, Gensou smirked slightly. I must admit, great Toad Sage, you are the most challenging and admirable foe I've ever faced. Unlike Senju Hashirama, who relied on sheer overwhelming force, the great Toad Sage combined immense strength with genuine tactical brilliance. For a moment, Gensou had almost lost. But now, it was time to conclude the battle. The truth-seeking ball under Gensou's chin transformed into a sword and shot toward the great Toad Sage. The sage immediately dispelled the Toad shadow manipulation technique and attempted to evade. Suddenly, a burst of in-release energy erupted from Gensou's shadow, causing the sage to hesitate briefly. Although Gensou hadn't mastered shadow techniques, the core principle of such jutsu was rooted in in-release. He didn't need finesse, just a momentary disruption was enough. The sage quickly regained control, but that brief pause had cost it dearly. The truth-seeking ball-turned sword was already upon it, leaving no time to escape. Watching its impending doom, the great Toad Sage sighed softly, ready to make its final decision. But then, something unexpected happened. With a shattering sound, a golden chakra arm elongated rapidly and shot through the air. Just as the truth-seeking ball was about to strike, the chakra arm snatched the sage and flung it backward. Boom. The great Toad Sage crashed into the ground, while the chakra arm dissipated upon contact with the truth-seeking ball. Gensou raised an eyebrow at the sight and turned to look. Not far away, the great Toad Sage had been saved by none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Cloaked in golden chakra, his spiky hair formed 2 horn-like shapes, 6 Magatama markings appeared on his collar, and his eyes glowed with horizontal slit sage pupils. Ninetales chakra mode combined with sage mode. Gensou's Rinnegan scanned Naruto, quickly analyzing his state. He noticed the shattered remains of the cat's eye stone on the ground and deduced what had happened. Kurama, always stirring up trouble, Gensou muttered, shaking his head. If not for Kurama's cooperation, Naruto would never have achieved Ninetales chakra mode, especially without ever setting foot on Turtle Island. Annoying, but another doesn't change much. Gensou summoned his 3 remaining truth-seeking balls, letting them hover behind him. Opposite him, Naruto, full of fighting spirit, clapped his hands together. Grandpa Toad, let's fight side by side. Naruto. The great Toad Sage glanced at the boy who had shattered the cat's eye stone and saved its life. Its gaze softened momentarily before it nodded and warned. Be cautious of Gensou's truth-seeking balls. I got it. Naruto nodded firmly, his eyes resolute as he stared at Gensou, who stood silently with a black rod resting on his shoulder, flanked by 3 truth-seeking balls. Internally, Naruto spoke. Kurama, it's our turn now. Of course. Let's do this. In the sealed space, Kurama's massive form loomed in the darkness. Ready for battle, it faced Gensou as if to challenge not just him, but the likes of Madara and Hashirama, individuals who had tormented it time and again. This time, Kurama's unease was overwhelming. Feeling an intense sense of danger, it knew it couldn't afford to hold back. To hell with you, Gensou. Kid. Kurama suddenly called out, stopping Naruto mid-action. What is it? Naruto asked, puzzled. Kurama stared deeply at Naruto before declaring. I'm entrusting everything to you. Without hesitation, Kurama poured all of its power into Naruto, opening its heart completely. In that moment, Naruto and Kurama achieved perfect understanding and synchronization. The Jinchuriki and tailed beast became one, elevating Naruto to a perfect Jinchuriki. A more powerful aura erupted from Naruto. His golden chakra cloak transformed further, advancing from Ninetales chakra mode to Kurama mode. Combined with Sage mode, it was the strongest form Naruto could achieve. This is quite the upgrade. Watching the transformation, Gensou rested the black rod on his shoulder and couldn't help but comment. In a short span, Naruto had gone from someone capable of challenging the Five Kage to surpassing Kage-level power, and now, reaching a level just below 6 paths. Truly the destined protagonist of this world, Gensou remarked, his Rinnegan locking onto Naruto. Faced with unparalleled danger, you unleash your greatest potential. But, do you understand that extremes often lead to downfall? Chapter 261, Chapter 262. Gensou blinked, noticing that Naruto had not used this time to unlock Sage of 6 Paths mode. Relaxing slightly, he lowered the black rod from his shoulder, preparing for a decisive battle to resolve this nuisance once and for all. Although wary of the Sage of 6 Paths, Gensou didn't see him as omnipotent. Even during his life, the Sage of 6 Paths couldn't achieve omniscience, let alone after his death. In Gensou's assessment, the Sage of 6 Paths likely existed in the ninja world as chakra but remained in a dormant state most of the time, unaware of current events unless triggered by significant disruptions, such as the reappearance of the Ten-Tails or Kagaya Otsutsuki. This perspective aligned with the sage's behavior in the original story, only appearing when events tied to him, such as the rise of the Ten-Tails, demanded his intervention. As for Asura and Indra's reincarnations, their chakra had been reincarnated countless times over the millennia. Even in instances where Asura and Indra's incarnations clashed, such as with Hashirama and Madara, the sage had not intervened. Thus, as long as the Ten-Tails wasn't revived, Gensou had no reason to concern himself with the Sage of 6 Paths. Killing Naruto, the reincarnation of Asura, wouldn't matter either. Grandpa Toad, it's time to act. Naruto, filled with an unprecedented sense of strength and the belief he could now take on Gensou, performed a familiar hand sign. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. A massive plume of white smoke erupted, and hundreds of clones, each cloaked in golden chakra, appeared across the battlefield. Let's go, everyone. With a rallying cry that echoed through the air, the clone army charged at Gensou with a tidal wave of dust trailing behind them. Gensou calmly surveyed the scene and formed a single hand sign. Katan, Goka Mekyaku. With Senjutsu-enhanced chakra, a massive sea of flames surged from Gensou's mouth, engulfing everything in its path. Suiten, Suijinchu. From behind, the great toad sage countered with a colossal water sphere resembling a meteor, which crashed into the flames, spreading in all directions. Hisses. A thick cloud of steam rose as the water extinguished the fire. Well done, Grandpa Toad. Naruto shouted in encouragement. With the path cleared, the Shadow Clone army surged forward with renewed vigor. Gensou glanced briefly at the great toad sage, who was staying back and providing support, before flicking a finger. One of the truth-seeking balls behind him flew to his front and expanded into a massive fan, sweeping horizontally across the charging clones. Bang. 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 The leading clones were instantly obliterated into puffs of white smoke. Don't get cocky. Naruto's angry voice rang out as clones in the middle of the formation began forming spiraling orbs. Senpo, Raiznon. Dozens of clones, each wielding a Senjutsu-enhanced Raiznon, rushed forward and slammed their attacks into the truth-seeking ball fan. Although the truth-seeking ball wasn't harmed by the Senjutsu, the immense force of the impact sent it hurtling backward. This wasn't all. Another wave of clones extended numerous golden chakra arms, reaching out like a net to ensnare Gensou. Standing still, Gensou summoned another truth-seeking ball to form a spherical barrier, blocking the golden arms. This is it. With 2 clones assisting him, Naruto raised a massive spinning weapon. Senpo, Futon, Cho Odama Rasen Shuriken. After years of refining the Rasen Shuriken, especially with the inspiration of Gensou's earlier techniques, Naruto had perfected his own Senjutsu-enhanced version. The screeching sound of spinning wind filled the air as Naruto hurled the enormous Rasen Shuriken forward. In an instant, it reached Gensou's barrier. Flash. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the battlefield, the Rasen Shuriken's destructive power raising a towering plume of dust and debris. The impact forced one of Gensou's unused truth-seeking balls, previously floating behind him, to ricochet away from the blast. Only one left. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the truth-seeking ball barrier. It had visibly shifted and now appeared unstable. Summoning more clones, Naruto prepared to press the attack. At that moment, the great toad sage leapt into action, opening its mouth to unleash an immense gravitational force. Whoosh! Rocks and debris were sucked into the sage's mouth, disappearing into another dimension. The real target, Gensou's truth-seeking ball barrier, was also caught in the pull. The barrier broke away from Gensou, hurtling toward the great toad sage. Keeping its distance, the sage immediately leapt away to avoid contact with the ball. Well done, Grandpa Toad. Naruto divided his newly summoned clones into 3 groups. One group focused on preventing the truth-seeking balls from returning to Gensou, while the others, led by Naruto himself, charged at Gensou to take advantage of the opportunity. One clone, leading the charge, saw Gensou standing alone with only a black rod in hand. Excited, the clone yelled out. Gensou doesn't have his truth-seeking balls anymore. Everyone. Bang. The clone didn't finish its sentence before a black rod struck its forehead, dispelling it instantly. The rod retracted into a firm, steady hand. Gensou lifted his gaze, his expression calm as he addressed the mass of clones surging toward him. Had enough fun yet? Chapter 262, Chapter 263. Are you done playing? Gensou's calm voice echoed through the battlefield. Naruto's shadow clones ignored him. Believing this was a rare opportunity, they surged forward as one, determined to take down Gensou, who was without his truth-seeking orbs and appeared to be in his weakest state. Gensou shook his head lightly. As a shadow clone swung its fist toward him, Gensou took a simple step forward, brushing past it. Boom. White smoke rose. With a flick of his wrist, the black rod in his hand twirled briefly before settling back at his side. Ah. Another wave of shadow clones charged at him, shouting. Before they could act, a sharp, cutting sound suddenly tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, darkness overwhelmed them, and they lost consciousness. Thick white smoke once again filled the area. Amid the haze, Gensou's figure became faintly visible. The long, black rod in his hand moved swiftly, cutting down shadow clones with ease, one after another, as he strolled forward. How can this be? We've improved so much. A shadow clone gritted its teeth in frustration, watching its comrades disappear just as easily as they had during their previous clashes with Gensou. Refusing to give up, it rushed to attack him from behind. However, a long, black rod suddenly reversed direction, piercing straight through the clone's forehead in an instant. Without even glancing back, Gensou withdrew the rod. Simultaneously, his left hand reached out and grabbed the wrist of another shadow clone wielding a senpo, Raiznan. In one fluid motion, he drained the chakra from the Raiznan and the clone itself. Boom. The emptied shadow clone vanished in a puff of smoke. After replenishing his chakra, Gensou calmly surveyed his surroundings. No matter what tricks the clones tried, they could not avoid the simple yet devastating strikes of his black rod. For Gensou, their numbers were not a threat, they were merely a convenient source of chakra. Visibly, Gensou grew more energized with every strike. Despite the prolonged battle, his chakra reserves, replenished by absorbing the clones, were now more abundant than ever. Naruto watched anxiously. Realizing that the current situation was unsustainable, he gritted his teeth and entered tailed beast mode. Roar. A golden, human-sized Ninetales quickly formed around him. Maintaining absolute rationality while utilizing the infinite chakra of the tailed beast, Naruto launched himself at Gensou with unparalleled determination. At the same time, the great toad sage, who had been observing the battle, leaped into action. Shrinking back to a human-sized form, it joined Naruto in an aggressive charge toward Gensou. Holding a struggling shadow clone in his grip, Gensou noticed the duo's approach. His lips curved into a faint smile. A minute later. Boom. The Ninetales form was sent skidding across the ground, carving a deep trench as it was flung backward uncontrollably. Blood splattered through the air. The great toad sage, gravely injured, retreated to a safe distance. Standing still amidst the chaos, Gensou casually flicked the blood off the tip of his black rod. He lifted his gaze toward Naruto and the great toad sage for the first time since the battle began and spoke. So, tell me, what gave you the confidence to think you could defeat me? A faint, mocking smile appeared on Gensou's lips. Did they really believe that without the truth-seeking orbs, they could triumph over him? Naruto and the toad sage seemed to misunderstand something fundamental. It was not the truth-seeking orbs that made Gensou powerful. It was Gensou who gave the truth-seeking orbs their power. Even without them, Gensou was still Gensou. A half-defeated toad and a Jinchuriki who had only recently gained strength dared to dream of victory. It's time to end this, Gensou declared. His gaze swept over the ruins of Mount Maiboku, now devoid of its former grandeur, and finally rested on Naruto and the great toad sage. His tone was calm but absolute. It's not over yet. Don't underestimate me. Naruto, back in his human form, struggled to his feet, his voice filled with defiance. But in the next moment, he froze. 3 truth-seeking orbs broke free from their restraints and quickly returned, floating behind Gensou just as they had at the start. Naruto's heart sank as he stared at the orbs. For the first time, the unyielding Naruto felt a flicker of despair. The words he had been about to shout caught in his throat. The gap between them was insurmountable. Nearby, the great toad sage let out a deep sigh. The power radiating from Gensou now surpassed even that of Hagoromo Otsutsuki before his battle with Kaguya. While Hagoromo had been born extraordinary, unlocking the Rinnegan early and mastering Senjutsu under the Toad Sage's guidance, his power paled in comparison to Gensou, who had fought his way through countless bloody battles, painstakingly building his strength. We've tried everything. With just the power of Mount Myaboku, it's impossible to stop Gensou's ambitions. There's no other choice, the great Toad Sage murmured, his gaze shifting to Naruto. Naruto, shaking off his despair, steeled himself. The resignation on his face vanished, replaced by unshakable determination. This was his nindo, to never give up. Grandpa Sage. I have one last, most powerful technique. When I use it, you must follow up immediately. This might be our only chance. Naruto spoke resolutely, forming the seals for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. But the technique he was preparing was not the ordinary multi-shadow clone jutsu. It was his ultimate creation, developed by combining everything he had learned, the harem jutsu. Even the simplified sexy jutsu had left many, including Jiraiya, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Ebisu, dazed and defeated. Gensou was still a man, after all. Surely, the harem jutsu would work on him too. The only question was, what kind of women did Gensou like? Did he prefer youthful, mature, or even childlike appearances? For body types, did he favor voluptuous or slender figures? And in terms of personality, was he drawn to sensuality, cuteness, elegance, or something else entirely? Forget it, Naruto decided to use every type of woman. Surely one of them would suit Gensou's taste. As Gensou began to step forward, Naruto steeled his resolve. It was time to unleash his ultimate trump card, the harem jutsu. The great Toad Sage hesitated momentarily but, seeing Naruto's determination, nodded and prepared to act. I'm sorry, Naruto, the great Toad Sage muttered. Chapter 263, Chapter 264. Sorry. Sorry for what? Naruto's ears caught the great Toad Sage's inexplicable words, and his mind instinctively questioned them. Just as he was about to ask. Splurt. Scalding blood splattered forward. Naruto froze in shock and slowly lowered his gaze. A grotesque, warty toad tongue had pierced through his chest, completely shredding his heart. This is, me. As the words left his lips, realization struck. Naruto's face turned ghostly pale. At the same time, Gensou halted in his tracks, staring blankly at the scene before him. For a moment, he suspected he had fallen victim to some kind of genjutsu. Similarly, Naruto, the one directly involved, could never have imagined that the great Toad Sage would be the one to kill him. Enduring the pain, Naruto turned his head with a look of heartbreak and disbelief to confirm the culprit. Seeing that it was indeed the great Toad Sage, he asked, his voice trembling. Why? The great Toad Sage lowered its gaze. For the future. Why? Naruto's heart burned with fury. He ignored the raging Kurama screaming profanities within the seal and locked his cross-shaped pupils onto the sage. Death loomed closer, but he pressed for answers. The great Toad Sage met his gaze and spoke calmly. The battle is over, Naruto. If I allow the nine tails within you to fall into Gensou's hands, his plan will succeed. As the Jinchuriki, you would die from the beast being extracted anyway. Killing you now ensures that the nine tails perishes with you, leaving Gensou's ambitions unfulfilled. The battle isn't over. I still have. Naruto tried to argue, desperate to explain that he had a plan, but a flash of memory suddenly stopped him. A bitter smile spread across his face as understanding dawned. Grandpa Sage. From the very beginning, you intended to take my life, didn't you? Naruto thought of everything that had happened, the way he was kept at Mount Myaboku after mastering Senjutsu, how Shima and Fukasaku had dragged him to the great Toad Sage when Gensou attacked, and how the sage had sealed him in the Cat's Eye Stone, preventing him from facing Gensou. Everything had been orchestrated by the great Toad Sage to ensure that Naruto would always remain within its reach. The great Toad Sage did not deny it. With a sigh, it replied, I'm sorry, Naruto. I tried to change things. This battle at Mount Myaboku had been its attempt to alter fate. It had not foreseen Gensou's arrival at Mount Myaboku but had dreamed of a future where Gensou gathered the power of all nine-tailed beasts. It knew Naruto's eventual fate all too well. Understanding that the Leaf Village could not protect Naruto, the sage had brought him to Mount Myaboku and kept him there. In doing so, it ensured that Gensou would one day come to this place. The sage had prepared for two outcomes, to either alter the future with its power or delay Gensou's plan by sacrificing the nine tails. Ultimately, it overestimated its own strength and was forced to choose the second option. Naruto, understanding the great Toad Sage's intentions, now faced his final moments. Though filled with bitterness and regret over the unfinished goals and dreams, becoming Hokage, saying farewell to his friends, especially Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata, he still managed a bright, carefree smile. So, after I'm gone, will everything be better? Seeing Naruto's radiant smile, the great toad sage remained silent for a few moments before replying, perhaps. But I won't be there to see it. I see. I wish I could have seen what comes next. With those words, Naruto closed his eyes and slowly fell. The Heisei's child of destiny, the reincarnation of Ashura, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and a shinobi of the leaf, had forever closed his eyes. At the same time, Kurama let out a defiant roar within the seal before vanishing alongside Naruto. Realizing that he had not been trapped in Genjutsu, Gensou watched the scene unfold with a mix of shock and disbelief. The great toad sage had acted so swiftly that Gensou had no time to intervene. He could only watch as Naruto's heart was pierced, a fatal blow that could only be reversed by someone with six paths power. How ruthless! Gensou's gaze locked onto the great toad sage as he uttered those words. The main character of the leaf, the so-called child of destiny, had fallen not in a grand battle but to a betrayal, a backstab by the very sage who had once declared his destiny. The irony was palpable. As Naruto's body crumpled to the ground, Gensou found it hard to believe. Having read the original story, he knew of Naruto's future accomplishments and the miracles he had created along the way. Could Naruto truly be dead? Wouldn't there be some twist? But neither his Rinnegan nor his senses detected any sign of life. Naruto was unequivocally gone. After a moment of silence, Gensou recalled his purpose for coming here. With Naruto dead, the Nine Tails had perished as well. While tailed beasts could never truly die, it would take years for the Nine Tails to reform. Moreover, with Naruto gone, what would happen if future system missions required him? Gensou's gaze turned icy as he looked at the great toad sage, the one responsible for all of this. You deserve to die. Boom. A series of explosions echoed as Gensou launched his attack. Before long, a truth-seeking orb was about to strike the great toad sage squarely between the eyes. But Gensou narrowed his eyes, and the orb adjusted its trajectory, striking the sage's right arm instead, rendering it armless. Splurt. A long, black rod followed, piercing the great toad sage's chest and pinning it in place. Standing face to face with the defeated sage, Gensou suppressed his killing intent momentarily to ask. I want to know, why did you and Mount Maiboku interfere in this matter? When Kaguya had cast the world into the light of infinite Tsukuyomi, the toads had survived unscathed. Back then, the great toad sage, still known as Gamamaru, had even had the leisure to teach Hagoromo Senjutsu. Why, then, did they fight so desperately to stop him from achieving infinite Tsukuyomi, even going so far as to kill their so-called child of destiny? Gensou couldn't understand. Were the toads truly fighting for the ninja world, for humanity? That seemed too noble to believe. Hearing this, the great toad sage, dangling in midair, resigned to its fate, looked at Gensou. After a brief moment of thought, it replied. I've already told you the reason. Gensou thought for a moment before recalling the words. When the skin is gone, what will the fur cling to? The sage nodded, then lifted its gaze to the sky with a complex expression. Though it was broad daylight and the moon was not visible, its eyes seemed to pierce through the heavens as its trembling voice said. She is returning. Chapter 264, Chapter 265. She. Gensou followed the great toad sage's gaze upward to the sky. Through the blinding sunlight, his Rinnegan faintly discerned a massive shadow hovering high above. The moon. Could it be Kaguya? Gensou pondered aloud, turning back to the great toad sage with surprise. You foresaw something so distant. You even dreamed of her. The great toad sage seemed equally surprised. You know of her? It was one thing for Gensou to know about Hagoromo Otsutsuki. After all, the sage of six paths left behind traces of his existence in the ninja world. But Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra, was a different matter entirely. The Otsutsuki brothers had deliberately kept their battle with their mother a secret, leaving no reason for anyone in the ninja world to know about her. I know more than you think, Gensou replied calmly. The great toad sage frowned. If you know who she is, if you understand her identity and ambitions, then you should abandon your own. When she reappears, the ninja world, and you, will cease to exist. The great toad sage had foreseen Kaguya's return in a dream. Though it didn't know how she would reappear, the dream also showed Gensou resurrecting the Ten Tails, which once belonged to Kaguya. It was certain that Kaguya's return was tied to Gensou's actions. That was why the great toad sage had tried so hard to stop him. The future is none of your concern, Gensou replied indifferently. Returning to his question, he asked, why are you so afraid of Kaguya's return? Seeing Gensou's resolve unmoved, the great toad sage sighed. She already knows the truth about the war and how I secretly aided her sons. Hearing this, Gensou smirked. I see. It all made sense now. The great toad sage feared that once Kaguya returned, she would target Mount Maiboku. From Kagaya's perspective, the great toad sage had indeed been a schemer. Long ago, it had deliberately approached Hagoromo, showcasing its abilities, teaching him senjutsu, and even gifting him the talisman that allowed resurrection. It had even assisted Hamura in the second battle against their mother. During the fateful battle that changed the course of the ninja world, the great toad sage played a significant role. Now that Kagaya knew of its existence, her vengeful nature would ensure Mount Myaboku's destruction should she return. No wonder the great toad sage had gone to such lengths, sacrificing so much, to stop Gensou. Its ultimate goal wasn't just to save the ninja world, it was to prevent Kagaya's return and secure its own survival. Cause and effect, Gensou said thoughtfully. Your dreams of prophecy have brought you to this end, haven't they? The great toad sage remained silent, its lack of denial speaking volumes. Gensou chuckled lightly, summarizing. Those who think they've seen through fate are often the ones most plagued by it. He had no further questions. It's time to send you on your way. With those words, a truth-seeking orb floated toward the great toad sage. Beware of Kagaya, were the sage's final words before its death. Gensou nodded casually and flicked his fingers. The truth-seeking orb advanced. Boom. With a resounding collision, the great toad sage ceased to exist. Mount Myaboku, one of the three great sage regions, was erased from history. At the very moment of the great toad sage's death. Far away in Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage, coiled on its throne with a green cat's eye stone embedded in its chest and a crimson jewel adorning its horned head, was leisurely smoking a pipe. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something. Its head snapped up, eyes fixed in the direction of Mount Myaboku. Its tail, wrapped in golden rings, lashed out involuntarily. Moments later, the white snake sage's expression twisted into wild delight. It burst into unrestrained laughter. Gamamaru is dead. That old thing is finally dead. Ha ha ha. For eons, Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku had been at odds, and the animosity between the white snake sage and the great toad sage was particularly deep. Had Gamamaru not been equally powerful, the white snake sage would have devoured it and its descendants long ago. But now, Gamamaru was gone. Though it hadn't delivered the killing blow itself, the white snake sage was overjoyed. As for the so-called shared fate of the three great sage regions, it couldn't care less. Good riddance. Dead at last. For days, the white snake sage's raucous laughter echoed throughout Ryuchi Cave. Meanwhile, in Shikatsu Forest, the slug sage, renowned alongside the great toad sage and the white snake sage, was quietly enjoying its solitude, splitting into countless clones for entertainment. At the same moment as the white snake sage's reaction, every one of the slug sage's clones paused in unison and turned toward Mount Myaboku. They had felt it, the extinguishing of an immense life force. Gamamaru. A soft, sorrowful voice echoed through the forest. Unlike the white snake sage, the slug sage had been friends with Gamamaru for many years. Gamamaru, did you foresee this day in your prophecies? The slug sage sighed. It recalled a young, ambitious Gamamaru confidently declaring that the future was within his grasp. The slug sage had once advised him not to rely too heavily on prophecies and to avoid entangling himself in human affairs. But Gamamaru had ignored that advice, delving deeper and deeper until it cost him his life. Though it felt a pang of sadness for its old friend, the slug sage would not change its ways. For millennia, it had observed the rise and fall of its summoners, including the extraordinary Hashirama. Now, it would continue to dwell in Shikatsu Forest, watching silently as the ninja world changed around it. Gensou, unaware of the reactions in Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest, wouldn't have cared even if he knew. Neither the white snake sage nor the slug sage seemed likely to seek vengeance. And if they did, it would merely lead to another battle. However, after the destruction of Mount Myaboku and his battles against the great toad sage and Naruto, Gensou felt an unfamiliar fatigue. But he had no time to rest. Walking over to Naruto's lifeless body, he crouched down. Chapter 265, Chapter 266. Gensou crouched beside Naruto's lifeless body, gazing at the stubborn face that even in death refused to yield. He sighed with a tinge of regret. Fate is fickle. Even the child of destiny cannot escape it. What a pity. He hadn't had the chance to witness Naruto's infamous talk no jutsu. Gensou had been curious about what Naruto might say, whether his words could stir something within him or inspire some new perspective. Instead, the great toad sage, who had grown numb to all words, ended things with a swift and decisive betrayal, leaving no room for Naruto to act. Is he really dead? Reaching out, Gensou examined the wound on Naruto's chest. His heart was utterly destroyed. Even if Tsunade had been present, there would have been no way to save him. The sage's talisman. Didn't Mount Myaboku have a treasure capable of resurrection? Could they have hidden one for Naruto? Though it was unlikely, Gensou carefully checked Naruto's entire body. After confirming the absence of the sage's talisman, Gensou concluded that Naruto was, indeed, truly dead. Standing up, Gensou cast a final glance at Naruto's face before walking away. It wasn't that he couldn't save Naruto. For example, the Rinne rebirth jutsu could bring him back. But the technique demanded the caster's life as the price. In the original story, Nagato had died immediately after using it. Obito had managed to stay alive briefly after using the jutsu only because of residual six paths power, Black Zetsu's influence, and Naruto's yin-yang chakra, but he too succumbed eventually. Sacrificing his life to save Naruto. Gensou wasn't that foolish. Moreover, even if there were other methods to revive Naruto without harm to himself, the nine tails within him had already dissipated. Reviving Naruto wouldn't bring the beast back. Gensou saw no point in wasting effort on a futile task. This mission is a complete failure. He surveyed the ruins of Mount Myaboku. After such a grueling battle that pushed him to the brink, all his efforts had amounted to nothing. The great Toad Sage had indeed accomplished its goal, delaying his plans, albeit temporarily. Gensou lifted his gaze to the moon high above and began to think. With the nine tails and Naruto gone, he couldn't afford to wait several years for it to reform before proceeding with his plan. Fortunately, only half of the nine tails had been inside Naruto. The other half was sealed within Minato's soul, ready for the taking. Though summoning the 10 tails with an incomplete 9 tails would result in an imperfect form, it would still be sufficient to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. The only downside was the preparation time required, from starting the jutsu to the god tree blossoming. Obito had once activated the infinite Tsukuyomi with only fragments of the 8 tails and 9 tails, but he was defeated during the preparation phase by the allied shinobi forces. Madara had later succeeded, capturing the full 8 tails and half the 9 tails to become a near-perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki. He absorbed the god tree's power and awakened the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead, enabling him to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Gensou had originally intended to absorb the power of all 9-tailed beasts, summon the god tree, and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi instantly. But after the great Toad Sage's interference and Naruto's death, he now had no choice but to follow Obito's path. Unlike Madara, who had absorbed the god tree, Gensou had no intention of letting Kaguya Otsutsuki's power manifest within him prematurely. After all, his goal was to harvest the chakra of the ninja world through the infinite Tsukuyomi and ascend to the Kekii Somo stage. Allowing Kaguya to disrupt that process would be disastrous. Having revised his plan, Gensou felt surprisingly calm. In any endeavor, there would always be opposition. It was simply part of the process. He withdrew his gaze from the moon. Now all that remained was to wait for news from the other teams capturing tailed beasts. With a flash, Gensou vanished. A minute later, he returned, crouching to retrieve Naruto's body. He decided to take it with him. At the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, the sound of roaring thunder echoed incessantly through the canyon. As the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee's strength far exceeded expectations. At first, Kisame had tried to handle him alone, but when his sword Samehada nearly rebelled during the fight, he quickly called for Sasuke's assistance. This Sasuke, unlike the overconfident version from the original story, was much stronger after awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It wasn't long before Killer Bee, who had been rapping non-stop earlier, found himself overwhelmed, unable to focus on his music. Even in his fully transformed tailed beast form, Killer Bee couldn't withstand the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's power and found himself in grave danger. Just as Sasuke was about to deliver the finishing blow, he suddenly froze. A strange emptiness filled his heart, prompting him to glance toward the horizon. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Kisame covered for Sasuke's distraction and turned to ask. "Nothing," Sasuke replied, refocusing. But deep down, he whispered to himself. Naruto. Sasuke knew that Gensou's target on this mission was Naruto. Confident that a Jinchuriki's life wouldn't be immediately at risk, Sasuke hadn't intervened. He had even planned to plead for Naruto's life afterward, similar to how the Six Tails Jinchuriki had been spared. Despite their current divide, Naruto still held a significant place in Sasuke's heart. Even blinded by hatred in the past, Sasuke had made similar choices. Now, with a renewed outlook, his decision was clear. Did something go wrong? Pushing the thought aside, Sasuke steeled his resolve and focused on finishing the battle. Before long, the 8 tails let out a pained roar. After identifying Killer Bee's octopus leg substitution technique, Sasuke and Kisame managed to capture his true body. They left the canyon with the unconscious Killer Bee before the Cloud Village reinforcements could arrive. The capture of the 8 tails Jinchuriki was a success. Above Sunagakure. Meanwhile, a rare aerial battle was nearing its conclusion. As Sand Shinobi piloted hastily assembled flying contraptions to counter Deidara's clay bombs, the chaos forced Gaara to split his focus, using some of his sand to shield the village below. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Ningu, tailed beast prison." A metallic cage descended from the sky, trapping Gaara inside. Before he could react, Gaara felt Shikaku's chakra draining from his body. In contrast, the mysterious attacker's aura grew stronger by the second. Though Gaara eventually broke free of the cage, the loss of chakra left him too weakened to fend off the combined assault of Deidara and the newcomer. Under the watchful eyes of countless sand shinobi, Gaara fell unconscious and was taken away. The capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki was a success. However, not every team achieved their goal without complications. As with Gensou's plans, unforeseen events disrupted the mission targeting the two-tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 266, Chapter 267. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and chaos. Kakuzu, now left with only 2 hearts, stood alongside Haiden, who was missing an arm. Both were in a sorry state as they glared at the figure before them, clad in the same black cloak adorned with red clouds as theirs. Toby. So you've been hiding your true strength all along. Haiden growled through gritted teeth. Of course, he recognized Toby. The man had joined the Akatsuki earlier than Haiden but had always been relegated to a reserve member due to his supposed lack of power. But now, as Haiden and Kakuzu barely survived their encounter, it was evident that Toby's strength was anything but lacking. Spacetime ninjutsu. Kakuzu, ever the seasoned veteran, quickly identified the technique Toby had employed. His expression turned grim. To think someone like you was hiding in the organization. It seems we all underestimated you. It's not surprising that fools who don't know the truth underestimated me, said Uchiha Obito coldly, standing unscathed before them. But Pain knew about me all along. After all, the Akatsuki you know was built by me. I am the true leader of the Akatsuki. What? Kakuzu and Haiden's faces darkened in shock. Toby, the real leader of the Akatsuki. Obito let out a cold chuckle. And now, faced with 2 traitors to the Akatsuki, what do you think I should do? Kakuzu and Haiden had no time to dwell on their shock. Their faces hardened as they prepared to fight once more. To their surprise, Obito made no move to attack. Instead, he addressed them in an even tone. In light of the contributions you've made to the Akatsuki in the past, I'll give you a chance to live. Deliver this message to Gensou: if he wants the two-tails Jinchuriki, he'll have to meet me in front of the ghetto statue that he stole from me. Otherwise, he'll never get the two tails. With that, Obito provided a location for the meeting, then grabbed the unconscious two-tails Jinchuriki. Space twisted around him as he vanished in a swirl of spiraling energy. Watching him disappear, Kakuzu and Haiden let out heavy sighs of relief. Haiden picked up his severed arm and gestured for Kakuzu to reattach it. Once his arm was back in place, he spread his hands and asked, "So, what do we do now?" The two had intended to prove their worth in front of their new leader, but the mission had gone disastrously wrong. Kakuzu, his expression unreadable, retracted his Earth Grudge fear threads and replied, "What else can we do? We tell the leader the truth." Resigned, Haiden muttered, "Ugh, why are we so unlucky?" Without Obito's interference, they would have captured the two-tails Jinchuriki with ease. Now, they had no choice but to return and accept the consequences. On his way back, Gensou soon received news of the successful capture of both the one-tail and the eight-tails Jinchurikis. However, before he could fully appreciate these successes, word reached him about the two-tails Jinchuriki being taken by Toby, Uchiha Obito, along with the message he had left behind. Gensou's brows furrowed as he snorted coldly. The rat finally shows himself. Ever since he had taken over the Akatsuki, Obito had been conspicuously absent. Given Obito's personality, it was clear he wouldn't simply let things go. Gensou had anticipated that Obito would surface at the critical moment to challenge his control over the Moon's Eye plan. What he hadn't expected was for Obito to act so soon. The timing and target were well chosen. This was a crucial period for Gensou's tailed beast collection, and unlike the eight tails or the nine tails, the two tails wasn't a Jinchuriki he could afford to ignore. Without any chakra from the two tails, even the incomplete 10 tails, formed by substituting the chakra of the 8 tails and 9 tails with that of the Kinjin brothers, would be impossible to achieve. It seems I'll have to agree to Obito's demand. As for meeting in front of the ghetto statue, Gensou didn't need to guess to know that Obito had likely set some kind of trap involving the statue. Obito's deep understanding of the ghetto statue, an inheritance from Uchiha Madara, far surpassed Gensou's own limited knowledge, as the Rinnegan Gensou wielded wasn't even his by birth. It was entirely possible that Obito had left a hidden mechanism in the statue or had other plans to turn the situation in his favor. But Gensou had prepared for such contingencies. He reached into a container and retrieved Obito's other Mangekyo Sharingan. Let's see whose surprise is greater, Obito. As Gensou disappeared into the rain, a downpour began over the ruins of Mount Myaboku. The rain washed away the lingering smoke and ash, and as it continued, water began to pool in the massive craters. If the rain persisted for several more days, a great lake might form where Mount Myaboku once stood. Returning to the ruins, Shima and Fukasaku towed along the surviving toads. They grimly surveyed the devastation, their faces heavy with sorrow. The great elder is gone, and so is Naruto, Shima lamented as she examined the remains of their home. Fukasaku sighed deeply, preparing to offer words of comfort. But at that moment, Gamatora, the scroll-bearing toad, stepped forward with a solemn expression. With the great elder gone, it's time for me to fulfill my task. Gamatora spat out a scroll and handed it to Fukasaku. This is the elder's final message for you. The elder. Fukasaku unrolled the scroll. As expected, it was written in the great toad sage's own hand. The message outlined instructions for after the sage's death, including the location of a new home for the toads. It also appointed Fukasaku as the new leader of the toads and emphasized one crucial point. The new Mount Myaboku was to remain neutral and uninvolved in human or ninja affairs. This, the sage wrote, was the most important lesson learned at the cost of its life. I understand, elder. Fukasaku nodded solemnly. After carefully storing the scroll, he led the remaining toads toward their new home, vowing never to meddle in the outside world again. The toads would no longer need to sacrifice themselves. Gamatora, however, did not join them. I still have another task to complete, it explained. I must deliver the elder's final message to Konoha. With that, Gamatora quickly departed. Chapter 267, Chapter 268. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive compared to its usual bustle. Tsunade paced restlessly behind her desk. Jiraiya, recently returned to the village, stood by the window, his face uncharacteristically tense as he gazed outside. Also present was Shikaku, the head of the Jonin platoon. He stood silently in place, but his furrowed brows betrayed his deep contemplation. Since receiving the intelligence from Mount Myaboku regarding Gensou's attack, the three had remained in this uneasy state. The sound of heavy footsteps suddenly broke the silence. Unable to bear it any longer, Tsunade stopped and turned to Jiraiya, her voice sharp with impatience. Jiraiya, what's going on? Can we contact Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya shook his head. Still no luck. Mount Myaboku has intentionally blocked the summoning contract. The summoning jutsu isn't working. Tsunade's brow furrowed even further. What are those toads thinking? Jiraiya didn't understand either. When he first heard about Gensou's attack on Mount Myaboku, he had hoped to be reverse summoned to provide assistance. However, after receiving the initial report of Gensou's assault, all communication from Mount Myaboku had ceased. Even his attempts to summon the toads were met with failure. This was unprecedented in all his years as a summoner. He couldn't help but feel a growing unease. More than that, he was deeply worried about Naruto, who was still there. Ahem, Shikaku cleared his throat, breaking the tension. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, there's no need to worry. Mount Myaboku is one of the three Great Sage regions, home to numerous powerful individuals. With the legendary Great Toad Sage present, Gensou shouldn't be able to gain the upper hand easily. The Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya thought back to his past encounters with the ancient sage. While he knew the Great Toad Sage was incredibly powerful, its occasional bouts of confusion gave him pause. At a time like this, the sage couldn't afford to be muddle-headed. Ordinarily, Jiraiya and Tsunade wouldn't worry so much, even if a powerful individual or organization attacked Mount Myaboku. But this time was different. The enemy was Gensou. Having personally experienced Gensou's strength, both of them were deeply uneasy, even knowing Mount Myaboku's formidable defenses. Tsunade had even considered dispatching Konoha forces to assist, but the distance between the village and Mount Myaboku was too great. By the time reinforcements arrived, it would likely be too late. Thus, they could do nothing but anxiously await the outcome in the office. Lady Tsunade. Shizen burst into the room, her expression urgent. What is it? Tsunade turned abruptly, her tone sharp. Shizen, panting from running, quickly explained. Sunagakure has been attacked by the Akatsuki. Fifth Kazekage Gaara has been captured. They're requesting immediate assistance from Konoha. The fifth Kazekage was captured by the Akatsuki. Tsunade's face filled with shock. Jiraiya also turned, his expression serious, temporarily setting aside his worries about Mount Myaboku. Having investigated the Akatsuki for years, he knew the group well. Previously, his search had led him to Omega-kure, but he had found little and returned empty-handed. Now, hearing that the Akatsuki had finally begun their operations, and had targeted none other than one of the Five Kage, sent a chill down his spine. Coupled with Gensou's recent actions, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of an impending storm. How many members of the Akatsuki were involved? They managed to defeat the fifth Kazekage and the Sunagakure shinobi. Tsunade pressed. 2, Shizen replied. The office fell into an eerie silence. Sensing the tension, Shizen continued her report. One of the attackers was identified as Daidara, a missing nin from Iwagakure and a former student of the Third Hokage. The other remains unidentified but is known to specialize in flight and the use of summoning tools. The increased collaboration between the five great nations, spurred by the growing threat of Gensou, had enabled Sunagekure to quickly identify Deidara's identity. I understand, Tsunade said, rubbing her temples. Though many thoughts swirled in her mind, Sunagekure was still an ally. Straightening herself, she issued an order. Summon Team 3 and Team 7 under Yamato's command to the Hokage's office immediately. Yes, ma'am. Shizun hurried off to relay the orders. Watching her leave, Tsunade shook her head in frustration. The Kazekage, and the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. This is such a troublesome time. Something doesn't add up, Shikaku suddenly spoke. The timing of Gensou's actions and the Akatsuki's is too coincidental. Agreed, Jiraiya nodded. And their targets are both tailed beasts. Gensou never seemed interested in the tailed beasts before. Unless he plans to use the tailed beasts for something, just like the Akatsuki, Shikaku added. Piecing it together, Shikaku's expression grew grim as he continued. At Mount Katsuragi, Gensou reportedly fought members of the Akatsuki and won. Near the lake where the Three Tails was hidden, Gensou's subordinate, a former Jomi village shinobi named Hanari, was spotted but retreated. The Three Tails was then captured by Deidara and Kisame of the Akatsuki. And now, Gensou and the Akatsuki are simultaneously capturing tailed beasts. This all suggests. Shikaku's hand trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and concluded. That the relationship between Gensou and the Akatsuki isn't one of opposition, competition, or neutrality. It's highly likely that Gensou has aligned himself with the Akatsuki. Or worse, he added, Gensou has already taken control of the Akatsuki, using its members to do his bidding. All of these tailed beast captures are part of Gensou's plan. A heavy silence filled the room. Tsunade and Jiraiya's pupils shrank in shock. Gensou alone was already an overwhelming threat. If he now had the Akatsuki, individuals whose strength rivaled the Five Kage, at his command, it was almost too much to bear. Jiraiya's voice was hoarse as he muttered. If that's the case, then what does Gensou intend to do with the tailed beasts? Even with all 9 united, they're no match for him. Shikaku shook his head, unable to answer with the limited information available. The room fell silent once more. Moments later, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Yamato, Sakura, Sai, Guy, Lee, Tenten, and Niji entered the office, fully prepared for their mission. Lady Hokage, they greeted in unison. Before Tsunade could brief them, a communication officer arrived with a scroll, handing it to her. Hokage-sama, urgent report from Kimogakure. A sinking feeling overcame Tsunade as she opened the scroll. Her worst fears were confirmed. The 8 Tails and 2 Tails Jinchurikis had gone missing. The report stated that Akatsuki members and Uchiha Sasuke were involved. Tsunade's head snapped up, locking eyes with Shikaku. Their darkest speculations had come true. And then. I've re-established contact with Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with relief. Chapter 268, Chapter 269. We've re-established contact with Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, a rare glimmer of relief on his face. Before Tsunade could share the latest report from Kimogakure, Jiraiya eagerly performed the summoning technique. Boom. A puff of white smoke appeared, and out came Gamatora, its elongated body covered in blue-green patterns, its lower half a scroll. Gamatora, it's you. What's happening at Mount Myaboku? How are things there? Jiraiya immediately greeted the toad, his voice filled with urgency. Jiraiya. Gamatora raised its head, scanning the room at the Hokage's office, its gaze settling on Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the assembled Konoha shinobi. It shook its head slowly, its tone heavy as it delivered the devastating news. Mount Myaboku is gone. What do you mean, Mount Myaboku is gone? At first, Jiraiya couldn't grasp the meaning of those words. After all, Mount Myaboku was massive, it wasn't something that could simply vanish. But then. Seeing the unfeigned sorrow etched across Gamatora's face, Jiraiya froze. Mount Myaboku, gone. Realization began to dawn, and with it came dread. Tsunade, holding the latest intelligence report in her hands, reacted even faster than Jiraiya. Her pupils shrank as a single, horrifying thought consumed her mind. Her fists clenched tightly as she uttered one name. Naruto. The fleeting relief on Jiraiya's face vanished. A terrifying possibility struck him, one he couldn't believe, one he didn't want to believe. His voice trembled as he asked again. Gamatora, what exactly happened? What do you mean, Mount Myaboku is gone? Gamatora took a deep breath before replying in a solemn tone. Gensou utterly destroyed Mount Myaboku. Many of the toads are dead. Kosuke, Idate, Tada, even Elder Iwasuku, and the great toad sage, are gone. What? Even though Jiraiya had braced himself for bad news, the reality hit him like a thunderbolt. Haha. This must be a joke, right? There's no way Gensou could destroy Mount Myaboku. Idate, Tada, and Iwasaku, the elder toad was so strong, so wise. And the great toad sage, it lived for over 1,000 years. How could Gensou possibly kill them? This can't be true. Jiraiya's voice cracked as he forced a laugh, trying desperately to reject the truth. Mount Myaboku was like a second home to him, a place that had nurtured and guided him. The toads were more than allies, they were family. And the great toad sage, its prophecies had been the compass guiding his life's journey. If even the great toad sage had been slain, what did that mean for its prophecies? For his life's work? This isn't real. Maybe Gamatora is under a genjutsu. Jiraiya clung to his denial, his mind reeling. But Tsunade would have none of it. Striding forward, she grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and flung him aside. Her voice was sharp and unwavering as she demanded. What about Naruto? Gamatora hesitated before answering. Naruto is dead too. Crack. The floor beneath Tsunade fractured, spiderweb cracks radiating outward as her immense strength unconsciously poured out. For a moment, her mind was blank except for one phrase repeating over and over. Naruto is dead. Naruto is dead. Naruto is dead. The boy who had dreamed of becoming Hokage was gone. Just like Dan. Just like Nawaki. Everyone she cared about was gone. Meanwhile, Team 7 and the others, who had just arrived and been silently observing, began to realize something was very wrong. Among them, Sakura's face paled, her voice trembling as she stammered. Wait. Lady Tsunade. Gamatora-san, what are you saying? She didn't dare speak the words she feared, her heart rejecting the very idea. Naruto, dead. It couldn't be true. Sakura's mind screamed for an explanation, for some kind of misunderstanding. Gamatora was about to elaborate when the entire Hokage's office began to tremble. Tsunade's uncontrolled chakra surged outward, threatening to collapse the building. A steady hand pressed down on her shoulder, grounding her. Tsunade, calm down, Jiraiya said quietly. Jiraiya himself was overwhelmed by a cold numbness. The news of Naruto's death chilled him to the core, forcing him into an eerie state of clarity. Suppressing his own anguish, he steadied Tsunade and gestured for Sakura and the others to calm down. Then, turning back to Gamatora, his bloodshot eyes revealed the depth of his emotions as he said. Gamatora, tell us everything. What happened? Gamatora nodded, recounting what it knew of the events at Mount Myaboku. While it hadn't witnessed the entire battle, it explained the beginning and the aftermath clearly. Finally, Gamatora produced a familiar necklace from its mouth. It was Naruto's, the first Hokage's necklace. The necklace had been dislodged when Naruto's chest was pierced, and the toads had retrieved it later. Tsunade reached out with trembling hands, taking the necklace. This was the third time. Crack. With a forceful squeeze, Tsunade shattered the priceless necklace. The sight, coupled with Gamatora's story, left no room for doubt. Naruto was truly gone. No, this isn't possible. Naruto. Sakura collapsed, her knees giving out as she fell to the ground. Yamato caught her just in time, his expression grim. This is grief. Sai murmured, clutching his chest as unfamiliar emotion surged within him. Tears streamed freely from Guy and Lee's eyes, while Tenten and Niji remained stoically silent. Naruto. Niji sighed inwardly, recalling their battle during the Chunin Exams. Unknowingly, Naruto had become an integral part of so many lives. Gamatora, familiar with grief, finally produced another scroll, handing it to Jiraiya. This was entrusted to me by the great toad sage before its death. It's meant for you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya accepted the scroll, his hands trembling slightly. He opened it and read. Jiraiya, by the time you read this, I will already be gone. Naruto, too, has perished. I'm sorry, but his death was a necessary sacrifice to delay Gensou's fusion with the Ten Tails. Jiraiya's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 269, Chapter 270. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Though Gamatora hadn't specified who killed Naruto, Jiraiya and everyone else in the room had instinctively assumed it was Gensou. But after reading the scroll, he realized it was the great toad sage who had killed Naruto. Jiraiya was shocked, unable to comprehend the revelation. As he continued reading the scroll, his emotions surged through a whirlwind of disbelief, anger, and despair. The scroll outlined an apocalyptic vision, Gensou's plan to collect the nine-tailed beasts and recreate the legendary Ten Tails. A catastrophe that would engulf the ninja world. Worse still, the progenitor of chakra, the ancestor who once sought to enslave humanity entirely, would return as a result. The great toad sage had foreseen all this and had acted decisively to prevent it. Jiraiya fell silent, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. The Ten Tails. The sheer weight of the name pressed down on Jiraiya's mind. The great toad sage's visions had always been vague, cryptic even, but this was precise and horrifying in its clarity. It explained everything: why the great toad sage had killed Naruto, why it had sacrificed itself, and why it had left such a grim warning behind. The Ten Tails. Forcing himself to suppress his grief over Naruto and the fallen toads, Jiraiya handed the scroll to Tsunade. Tsunade hesitated, her sour mood making her reluctant to read it. But Jiraiya's unwavering gaze left her no choice. She snatched the scroll and unrolled it. Moments later, her expression twisted with fury. That damned great toad sage. That damned Gensou. Unlike Jiraiya, Tsunade, already aware of the simultaneous capture of the One Tails, Two Tails, and Eight Tails Jinchurikis, found the contents of the scroll entirely credible. Of course, she couldn't forgive the great toad sage for killing Naruto. Tsunade, you're the fifth Hokage now. Fulfill your responsibility, Jiraiya said, his voice firm despite the grief threatening to consume him. A calamity that could engulf the entire ninja world was on the horizon. Now was not the time to grieve, it was the time to act. Naruto. Jiraiya buried his sorrow deep within himself, his face settling into the resolute determination of the legendary Sannin. He stared at Tsunade, awaiting her decision. I understand. Tsunade clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Naruto was only the beginning. If Gensou's plans weren't stopped, more tragedies would follow. Turning to Yamato and Guy, she issued a command. Take your teams back and rest. Your mission is cancelled. Prepare yourselves, a major battle is coming. Yes, ma'am. Yamato and Guy, though visibly shaken, saluted and led their teams out. Tsunade then turned back to Jiraiya and Shikaku, her expression grim. I'm convening another Five Kage summit. This time, the daimyo of the 5 nations will also participate. We don't have time to gather in person, so it will be held via video conference. She handed the intelligence report from Kimogakure to Jiraiya and continued. The Jinchurikis of the One Tails, Two Tails, and Eight Tails were all captured on the same day. Adding that to the 7 Tails we know was previously taken, and the likely captures of the 4 Tails, 5 Tails, and 6 Tails, Gensou almost certainly has 8-tailed beasts already. Jiraiya's expression darkened further as he read the report. That leaves only Naruto's 9 tails. He sighed deeply, recalling the great toad sage's actions. Tsunade continued, the 9 tails will take years to revive after its death. But with Gensou's strength and cunning, we can't rule out the possibility that he has a way to bypass that. We can't take that risk. We can't afford to be complacent. According to the great toad sage's prophecy, the 10 tails' power is unimaginable. We must convene the 5 Kage summit immediately, unify the entire ninja world, and defeat Gensou before he completes the 10 tails. Without waiting for a response, Tsunade ordered Shikaku to notify the daimyo and the other great nations to initiate the video conference. Then, with a pointed look at Jiraiya, she added. There's another issue. You and I both know that Naruto only had half of the 9 tails chakra. The other half is with the 4th Hokage. When Minato sealed the 9 tails, he split its chakra into Yin and Yang halves. The Yang half resided in Naruto, while the Yin half was sealed alongside Minato in the belly of the Reaper. Only a handful of people, including Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya, were privy to this secret. You're saying? Jiraiya hesitated. Tsunade's tone was cold and matter-of-fact. If the great toad sage foresaw Gensou completing the 10 tails, then the 4th half of the 9 tails chakra must also fall into his hands eventually. But Minato used the Reaper death seal, Jiraiya argued. Even Edo Tensei can't bring him back. How could Gensou retrieve it? I don't know, Tsunade admitted. But I do know someone who might have a solution. She locked eyes with Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Tsunade, are you saying? Yes, Tsunade interrupted firmly. We need Orochimaru's expertise. If anyone can counter whatever method Gensou plans to use, it's him. She gazed out the window, her voice heavy. Against someone like Gensou, even uniting the 5 nations might not be enough. His power dwarfs even that of the great toad sage. His forces include the Akatsuki, the Uchiha clan, the remnants of the Hagoromo lineage, and possibly all 8 captured tailed beasts. In terms of sheer strength, we are woefully outmatched. So, as much as it pains me, we have no choice but to rely on the power of the past. We need Edo Tensei to summon the strongest shinobi of previous generations. Tsunade's words were resolute. Jiraiya hesitated. The thought of using Edo Tensei, a technique infamous for disturbing the dead, deeply troubled him. But as he opened his mouth to object, the image of Mount Myaboku's destruction flashed through his mind. He closed his mouth, his objection dying on his lips. Tsunade was right. If they couldn't muster enough strength in the present, they would have to summon it from the past. Looks like I'll be having a word with Orochimaru, Jiraiya muttered with a sigh. Tsunade, already heading out, replied. He's in Konoha. He's been here since you went to investigate Omega-kure. She paused, her voice softening. Though, he's not quite the same. Chapter 270, Chapter 271. In the Land of Fire, within the secret underground base beneath Jomi Village, Hagoromo Gensou arrived carrying Naruto's lifeless body. From the entrance, Sasori, in Hiriko's guise, stepped out to greet him. Any unexpected events? Gensou casually asked while walking deeper into the base. Nothing unusual here, Sasori replied flatly, glancing at the lifeless Naruto on Gensou's shoulder. Looks like something went wrong on your end. Gensou gave a brief acknowledgement. Just a minor inconvenience, it won't disrupt the larger plan. As they spoke, the two passed through numerous ceiling formations, finally reaching the deepest part of the underground base. The hollowed-out mountain cavern housed the massive Geto statue, chains coiling around its enormous frame. 5 of its eyes were already open. Before either of them could act, a sound echoed through the cavern. Step. 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 The mechanical rhythm of footsteps reverberated through the silence, catching Sasori's attention. Sasori muttered, surprised there was someone else present. He glanced at Gensou, but seeing no hint of surprise on the latter's face, he refrained from commenting further. At that moment, Gensou borrowed a storage scroll from Sasori and sealed Naruto's body within it. During his battle with the Great Toad Sage earlier, his original scroll had been shattered when the sage struck him mid-ceiling. As a result, he had been forced to carry Naruto's body all the way back by hand. Why was he taking the effort to seal Naruto now? Gensou turned his gaze toward the approaching figure. Though his reputation was already tarnished in the shinobi world, there were some unnecessary actions even he preferred to avoid, such as allowing a father and son to meet under such circumstances. Step. The footsteps stopped, and the figure emerged from the shadows. Golden blonde hair, striking blue eyes, and a far more refined appearance than Naruto's. He was clad in the unmistakable Hokage ceremonial robe. It was none other than the 4th Hokage, Minato. Sasori's initial reaction was one of astonishment. However, noticing the familiar cracks on Minato's face, understanding dawned in his eyes. Edo Tensei, he murmured. Sasori, who had once been disgusted by Orochimaru's use of the technique, wasn't unfamiliar with its workings. What surprised him was that Gensou, his new leader, had mastered this forbidden jutsu. Gensou approached Minato. He had sealed Naruto's body not only out of respect but also to prevent Minato's strong emotions from potentially disrupting the Edo Tensei. His mastery of the technique was still inferior to Orochimaru's. Even the latter had experienced cases where souls with strong wills broke free of the jutsu's control and returned to the afterlife. To avoid any unexpected complications at such a critical time, Gensou had taken every precaution. After inspecting Minato to ensure he remained unconscious, Gensou felt reassured. What he didn't know was that Tsunade and Jiraiya were already preparing countermeasures for Minato's reanimation, while Orochimaru seemed to have run into some troubles of his own. Before setting out, Gensou had reanimated Minato and stationed him near the Geto statue. This served 2 purposes, extracting the een half of the 9 tails sealed within Minato after capturing the tailed beasts, and ensuring an extra layer of security for the statue. In the event of an emergency, Minato could use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Gensou back. For Gensou, the Geto statue was non-negotiable, its safety was paramount. As for acquiring Minato's DNA for the Edo Tensei, Gensou owed thanks to Orochimaru. Among the various DNA samples left behind in Orochimaru's lab, there had been one for Minato. During the Chunin Exams, the other coffin marked 4 that Orochimaru had attempted to summon was indeed meant for Minato. Orochimaru's failure to summon Minato back then stemmed not from Hiruzen Sarutobi's efforts but from the nature of the Reaper Death Seal, which prevented reanimation of its victims. Recalling this, Gensou pressed his palm against Minato's abdomen, confirming that the een half of the 9 tails was still present, bound to Minato's soul even after liberation from the Reaper's grasp. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand and turned to Sasori. Begin the extraction. With that, Gensou disappeared, reappearing atop the Geto statue's right thumb. Not waiting for the others? Sasori asked, moving to his usual spot. They can join in later, Gensou replied. Not wanting to waste time, he initiated the extraction of the Nine Tails chakra from Minato. With Gensou and Sasori forming seals, the Geto statue opened its mouth wide. Minato's body floated upward, his lack of resistance allowing the extraction process to proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade led a puzzled Jiraiya into a heavily guarded room. Unlike the rest of the office, the room's decor was surprisingly extravagant, clashing with the building's utilitarian style. Inside was a single occupant, a young man clad in fine garments. As Jiraiya observed him, the young man turned, his refined demeanor exuding an air of importance. Who is this? Jiraiya asked, struck by a sense of familiarity. Tsunade clarified, the daimyo's son. He is also the future daimyo. Understanding dawned on Jiraiya. No wonder he looks familiar. Over the years, Jiraiya had attended various celebrations in the Land of Fire as a representative of Konoha, occasionally crossing paths with the daimyo's family. However, it had been a long time since he'd seen the daimyo's son, who had clearly grown up since then. The young man greeted them with impeccable courtesy, and Jiraiya responded in kind. However, confusion lingered as he quietly asked Tsunade, "Why bring me here? Weren't we going to deal with Orochimaru?" Tsunade gestured toward the young man's neck. "Look closely." Jiraiya followed her instruction, and his eyes widened upon spotting 3 black tomo intertwined in a sinister pattern on the young man's neck. His expression darkened. That's Orochimaru's cursed seal. Chapter 271, Chapter 272. At that moment, Jiraiya felt both shocked and incredulous. Orochimaru had planted a cursed seal on the daimyo's son. This was unthinkable for most shinobi, who wouldn't dare act against the daimyo, let alone commit such an act of rebellion. Orochimaru is far too bold. Jiraiya finally managed to utter after a long pause. "He truly is," Tsunade agreed with a nod. It was one thing for Orochimaru to place his cursed seal on other shinobi, but to mark the future daimyo of the Land of Fire. That was a level of audacity Konoha couldn't ignore. Cursed seals, being Orochimaru's unique technique, couldn't be fully removed even by Konoha. The best they could do, as seen with Anko or Sasuke, was temporarily suppress them using a sealing jutsu. Even with the seal suppressed, there remained risks of it going berserk or causing irreparable harm to the body. If the seal had been placed on an ordinary individual, Konoha could simply contain or imprison them. However, the person in question was the son of the daimyo, a figure of great prestige. Imprisonment was not an option. Even if the seal was suppressed with a temporary seal, the physical and psychological toll it took was not something a pampered noble could endure. Worse, as a non-shinobi, prolonged exposure to the seal's corrosive effects would likely result in cellular breakdown, leaving the victim a lifeless heap. The daimyo, as Konoha's official superior and controller of its finances, had made repeated demands for Konoha to resolve the issue. His requests had been firm but reasonable, insisting on a solution that left his son unharmed. The fact that the daimyo had not retaliated by cutting Konoha's funding, despite the offender being an S-rank rogue ninja and former pupil of the Third Hokage, showed considerable restraint. What now? Has the village found a way to resolve the cursed seal? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade shook her head. If we had, Anko wouldn't still be carrying hers to this day. She trailed off. A thought dawning on her. Anko's cursed seal had recently been removed, by none other than Hagoromo Gensou. Tsunade lowered her gaze, then continued. There is one possible solution, but it wasn't discovered by Konoha, it was revealed by Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru revealed it himself. Jiraiya's confusion was evident. Tsunade glanced at the daimyo's son. Taking a deep breath, the young man, still visibly shaken, recounted Orochimaru's chilling instructions. Orochimaru said that when the cursed seal on my neck starts burning, I should come to Konoha. If I don't, he'll trigger the seal and kill me. He also said there's only one way to remove the seal, and he left specific instructions. The young man's voice trembled as he relayed Orochimaru's directions in detail. Though the son didn't fully understand, Tsunade and Jiraiya grasped the implications immediately. Orochimaru embedded a fragment of his soul into this child's cursed seal. Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. He turned to Tsunade. He wants us to release that fragment. Why? What's his aim? Isn't this unnecessary? Perhaps Orochimaru's main body is already dead, Tsunade revealed, sharing Konoha's intelligence division's findings. Hagoromo Gensou had passed through Konoha and taken the time to remove Anko's cursed seal, likely for the purpose of dealing with Orochimaru. Given Gensou's defeat of even the great Toad Sage, it was unlikely Orochimaru had escaped his grasp. If the daimyo's son is to survive, Orochimaru's method is the only option, Tsunade declared firmly. She continued, with the 5 great nations and shinobi villages uniting against Gensou, we can't afford a rift between Konoha and the Land of Fire. Moreover, to counter Gensou, we need Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Considering the enmity between Gensou and Orochimaru, reviving him might be a strategic advantage. Jiraiya sighed, understanding the gravity of the situation. I have no objections. Even without Tsunade's reasoning, the daimyo's son's special status left Konoha with no choice but to act. Orochimaru had chosen his victim with meticulous precision. Then let's proceed, Tsunade said decisively. Jiraiya, you'll handle the removal of the cursed seal and the revival of Orochimaru. I'll leave for the Five Kage summit now. Jiraiya nodded. Leave it to me. Step. 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 The sharp sound of Tsunade's heels echoed as she left swiftly. Turning to the anxious young man, Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. We'll resolve this soon. Finally, his gaze fell upon the cursed seal on the boy's neck. His expression darkened. Orochimaru. When Tsunade entered the communications room for the virtual summit, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was already on one of the 9 screens. Spotting Tsunade, he urgently inquired, "Tsunade, how is Kohito's condition?" Kohito, the daimyo's son, was the one affected by the curse seal. Tsunade reassured him, "Rest assured, he's undergoing treatment now. He will be healed and safe soon." "That's good. That's good." The daimyo exhaled deeply, covering his relief with a fan. From another screen, Inoki's voice interjected. "Hokage, this summit wasn't called to discuss your internal affairs, was it?" Tsunade turned to see that the daimyo and kage of the other 4 nations had all arrived. Inoki appeared particularly displeased. Like Konoha, Iwagakure had received troubling intelligence from Kimo and Suna. The 1 tail, 2 tails, and 8 tails had all been captured on the same day. Adding to Inoki's unease was the extended absence of Rashi, the 4 tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the 5 tails Jinchuriki. The implications were grim. A storm is coming. A veteran of the Warring States era, Inoki sensed an unprecedented crisis looming. His suspicions were confirmed when Tsunade laid out the reasons for the summit: the destruction of Mount Myaboku, Gensou's plan to collect all the tailed beasts, and the impending creation of the 10 tails. The weight of the revelations left every participant in stunned silence. Chapter 272, Chapter 273. Hokage. Is what you're saying true? Inoki, unable to remain focused on the absence of the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki, leaned forward in his chair, eyes locked on the screen displaying Tsunade. "This is the final message of the Great Toad Sage," Tsunade replied gravely. "I wish it weren't true, but the intelligence we've gathered points to the worst possible scenario." The Great Toad Sage's last words. Inoki's expression darkened as he slowly sat back. Younger shinobi might not have a clear sense of the Great Toad Sage's power, but someone like Inoki, who had lived for decades, understood the immense strength of Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 Great Sage regions. The Great Toad Sage, rumored to have lived for over a millennium, had witnessed the development of the shinobi world from its inception. With his ability to foresee the future, he was often compared to a living version of the Sage of 6 Paths himself. If such an existence had left behind a dire warning, Inoki couldn't dismiss it. Yet, the thought of Hagoromo Gensou defeating the Great Toad Sage. Even knowing Gensou's legendary strength from the Warring States era, Inoki still found it unbelievable. A's sharp voice broke through Inoki's thoughts. The 1 tail, 2 tails, and 8 tails were all captured on the same day. Members of Akatsuki were present, as was Sasuke, one of Gensou's subordinates. Gensou himself failed to capture the 9 tails directly. There's no need for further analysis, Hagoromo Gensou is behind all of this. Elder Chiyo, temporarily representing the Sand Village after the capture of the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, lowered her eyes in despair. Gaara. If Akatsuki alone were the enemy, there might still have been a chance to rescue Gaara. But with Gensou controlling Akatsuki, the situation was hopeless. Chiyo understood there was no possibility that Gaara had survived. This realization was also why Tsunade had not sent additional reinforcements for Team 3 and Team 7. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, still processing the shocking revelations, asked, "What exactly is the 10 tails? And who is this so-called progenitor of chakra? The Sage of 6 Paths?" Everyone present, except Tsunade, who had received the Great Toad Sage's message, was unfamiliar with the 10 tails or the origin of chakra. Tsunade explained, "According to the Great Toad Sage, the 10 tails is the true form of the 9-tailed beasts combined, a being capable of destroying the planet. As for the progenitor of chakra, the Great Toad Sage only said this: the day it descends upon the shinobi world will be the day of its destruction." Mei's expression turned grim, and the others mirrored her unease. Hagoromo Gensou, Akatsuki, the Uchiha, the 10 tails, the progenitor of chakra. The sheer number of terrifying enemies made their heads spin. Could they even win? Tsunade, observing their reactions, decisively proposed the use of Edo Tensei. As expected, her proposal was met with immediate resistance. "Disturbing the rest of our ancestors and forcing the dead to fight for us is a disgrace to all shinobi." A slammed his fist on his desk, his tone firm and unyielding. "Such an evil jutsu should never have existed in the first place," Mei added with a frown. "What if Orochimaru betrays us after we enlist his help?" Inoki raised a valid concern, showing his distrust of Orochimaru. While Inoki had lived long enough to accept the resurrection of past shinobi as a strategic necessity, trusting someone as cunning and treacherous as Orochimaru was another matter entirely. Chiyo, on the other hand, found Tsunade's proposal appealing. With the 5th Kazekage captured under the eyes of their village, the Sand's reputation and strength had plummeted. They couldn't afford more instability. Using the reanimated dead to take on some of the burden was an attractive option for the Sand. As for public backlash, Chiyo didn't care. She wasn't the Kazekage, merely an old woman close to death. What did pride matter at her age? Thus, Chiyo sided with Tsunade. Despite the others' refusals, Tsunade didn't relent. She believed that when the unprecedented and near-hopeless crisis fully unfolded, they would have no choice but to accept Edo Tensei. Shinobi weren't bound by the same strict rules and morality as samurai. A heated debate between the Kage and Chiyo ensued, while the daimyo of the five great nations remained indifferent observers. For the daimyo, whether it was the living or the dead fighting didn't matter, as long as the enemy was defeated. Their sole role was to provide funding and support. While the Five Kage summit debated Edo Tensei, Konoha had already begun Orochimaru's revival. In a heavily fortified chamber lined with sealing scripts, the daimyo's son, Kohito, stood in the center. Surrounding him were several squads of silent ANBU. Though Orochimaru had instructed Kohito to come to Konoha's headquarters for the ritual, and his cooperation hinted at his intentions, Konoha remained cautious. After all, it was Orochimaru, a figure infamous for his cunning and deceit. Soon, Jiraiya arrived, dragging a condemned criminal to serve as Orochimaru's vessel. With everything prepared, Jiraiya rapidly formed hand seals according to the method Orochimaru had relayed through Kohito. As Jiraiya pressed his right hand against the cursed seal on Kohito's neck, the black mark began to glow red, emitting intense heat. The previously compact tomo of the seal scattered, and Jiraiya pulled his hand back. Under the astonished and wary gazes of the ANBU, a white-scaled snake slowly emerged from the seal, inch by inch. Once the snake fully separated from Kohito, it raised its head, its cold golden eyes briefly meeting Jiraiya's. It then surveyed the room, its gaze passing over the ANBU before settling on Kohito. A glint of understanding flashed in the snake's eyes. Without hesitation, it slithered toward the condemned criminal and forced itself into the man's mouth. Moments later, the criminal stood up, his body, appearance, and even clothing undergoing drastic changes. Within seconds, the transformation was complete. The man now wore a shimenawa around his waist, blue magatama earrings, and had jet black hair and unnaturally pale skin. The golden eyes of Orochimaru looked directly at Jiraiya, his long tongue flicking across his lips as he spoke in his signature raspy voice. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Chapter 273, Chapter 274. In the vast hollowed-out cavern of the mountain, a colossal figure sat motionless, emitting an eerie orange glow that faintly illuminated the surrounding darkness. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. That silence was broken by the sound of two sets of unrestrained footsteps echoing through the space. Hagoromo Gensou opened his eyes, watching as Deidara and Saimai strode in confidently, carrying the unconscious One-Tail's Jinchuriki, Gaara. Oh. You've already started. Deidara glanced up at the ghetto statue, surprised to see that the extraction process was underway. He had assumed his team would be the first to return, only to discover someone else had beaten him to it, and not just anyone. Oh. It's the boss, he said with relief. Place the One-Tails at the back of the line, Gensou instructed without looking directly at them. Let's finish this first. No problem. Deidara cheerfully tossed Gaara onto the ground before teleporting to his usual perch on one of the ghetto statue's fingers. With a quick set of hand seals, he began contributing his chakra to speed up the tailed beast extraction. Saimai, who was new to the process, observed the arrangement of the ghetto statue's fingers before settling on an unoccupied spot. As he approached the massive, menacing statue, awe flickered across his face. With his chakra-absorbing abilities, Saimai could sense the immense, almost infinite chakra contained within the ghetto statue. Even if it allowed him to absorb freely, he doubted he could handle the overload, his own body would likely explode. No wonder this belongs to such a powerful figure, Saimai muttered, glancing at Gensou with reverence before starting his work. A short time later, Kakuzu and Haiden arrived, empty-handed but ready to join the effort. They wordlessly took their designated positions and skillfully contributed their chakra to the extraction. When Sasuke and Kisame finally returned, they found that the extraction of the Ine Ninetails chakra from Minato was nearly complete. As the last trace of the Ine Ninetails chakra left Minato's body and flowed into the ghetto statue, a flicker of consciousness returned to his eyes. Where am I? Minato blinked, his once vacant gaze now filled with confusion. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, taking in the vast cavern and the massive, oppressive ghetto statue before him. The sheer scale of the statue left him stunned, it was beyond anything he had ever encountered. What is this? A voice suddenly broke his thoughts. Looks like there's a little surprise waiting for us. Minato spun around to see a tall, shark-like man with a sinister grin approaching him. A rogue from the hidden mist. Minato's sharp eyes caught the scratched mist village symbol on Kisame's headband. He quickly noted Kisame's unconscious hostage, a cloud shinobi, and another figure nearby wearing the Uchiha clan's emblem. An Uchiha, with a rogue ninja. Though Minato recognized the Uchiha features in Sasuke, he couldn't understand why someone from Konoha's most prominent clan would be aligned with traitors. Have I been reanimated with Edo Tensei? Minato muttered, recognizing his current state. His expression grew grim as he realized the Ninetails he had sealed was no longer within him. What is going on here? He glanced up at the others stationed on the ghetto statue's fingers, rogue shinobi from various villages. This must be their stronghold. But who reanimated me? Minato turned toward the last person he hadn't scrutinized yet. His eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. Hagoromo Gensou. Gensou opened his Rinnegan, meeting Minato's intense gaze. I didn't expect you to regain consciousness. Minato's eyes fell on Gensou's unsettling purple, whirlpool-patterned eyes, a feature he hadn't seen before. You reanimated me to extract the 9 tails from my body, didn't you? Minato said, piecing together the situation. Though he couldn't discern Gensou's full plan, the presence of a figure so feared and powerful, now collaborating with Rogue Ninja, set him on edge. I need to warn Konoha about this immediately. Without waiting for a response, Minato vanished in a flash, attempting to escape the cavern. Humph. Not bad, Minato, Gensou commented, showing no urgency as Minato fled. But Gensou's calm demeanor didn't extend to the others. In an instant, Deidara's clay bombs, Sasori's puppets, Kakuzu's jutsu, and Saimai's steel cannon all launched toward Minato. Whoosh! Minato's movements were ghostly, his flying thunder god technique allowing him to evade every attack with ease. As he neared Kisame and Sasuke, Minato deftly dodged, aiming to escape past them. Sasuke, his Sharingan activated, intercepted Minato with a swift draw of his blade. Their weapons clashed, and Minato glanced at Sasuke in confusion. You're an Uchiha from Konoha. Why are you aiding Gensou? Your information is outdated, Sasuke replied coldly, slashing again. Minato retreated, hurling several kunai as he moved. Sasuke was about to deflect the kunai when Minato suddenly appeared next to one of them, seizing it midair and driving it toward Sasuke. Sasuke turned to counter, but Minato vanished again, reappearing by another kunai further away. Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke muttered, narrowing his eyes as he tracked Minato's movements. Minato continued his escape, nearing the cavern's exit, until a torrent of water surged forth, flooding the passage. From the water, Kisame emerged, his grin as sharp as ever. This road is closed, he said, his golden eyes locking onto Minato. Chapter 274, Chapter 275. The cavern was lively with action. Under the effects of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato darted around unpredictably, attempting to distract the Akatsuki members and create an opening to escape their encirclement. However, he overlooked one critical fact: the enemies he faced were unlike any he had encountered before. Everyone present had power rivaling, or even surpassing, the Five Kage. His tactics, while ingenious, were losing their effectiveness as time passed, leaving him in an increasingly precarious situation. Hagoromo Gensou glanced briefly at the scene before turning his attention back to the ghetto statue. His version of Edo Tensei was incomplete. Now that Minato had regained his consciousness, Gensou could no longer fully control him. Even so, with the sheer strength of his allies, Minato's fate was sealed. Disregarding the skirmish, Gensou formed a series of hand seals. The ghetto statue's mouth opened wide, and Gaara's body slowly floated upward as the massive chakra of the one tail began to leak out. The tailed beast extraction proceeded methodically, without haste. 15 minutes later, Minato, despite his relentless efforts, finally succumbed to exhaustion. In a decisive move, Sasori's puppet captured him. The puppet's abdomen opened, revealing a gaping maw that swallowed Minato whole, trapping him within its metallic confines. Clank! Clank! Sharp steel spikes emerged from within the puppet, piercing Minato's body and sealing his chakra pathways, rendering him unable to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. It's over, Sasori stated indifferently, controlling his puppet with chakra threads. Impressive as always, Sasori. Deidara exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Sasori glanced at Deidara, unsure if it was genuine praise or sarcasm, given their past interactions. Sasuke sheathed his blade, his gaze lingering on the immobilized Minato. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Naruto's father. Naruto's heritage wasn't a secret among Konoha's higher-ups, nor was it to Gensou. Sasuke, too, had learned about Naruto's lineage long before Naruto himself. It was this knowledge that deepened Sasuke's resentment toward Konoha. The son of the fourth Hokage, a hero who saved the village, had been treated with hatred and abuse, seen by the villagers as nothing more than the Nine Tails itself. What is there to cherish about such a village? Sasuke glanced up at Gensou, who remained on the ghetto statue's fingers with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the events around him. Sasuke hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts now. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from Sasori's puppet. Everyone turned to see Minato's soul separating from his reanimated body, ascending toward the afterlife. As his soul departed, Minato looked toward the ghetto statue, which was still extracting the One Tail's chakra. Finally, he cast a glance at Gensou. The shinobi world is in grave danger, Minato murmured, his voice filled with concern before vanishing back into the afterlife. Sasori withdrew his puppet, revealing that Minato's reanimated body had transformed into a lifeless corpse. It's over already. Just like that. Haiden complained, visibly dissatisfied. What do you expect? Kill him again. Kakuzu retorted before flashing back to his position on the ghetto statue, resuming the extraction process. The others stretched briefly before returning to their designated spots. Sasuke glanced at Gensou one last time but decided to postpone his questions, joining the others instead. The extraction continued seamlessly. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Jiraiya stood before Orochimaru, who had been resurrected through his contingency plan. The sight of his former comrade stirred complex emotions in Jiraiya. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya finally spoke. It's been a long time, Orochimaru. I never thought we'd meet again in Konoha. Fate is unpredictable. No one can foresee what comes next, Orochimaru replied, casting a glance at the daimyo's son, who was unconscious but otherwise unharmed. With a wry smile, he added, just as I never imagined being killed and forced to use my last resort to return. Jiraiya's expression hardened. So it was Hagoromo Gensou who killed you. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, his golden eyes gleaming. It seems Konoha knows quite a bit. Konoha knows more than you think, Jiraiya said sternly. Orochimaru, the shinobi world needs your power now, that's why we brought you back. If you cooperate. He trailed off, his tone becoming even more serious. Orochimaru, this is your last chance. I hope you understand. Orochimaru's golden eyes reflected Jiraiya's aged face. Smiling faintly, he spread his hands. Of course, of course. Haven't I already returned to Konoha willingly? Orochimaru said, his raspy voice tinged with mockery. Using Edo Tensei to deal with Hagoromo Gensou, isn't that the plan? I'm more than willing to assist. Understanding why Gensou had killed him, Orochimaru knew that unless Gensou was eliminated, he would be killed again and again until he was utterly destroyed. Realizing his own limitations, Orochimaru had come to Konoha seeking an alliance. Jiraiya scrutinized Orochimaru. Let's hope you keep your word. With that, Jiraiya gestured, and the surrounding ANBU lowered their guard. In his current state, resurrected through a fragment of his soul, Orochimaru was significantly weakened. Even without Jiraiya's intervention, the ANBU could easily subdue him. This was why Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Konoha's leadership felt confident about collaborating with him. Seeing the agreement solidified, Orochimaru said, using Edo Tensei to counter Hagoromo Gensou will require numerous rare DNA samples. Most of the ones I had have likely been taken by Gensou. The rest is up to you. Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade will handle the selections. Tsunade. Orochimaru mused, chuckling lightly. The sight of the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth Hokage together, what an interesting scene that will be. To fight Gensou, it was inevitable that they would reanimate the most powerful shinobi, including the Hokage. The thought of Tsunade reuniting with her relatives, the first and second Hokage, brought a twisted sense of amusement to Orochimaru. A dream team, perhaps. Jiraiya hadn't considered this until Orochimaru mentioned it, and the thought struck him deeply. The living and the dead, together once more, turning the impossible into reality. Edo Tensei. Chapter 275, Chapter 276. When the dead return to the world of the living, and the living no longer fear death, the boundary between life and death is shattered, a scenario fraught with unimaginable consequences. Though Edo Tensei was necessary to combat Hagoromo Gensou, Jiraiya couldn't ignore the potential dangers of the forbidden technique. Imagine someone with the power to reanimate their most cherished loved ones. It wouldn't stop there. If one person did it, countless others would follow. The result? The living and the dead coexisting in defiance of natural laws. Jiraiya didn't know what such a world would look like, but his years of experience told him it was a fate best avoided. Especially since every use of Edo Tensei required a living sacrifice. This forbidden technique must never be leaked, Jiraiya muttered, his gaze locking onto Orochimaru. Moments ago, he had been wary of Orochimaru. Now, he felt a measure of relief. Fortunately, it was Orochimaru who held the key to Edo Tensei. With his brilliance and cunning, Orochimaru wouldn't let anyone else obtain the technique unless it benefited him. And given the current crisis, betrayal seemed unlikely, at least not until Hagoromo Gensou was dealt with. Click. 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 The sound of high heels echoed through the corridor, growing louder as Tsunade approached. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had just left the sealed chamber when Tsunade, fresh from the Kage summit, appeared. The moment they crossed paths, Tsunade crossed her arms and fixed the two with a sharp gaze. It seems you've come to an agreement. Long time no see, Tsunade, Orochimaru greeted with a sly smile. My mood is terrible, so drop the fake grin, Orochimaru, Tsunade snapped, her voice like steel. Her piercing glare landed on him. Konoha brought you back, and Konoha can kill you again. Don't do anything you'll regret. You know my temper. When I lose it, I don't care about the big picture, only where my fists land. Orochimaru quickly dropped the pretense, his tone turning serious. Of course. Unlike Jiraiya, Tsunade harbored no camaraderie toward Orochimaru. If she decided to act, she wouldn't hold back. Having been resurrected less than an hour ago, Orochimaru had no desire to provoke the legendary Slug Princess in a foul mood. Jiraiya observed the exchange, then shifted the topic. How did the summit go? Tsunade's expression softened slightly. It settled. At the Five Kage summit, Tsunade had laid out the harsh reality before the other Kage. Even the most obstinate among them, like A, couldn't deny that the combined power of the 5 great shinobi villages was insufficient against Hagoromo Gensou. The debate ended with unanimous agreement. The villages will send the DNA samples of their past champions to Konoha, Tsunade explained before turning back to Orochimaru. We won't force you to hand over Edo Tensei, but can you handle reanimating so many people at once? Orochimaru smirked. As long as I have the DNA samples and sacrifices, it won't be an issue. He paused before adding, however, there's one condition. Speak, Tsunade said. The quality of the sacrifices determines the strength of those reanimated. I do have some suitable organic specimens, but the supply is limited. If you want the resurrected to perform at their peak, I'll need a fully equipped laboratory to clone suitable bodies, and a supply of Hashirama cells to enhance them further. The specimens Orochimaru referred to were white Zetsu. During his time with Akatsuki, he had secretly captured and experimented on several white Zetsu. Even after leaving the organization, he occasionally managed to capture more. Through extensive research, he had developed a method to create clones resembling white Zetsu using additional resources. By infusing these clones with Hashirama cells, Orochimaru could ensure that the resurrected would regain 80 to 90% of their original power. Despite the risks, Orochimaru was surprisingly forthcoming. Resurrecting someone like Hashirama Senju at near full strength would make even Orochimaru, the caster, struggle to control them. Why was he so cooperative? Fear. As long as Hagoromo Gensou lived, Orochimaru would never rest easy. Tsunade didn't hesitate to approve Orochimaru's request. She had already made her stance clear, distrust was not an option now. To the shock of the staff along the way, the 3 legendary Sannin, who had once gone their separate ways, walked together once more toward the Hokage's office. As they entered, Orochimaru glanced around the room and chuckled softly. This place hasn't changed much. Tsunade immediately took her seat behind the desk, issuing commands. Moments later, Shizen arrived with several sealing scrolls in hand. Despite being informed beforehand, she couldn't help but tense up at the sight of Orochimaru. Lady Tsunade, all the materials are prepared, Shizen said, placing the scrolls on the desk before retreating cautiously. Tsunade pushed the scrolls toward Orochimaru. The DNA samples of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage are all here, along with Hashirama cells. Start with them. By testing the technique with the Hokage, Tsunade hoped their experience and wisdom would prove invaluable during the crisis. Orochimaru nodded, accepting the scrolls. Wait, Jiraiya interjected. Doesn't the Reaper Death Seal prevent those taken by it from being reanimated? Jiraiya recalled the Chunin Exams, when the 3rd Hokage used the Reaper Death Seal to take Orochimaru's arms. He realized that those whose souls were claimed by the Death God couldn't be resurrected. In response, Orochimaru flexed his fully restored hands. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He hadn't noticed before, but Orochimaru's hands were completely normal, as if he had never lost them. I see. Jiraiya muttered, realization dawning. Begin, Tsunade commanded. As a medical expert, Tsunade had noticed Orochimaru's hands were fully restored at first glance. If he could retrieve his own arms from the Death God, he could surely retrieve the Hokage's souls as well. Without further explanation, Orochimaru unfurled the scrolls and began the ritual. Chapter 276, Chapter 277. Hiss. Hiss. A white snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve and dropped to the floor, its body rapidly enlarging before it opened its mouth. From its belly emerged 4 figures, covered in a slimy, viscous fluid, white Zetsu bodies prepared for a specific purpose. Orochimaru infused each of the 4 with Hashirama cells and carefully placed the DNA samples of the 4 Hokage. Once everything was ready, he quickly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. The sound of fluttering paper filled the room as gray paper scraps materialized and began wrapping around the white Zetsu bodies. Moments later, the paper and white Zetsu vanished, replaced by 4 figures. The 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, clad in red armor, with black hair and black eyes. The 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, clad in blue armor, with silver hair and red eyes. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in a black combat suit and a ninja hat, his face lined with age. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had already been reanimated once before during the earlier events. The 4 previous Hokage, appearing together. Shizen's jaw dropped as she stared in awe, her voice tinged with disbelief. Though she had expected this moment, seeing it unfold was an entirely different experience. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade were momentarily stunned by the sight of the four Hokage standing before them. Back in the living world again, huh? The calm voice belonged to Tobirama, who opened his eyes first, scanning his surroundings with a hint of curiosity. Not far away, Hashirama, less composed than his brother, quickly spotted Orochimaru. You again. Hashirama's usually cheerful tone carried a note of exasperation. Grandpa. Tsunade's voice broke through the moment. Huh. Hashirama turned, his eyes lighting up as he recognized his granddaughter. Little Tsuna. It's me. Tsunade, uncharacteristically emotional, found her eyes welling up. It wasn't just the joy of reuniting with her beloved grandfather. It was the relief of finally having someone to share the overwhelming burden she had been carrying. Little Tsuna, you've grown so much. Ha ha ha. Hashirama laughed heartily, scratching his head before gesturing to compare Tsunade's height now to her height as a child. While the grandfather and granddaughter caught up, Hashirama roped in the more reserved Tobirama, who eventually joined the conversation. Meanwhile, Hiruzen's gaze settled on Orochimaru, his expression grim. Orochimaru noticed and gave his former teacher a chilling smile before stepping back to observe the scene. Seeing that Orochimaru hadn't restricted their movements, Hiruzen turned his attention to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, we meet again. Sensei. Jiraiya's voice wavered, his eyes moist as he looked at his old teacher. During the Chunin Exams, he hadn't been able to say goodbye to Hiruzen before his passing. Now, the chance to see him again brought a wave of mixed emotions. Hiruzen patted Jiraiya on the shoulder and smiled. I always thought you'd be the fifth Hokage. I never expected it to be Tsunade. Convincing her must have been a challenge. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. It wasn't easy. If not for... His thoughts drifted to Naruto, and his expression darkened. What's wrong? Hiruzen asked, sensing the change in Jiraiya's demeanor. Before Jiraiya could respond, Minato stepped forward, his usual warm smile replaced by a solemn expression. Jiraiya-sensei. Third Hokage. Minato greeted them briefly before his voice faltered, weighed down by the events he had experienced. Minato. Jiraiya clapped Minato on the shoulder, visibly torn between joy and guilt. Jiraiya, what's going on here? Why is Orochimaru in Konoha, and why are you working with him? Hiruzen finally asked, his curiosity and concern getting the better of him. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, who stood apart from the group. It's a long story, but the shinobi world is facing an unprecedented threat. We have no choice but to rely on Orochimaru for now. Is it because of Hagoromo Gensou? Minato asked. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Wait, Minato, you know about Hagoromo Gensou? Hiruzen opened his mouth to explain, but Minato interrupted, recounting everything he had witnessed during his time with the Akatsuki. Minato's detailed account of the Akatsuki members, Uchiha Sasuke, Unconscious Cloud, and Sand Shinobi, the massive ghetto statue extracting the tailed beasts, and the loss of the Nine Tails in chakra, left everyone stunned. Even Hashirama, who had been joyfully chatting with Tsunade, turned his attention to the conversation. Tobirama, with his arms crossed, looked unfazed. It was only a matter of time. Once Hagoromo Gensou freed himself from Edo Tensei, this outcome was inevitable. He had warned Hiruzen to deal with Gensou during the Chunin Exams, but circumstances had prevented it. Now, Tobirama said, fixing his gaze on Tsunade, what exactly is happening? You didn't summon us just for a reunion, did you? Tsunade nodded and repeated the briefing she had given at the Five Kage summit. Jiraiya added, as Minato described, the Akatsuki and the Uchiha are now under Gensou's control. The Unconscious Cloud and Sand Shinobi are likely Killer Bee and Gaara. The Two Tails Jinchuriki might already be on their way or worse, and that colossal statue is probably the incomplete Ten Tails. Just as the great Toad Sage foretold, Jiraiya concluded grimly, looking around at the gathered Hokage. We're running out of time. Chapter 277, Chapter 278. Even the experienced former Hokage were left shocked after listening to Tsunade and Jiraiya's explanation of the current situation in the shinobi world. Having recently clashed with Hagoromo Gensou after being reanimated, Hashirama had already noticed Gensou's unusual state and realized that he was scheming something. However, he hadn't expected Gensou's plans to escalate to this magnitude. Hashirama's face turned solemn. Nearby, Tobirama folded his arms, processing the information with a look of deep contemplation. The Ten Tails, the progenitor of chakra. Who would have thought the shinobi world harbored such secrets? If only I could. Tobirama cut himself off. Not far away, Orochimaru, ever observant, noticed something and glanced at the second Hokage with a knowing smile. He owed much of his success, including his mastery of numerous forbidden techniques, to Tobirama. Orochimaru understood perfectly what Tobirama was thinking, because they were alike. While Hashirama and Tobirama, unfamiliar with the modern era, focused on Hagoromo Gensou and the ominous vision of the Ten Tails, Hiruzen and Minato were silent, grappling with another heavy matter. Naruto. A deep sorrow welled up in Minato's eyes. As the fourth Hokage and Naruto's father, Minato had dreamed of reuniting with his son after being reanimated in Konoha. Instead, he was met with devastating news. For a brief moment, Minato's hand trembled, a rare sign of emotion from the men who remained unshaken even in the face of Akatsuki's onslaught. Hiruzen, too, was deeply grieved. In his mind, Naruto had always embodied the will of fire, a boy who persevered through immense hardships and pain without breaking. Yet, this young man, full of potential and hope, had fallen to Gensou's ambition far too early. Hagoromo Gensou. Hiruzen felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he had been wrong to focus so heavily on Orochimaru. If he had instead prioritized sealing Gensou at all costs, the present tragedy might have been avoided. "I'm sorry, Minato. I failed to protect Naruto," Jiraiya said, his voice heavy with guilt. Minato shook his head slowly, his voice calm but firm. "Jiraiya-sensei, this isn't your fault. Perhaps, this was Naruto's fate. Or rather, the fate of all shinobi." Minato understood the great Toad Sage's choice. Naruto's sacrifice had bought the shinobi world precious time and a fighting chance. But as a father who had already failed Naruto in so many ways. Enough. The great Toad Sage was gone, and lingering on the past was meaningless. The only thing Minato could do now was ensure Naruto's sacrifice wasn't in vain. With renewed determination, Minato's gaze sharpened as he said, "Jiraiya-sensei, you're right, time is short. Let's focus on how to deal with Hagoromo Gensou." Minato and the other Hokage had experienced Gensou's strength firsthand. During their last encounter, Gensou's new eyes and enhanced presence had left Minato feeling an even greater pressure than before. Coupled with the powerful rogue shinobi under his command, their current forces were insufficient. Jiraiya, seeing his disciple suppress his emotions to focus on the task at hand, sighed inwardly and patted Minato's shoulder firmly. "The shinobi from all major villages will be mobilized this time. Additionally, we've prepared a group of reanimated allies, including you and the other Hokage. While it's not ideal to disturb the dead, the situation leaves us no choice." "I have a question," Tobirama interjected. "Second Hokage-sama, please speak," Jiraiya replied. Tobirama's sharp gaze fixed on him. "According to your account, Gensou may have other means to complete the Ten Tails plan. He has already captured all 9-tailed beasts. If he chooses a remote enough location, he could birth the Ten Tails before you even realize. Have you considered this possibility, Tsunade?" Tsunade nodded gravely. The great Toad Sage mentioned a specific location in his final words. "It's a place Gensou must visit to complete everything." "Where is it?" "The remains of the God Tree." Deep within a dark mountain cavern, the tailed beast host had changed from Gaara to Killer Bee. The vast chakra of the 8 tails was continuously being absorbed into the Geto statue, whose 6 half-open eyes gleamed ominously. Standing atop one of the 10 fingers, Sasuke formed hand seals, glancing briefly at Gaara's lifeless body on the ground. Although Sasuke had once crossed paths with Gaara, an unpredictable and bloodthirsty figure in the past, he felt no particular sorrow at the 5th Kazekage's death. Still, seeing Gaara reminded Sasuke of Naruto. He recalled their battle during the Chunin Exams, the moment he first realized Naruto, once considered a failure, had surpassed him. "Perhaps. I'll never get the chance to prove who's stronger now," Sasuke murmured, lowering his gaze to mask a fleeting sadness. By now, Sasuke understood reality. Naruto's absence could mean only 2 things: he had fled or he was dead. Given what Sasuke knew of Gensou, who had acted personally, the latter seemed certain. Sasuke couldn't quite articulate his feelings. Sadness. Yes, some. Hatred. As Sasuke looked at Gensou, he found none. Not only did he owe Gensou too much, but this wasn't about hatred or personal gain. Gensou's ambition was grand, and Naruto had simply been an indispensable part of it. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong, it was a clash of ideals. Such was the adult world, where everyone had their convictions and sacrifices were inevitable. In that moment, Sasuke closed his eyes, his demeanor more composed than before. The cavern fell silent until a loud thud broke the stillness. The 8 tails extraction was complete. Keeping his promise to Samui, Gensou spared Killer Bee's life, leaving him barely alive, as he had done with the 6 tails host, Utakata. Release wasn't an option, of course. Bee would remain imprisoned for now. Afterward, Gensou signaled the Akatsuki members to rest, while he stayed behind at the Geto statue, instructing Sasuke to remain as well. Chapter 278, Chapter 279. Before the Geto statue, now with 7.5 eyes open and emanating an overwhelming aura even while sealed with chains, Gensou handed Sasuke a scroll. Naruto's body is inside. It's up to you to handle it. Sasuke's hand trembled slightly as he took the scroll. Gensou offered no further explanation, and Sasuke asked no questions. After bowing respectfully, Sasuke turned and left. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Gensou's expression remained calm. There was no need to mention that it was the great Toad Sage who had killed Naruto. Sasuke, while obstinate when it came to Itachi, was otherwise a rational person. To extract the tailed beast from his body, Naruto had to be alive. For Naruto to have died, the cause could not have been suicide, his personality wouldn't allow it. Nor could it have been an accident at Gensou's hands, given Naruto's extraordinary resilience. It was someone else's doing. Who it was no longer mattered. With Gensou present at the scene, that person's fate had been sealed. Gensou turned his focus back to the ghetto statue. Sasuke, though not explicitly declared his student, was widely regarded as such. Given Sasuke's bond with Naruto and Gensou's neutral opinion of Naruto, he had brought Naruto's body back not to desecrate it but to offer a final resolution. He had no interest in what might unfold between the living Sasuke and the deceased Naruto. Turning his attention to the ghetto statue, Gensou evaluated the changes. Compared to their first meeting, the statue, now housing 7.5 tailed beasts, was exponentially stronger in both power and presence. Yet, to Gensou, it still failed to stir any emotion. Only the two tails remains, Gensou murmured, his eyes narrowing as they fixed on the statue's single unopened eye. Obito, the great Toad Sage. One had taken the two tails Jinchuriki, while the other had slain the nine tails host. Both had disrupted his plans for a perfect 10 tails. Had everything gone according to plan, the ghetto statue would now have absorbed all 9-tailed beasts, allowing him to become the complete 10 tails Jinchuriki. He could have activated the Rinne Sharingan and cast infinite Tsukuyomi before the shinobi world had time to react. But now, even with the two tails reclaimed, the lack of half of the 9 tails chakra meant Gensou would have to rely on the power of the god tree. Whether by letting the tree blossom on its own or absorbing its energy to awaken the Rinne Sharingan, as Madara had done, it would take time. Additionally, there was one critical location he needed to visit to fully utilize the god tree's power, the very site where the Otsutsuki clan had planted the original god tree millennia ago. Gensou reflected on the events of the original timeline. By rights, Obito, having gathered the chakra of the tailed beasts, including a fragment from the 8 tails and 9 tails, could have retreated to a secluded area, become the incomplete 10 tails Jinchuriki, and summoned the god tree to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. The entire process would have taken only 15 minutes, too short for the allied shinobi forces to react. Why had Obito chosen instead to confront them directly? It wasn't until Gensou acquired the ghetto statue and began enacting the Moon Eye plan himself that he understood. In the absence of complete 10 tails power, neither Gensou, Obito, nor Madara could awaken the Rinne Sharingan without the true god tree's power. The so-called power of the god tree referred not only to the 10 tails transformed from it but also to the original tree itself. While Kaguya had consumed its chakra fruit and the tree had transformed into the 10 tails, its roots remained intertwined across the planet. Obito had released the 10 tails to reconnect it with the god tree's roots at the site of its original planting. This connection allowed the tree to blossom far faster than it would have otherwise. Without this power, even with all the tailed beasts gathered, the process would have taken days. To avoid a prolonged battle, Gensou, too, would need to visit the god tree's remains after reclaiming the 2 tails. Obito. Gensou retrieved a container holding Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. If you want to come, then come. Rain poured from the heavens, soaking the masked figure of Obito, who gazed silently upward. Obito, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground nearby. Good news. Hagoromo Gensou has agreed to meet you at the ghetto statue. Obito's head dropped slightly, his eyes flashing with determination. Finally, he muttered. Black Zetsu shared the sentiment, adding, indeed. I hear he's already captured the 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails. His efficiency far surpasses ours. After a millennium of scheming to birth the Rinnegan and reach this point, Black Zetsu felt the end was within grasp. With Gensou holding 8-tailed beasts, leaving only uncertainty about the 9 tails, Kaguya's resurrection had never been closer. But now, caution was paramount. Having endured countless failures over the centuries, Black Zetsu understood the importance of patience. Thus, he was willing to indulge Obito one last time, using this meeting as an opportunity to test Gensou further. Deep down, Zetsu hesitated. Should he entrust the Moon Eye plan to the capable yet enigmatic Gensou or to the more predictable Obito, or perhaps even Madara? Everything hinged on the drama about to unfold. Chapter 279, Chapter 280. While the 5 great shinobi villages gathered their forces and summoned reanimated legends to assemble the largest ninja coalition, Gensou stood alone before the ghetto statue, awaiting Obito's arrival. Aware of White Zetsu's exceptional scouting abilities, Gensou didn't set traps or bring subordinates, ensuring Obito wouldn't hesitate to show himself. Drip. Drip. Water droplets echoed as they fell from above. After an indeterminate amount of time, the dripping sound ceased. Gensou opened his eyes just as a spatial distortion appeared before him. The falling water vanished into the swirling space before a second drop could fall. The next moment, a man clad in the black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki, his face concealed by an orange spiral mask, stepped forward. Uchiha Obito had arrived. At first glance, Obito noticed the familiar Rinnegan in Gensou's eyes and the Geto statue behind him, its 7.5 eyes open. From beneath his mask, Obito's lips curled into a sneer. One of the legendary figures of the Warring States, a man said to rival the gods, reduced to stealing the Rinnegan and Geto statue from others. How amusing. Gensou's gaze remained indifferent. The victor writes history. Pain learned this, and so will you. Is that so? Obito's cold laugh echoed. Confident in the absence of traps or allies nearby, he regarded Gensou's overconfidence with disdain. Arrogance is dangerous. You should know. Gensou cut him off, uninterested in idle chatter. Did you bring the two-tails Jinchuriki? Obito didn't respond immediately. With his mask obscuring his face, his expression was unreadable, but his silence was telling. No answer. Very well, I'll take it myself, Gensou said, raising his arm. Just as something began to slip from his sleeve, Obito's sharp voice rang out. Zetsu. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground near Obito, holding a crystal orb marked with 9 tomo, brimming with the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. The technique is complete, thanks to Madara's failsafe, Zetsu said, handing the orb to Obito. This failsafe referred to Black Zetsu's superior access to the Geto statue's functions, surpassing even Madara's. As Kagaya's third child, Zetsu was intimately familiar with the Ten-Tails vessel. Unnoticed by Gensou, Zetsu had quietly siphoned chakra from the Geto statue during their brief encounter, condensing it into the 9-tomo crystal orb. Obito wasted no time, smashing the orb against the ground. Realizing the danger, Gensou extended his hand, attempting to draw the orb to himself with gravitational pull. But as the Rinnegan's force enveloped the orb, cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Shatter. Blinding white light burst forth, engulfing Gensou entirely. Before he could react, the light consumed him. By the time the orb shattered completely, the overwhelming brightness faded, leaving an empty space. Gensou, Obito, Zetsu, all had vanished. Only the Geto statue remained, silently observing the now still scene. When the blinding light subsided, Gensou found himself standing alone in what appeared to be the same location. However, the Geto statue was gone, as were Obito and Zetsu. Gensou's expression darkened. Did Obito and Zetsu steal the statue while I was distracted? He quickly scanned his surroundings, moving to the spot where the statue had stood. Looking down at the dust-covered ground, Gensou frowned. A being of the Geto statue size would have left traces, indentations, at the very least. There was only one explanation. This looks like the same place, but it isn't, Gensou muttered, his gaze sharpening. Was it an illusion? He recalled the dazzling light from the 9-tomo orb and immediately began forming seals to dispel genjutsu. But as seconds turned into minutes, nothing happened. Even techniques capable of dispelling the Great Toad Sage's most powerful illusions had no effect. It's not genjutsu. Or the method to break it is something specific. After a moment of thought, Gensou cast one last glance at the familiar surroundings before striding forward. He needed to gather information. Emerging from the shadows, Gensou stepped into blinding sunlight and was met with rolling green hills. At first glance, everything seemed familiar. But then, his gaze shifted to the horizon. In the distance, at the edge of the hills, was a bustling town, a place that shouldn't exist. With his Rinnegan's enhanced vision, Gensou observed the lively settlement. The sound of train whistles carried faintly through the air. A town, here. That's not right. With a glint in his eye, Gensou began heading toward the town. Minutes later, he walked through the bustling streets, surrounded by people speaking with the distinct dialect of the Warring States period. Their attire, too, reflected the era. As Gensou passed, a man and woman wearing the crests of the Senju and Uzumaki clans respectively approached him. The moment they saw him, they stopped and bowed deeply. Greetings, clan leader Hagoromo. Gensou's lips curled into a faint smile. He had a suspicion about where he was now. Meanwhile, miles away. So, even our true forms have arrived here, Obito remarked, examining his surroundings. This mirrored world, created by absorbing the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, exceeded my expectations in both scale and effect, Zetsu replied, his voice emotionless. Facing someone like Gensou, there's no room for error. To bait him, we had to get caught in the trap as well. Obito nodded, his gaze turning distant. While the outcome deviated from their plan, he quickly accepted reality. This mirrored world is built on Gensou's consciousness. With our true bodies here, our actions will be much easier to execute. Indeed, Zetsu agreed. What's our next move? Obito smirked. Naturally, we pay a visit to the other Hagoromo Gensou. Chapter 280, Chapter 281. The bright sunlight streamed into the quaint, traditional town. Men and women clad in period attire strolled along the streets. Occasionally, samurai in layered armor and shinobi mingled among them, their presence oddly harmonious amidst the lively chatter. Amid the vibrant scene, Hagoromo Gensou turned to the bowing Senju and Uzumaki shinobi before him and asked with a faint smile. "How are your clan leaders these days?" The Senju and Uzumaki shinobi responded without hesitation. Clan leader Hashirama is currently in the Wind Country at the daimyo's request, working on a reforestation project in the desert. Clan leader Ashina has been busy teaching the younger generation in our clan. By the way, we've heard from the elders that he plans to visit you soon, clan leader Hagoromo. Is that so? Gensou nodded knowingly. Hashirama and Ashina. Both were figures from his own era. It was now clear to him, he had returned to the Warring States period. Looking up at the sky, Gensou's thoughts grew more focused. Limited Tsukuyomi. The prototype of infinite Tsukuyomi, a technique that uses the power of tailed beasts to transport its target, body and all, into a mirror world replicated from reality. Though Gensou's memory of the original Naruto timeline had faded with time, he recalled fragments of details about limited Tsukuyomi. One vague impression was its use in a story involving Naruto and Menma, which he vaguely remembered as ramen toppings. But standing in this improbable town, facing Senju and Uzumaki shinobi who shouldn't exist, Gensou fully grasped the situation. Limited Tsukuyomi requires tailed beast chakra. Since the ghetto statue was under my control, Obito couldn't have stolen its chakra without my knowledge. This must be Black Zetsu's doing. Quickly piecing the events together, Gensou surmised that Obito's invitation to meet at the ghetto statue had been a ploy to exploit hidden mechanisms and seize control of the statue. At the time, Gensou had been unperturbed. With the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan in his possession, he believed he could neutralize Obito and reclaim the statue regardless of the latter's actions. But to his surprise, Obito had chosen to cast limited Tsukuyomi on him instead. And Zetsu managed to extract the tailed beast chakra so quickly. Was their goal to trap me here forever? Or to eliminate me within this world? Gensou's gaze swept over the perfectly replicated world of limited Tsukuyomi, his thoughts deep and calculating. While he pondered, two shinobi ahead, a black-haired Senju man and a red-haired Uzumaki woman, exchanged subtle glances and whispered to each other. Why would clan leader Hagoromo appear here? How would I know? But I have to say, he's so handsome. Truly worthy of his legendary status as a godly figure. Planning to propose yourself? Do you think I could? Stop being ridiculous. Don't forget how many admirers clan leader Hagoromo already has. Don't you know the second princess of the Uzumaki clan is set to marry him soon? Sigh. The competition is too fierce. I've even heard that someone from your Senju clan is also marrying into his family. Gensou, who had already snapped out of his thoughts, overheard their conversation and froze momentarily. It sounded as if he had many wives. Impossible. As someone who valued self-discipline, how could he engage in such behavior? No, this had to be the work of this world's native, Hagoromo Gensou. It had nothing to do with him. Still, the thought lingered, if he had replaced this world's Gensou, what had become of the original? Were they merged into one? Or existing simultaneously? Shaking his head, Gensou set the thought aside. For now, the priority was locating Obito, the caster of the technique. Eliminating him would dispel the limited Tsukuyomi. After bidding farewell to the Senju and Uzumaki shinobi, Gensou began walking away. He hadn't gone far when a small, chubby hand grasped his sleeve tightly. Though he could have easily shrugged it off, he hesitated. Big brother Gensou. Where have you been? I've been looking for you all day. I'm exhausted. As compensation, you must buy me 3 popsicles, and I'll forgive you. The voice, sweet and familiar, pierced his ears and struck his heart. Gensou turned slowly, his once hardened heart trembling uncontrollably. Before him stood a girl of about 10 years, her hair styled into 2 buns. Her round, adorable face glowed with mischief as she clung to his sleeve, her bright eyes sparkling with playful cunning. When their eyes met, the girl quickly replaced her mischievous look with a pitiful expression. She pointed to her dusty hair, clothes, and shoes, adding in a pleading tone. Big brother Gensou, look how much trouble I went through to find you. Asking for some popsicles isn't too much, is it? When Gensou didn't respond, merely staring at her, the girl began to fidget, thinking she might have gone too far. Puffing up her cheeks, she hesitantly held up 2 fingers. How about 2 popsicles? Still, Gensou remained silent. The girl's shoulders slumped. She finally dropped 1 finger and murmured. One is okay too. Then, with her head bowed, she scuffed her shoes against the ground and mumbled. If not, then I guess I can. 10. Suddenly, a voice she knew so well interrupted her. She looked up, her eyes wide with surprise and delight. 10. Really? Gensou reached out, his hand trembling slightly as it touched her head. Slowly and gently, he ruffled her hair, his voice soft and familiar. Just this once. Haru, your stomach isn't strong, so you can't eat too many cold treats. Yay. I knew Big Brother Gensou was the best. I love you so much. The girl, named Hagoromo Haru, immediately brightened, her earlier disappointment vanishing as she beamed and hopped around Gensou joyfully. Her lively, adorable figure reflected in Gensou's eyes, holding his gaze unwaveringly. In that moment, Gensou understood the true danger of limited Tsukuyomi. Chapter 281, Chapter 282. The whistle of a steam train echoed through the air as it sped along the tracks, cutting through fields and villages in the distance. Inside the train, Hagoromo Gensou gazed out the window at the rapidly passing countryside. In the true Warring States period, such technology as trains didn't exist. Even in the era of the shinobi villages, though train technology had been developed, it was far from widespread. According to Haru, this world's version of himself had overseen the creation of this infrastructure from scratch. This was a different kind of Warring States period. No, it shouldn't even be called the Warring States period. Although the timeline matched, this world was devoid of war. Fighting still occurred, but only on a small, personal scale. Nations still existed, and shinobi clans were still active, but the shinobi villages were absent. The reason for this peaceful world was one man. The leader of the Hagoromo clan, Hagoromo Gensou. A godlike figure who had unified the chaotic world. Even the famed duo of Hashirama and Madara, known as the heroes of the Warring States, existed in the shadow of his greatness. In this world, Hagoromo Gensou was both the strongest shinobi and the most powerful figure, while the Hagoromo clan stood as the preeminent shinobi clan. Although nations and clans operated independently on the surface, in truth, no major decisions were made without the approval of the Hagoromo clan. Such was the structure of this world. Limited Tsukuyomi creates a world shaped by the desires of its victim's heart, Gensou thought, reflecting on the uncanny reality around him. Peace is essential, but so is maintaining control from the shadows, free from mundane distractions. To reign supreme, intervening only when necessary, with no one daring to oppose, just like the current Hagoromo clan, and just like the current Hagoromo Gensou. This was, in essence, the ideal world he had envisioned deep in his heart. Though there were deviations and elements beyond logic, the core vision had been faithfully recreated by the limited Tsukuyomi. And then there's Haru. Gensou glanced to his side, where Haru rested her head on his shoulder. Even in her sleep, she smiled gleefully, occasionally smacking her lips. True to his promise, Gensou had bought her 10 popsicles. She had happily devoured them in one sitting, only to develop a stomachache shortly afterward, just as he had anticipated. Unlike his past self, however, the current Gensou possessed medical ninjutsu skills among the best in the shinobi world. He had swiftly alleviated her discomfort, much to Haru's relief. Content, she had fallen asleep during the treatment, insisting beforehand that he accompany her back to the Hagoromo clan's home. Now, Gensou looked at her sleeping face with a mix of emotions. Her expression, her tone of voice, her mannerisms, even her actions in her sleep, were identical. No, they were exactly the same. This world was a mirror of reality, reflecting its essence without flaw. A gentle smile formed on Gensou's face as he wiped away the drool at the corner of Haru's mouth. This softer demeanor would have surprised anyone who saw it, except perhaps Mokuya, the oldest member of the Hagoromo clan. Mokuya understood the unspoken rules of what to say and what to leave unsaid, especially regarding their clan leader's buried grief. The Warring States period had been merciless to shinobi and civilians alike, and the Hagoromo clan was no exception. Gensou's parents had died on a mission when he was just 2 years old, leaving the clan to place him with another family, Haru's parents. They had treated him as their own, even after Haru was born. For much of Haru's childhood, Gensou had been there, watching over her and taking care of her like a big brother. But after the Battle of Kami Falls, their paths had parted forever. The first time he visited their grave at Lock Village, Mokuya had shared news of Haru's fate. The girl had waited for him in vain. Gensou had said nothing. He had simply walked away, finding a quiet place to stand beneath the moonlit sky for an entire night. By dawn, he had buried his feelings deep within. To everyone else, he remained the powerful, composed, unyielding Hagoromo Gensou. Until today. The moment Haru called him Big Brother Gensou, the memories and emotions he had suppressed for so long surged forth. This was the true power of limited Tsukuyomi. To strike at the deepest desires of your heart. To ensnare you until you fully embrace this world, never to part from it. Looking at Haru sleeping peacefully on his shoulder, Gensou reached out to brush away more drool but hesitated, his hand drifting to her slender neck. His fingers hovered just above her skin. Big Brother Gensou, are we there yet? Her sleepy voice snapped him back to reality. Haru yawned widely, rubbing her eyes as she looked up at him. Gensou immediately withdrew his hand and replied calmly, "Not yet." "Then I'll sleep a little longer," she mumbled, resting her head back on his shoulder. "Don't leave me." "I won't." Satisfied, Haru drifted off again, leaving Gensou to stare out the window. After a long silence, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the calm resolve of his former self had returned. Noticing Haru watching him with wide eyes, he asked softly, "What's wrong?" Haru tilted her head and said, "I was wondering if leaning on your shoulder makes it hard for you to rest." "It doesn't," Gensou reassured her. "Really? You seem tired," she observed earnestly. He hesitated before responding, "I was tired before, but not anymore." "Why not?" Patting her head, Gensou replied, "Because I'm about to reunite with people I haven't seen in a long time." "Not seen in a long time?" "It feels like just a few days," Haru said, confused. "There's an old saying, 1 day apart feels like 3 years. Something like that," Gensou explained, smoothing her tousled hair. Looking at her now crystal-clear face, he suddenly asked, "Haru, what would you do if you couldn't see me for a long time?" "How long is a long time?" "Years. Decades. I'd be heartbroken." Haru exclaimed, hugging him tightly. "Big brother Gensou, you won't leave me for that long, will you?" "Of course not," he reassured her, gently patting her head as he gazed out the window into the far-off distance. Chapter 282, Chapter 283. The location of the Hagoromo clans. Home hadn't changed. When Gensou returned with Haru, refreshed after a good sleep, he immediately noticed that everything looked vastly different from his memories. The buildings were more numerous, taller, and far more luxurious. The streets were wider, longer, and impeccably clean. The people bustling about were far greater in number than he remembered, including not only members of his clan but shinobi from other clans such as Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, Kagaya, Sarutobi, and even members of the Ino Shikacho trio. Every notable clan in the shinobi world seemed to have a presence here. Furthermore, numerous nobles and even daimyo could be seen in elegant attire, moving through the area. Unlike the arrogance they often displayed elsewhere, these nobles and daimyo acted with remarkable humility here. It was their presence that elevated the Hagoromo clan's territory into a bustling, prosperous city, a far cry from the quiet, modest home Gensou had once known. Though Gensou was initially surprised, he quickly accepted it. After all, the Hagoromo clan now ruled the shinobi world from the shadows. Such changes were to be expected. What mattered most was that the people remained the same. The faces of his clan, young and old, appeared once more before him, people he had thought he would never see again. Gensou even spotted Mokuya, still a child, running around in open-crotch pants, playing ninja games with his peers. Then there was Mori, visibly exasperated from dealing with Deidara's antics, being carried off to fetch soy sauce by his mother. All the people and moments of the past unfolded vividly before him, as though frozen in time. Gensou stood still, silently watching, committing every detail to memory. Eventually, someone noticed him. Clan leader. Hagoromo-sama. Lord Hagoromo. First, his clan members approached with reverence and admiration. Soon, shinobi from other clans and even the nobles and daimyo began greeting him. Their expressions varied: respect, awe, adoration, fear, resentment, and even hatred. Unlike his clan, the outsiders harbored complex emotions. But Gensou paid them no mind. After exchanging a few words with his clan members, he gave a simple nod to the others and continued walking. No one dared to stop him or express dissatisfaction. Instead, they stepped aside, offering warm and polite farewells to the shinobi world's uncrowned king. Beside him, Haru held her head high, sharing in her brother's pride. She especially enjoyed these moments when Gensou shone in the spotlight, without any of his supposed wives around. Unfortunately for her, such moments were fleeting. Well, look who it is. Isn't this our dear Hagoromo Gensou-sama? The tone was casual, almost mocking. Gensou's face betrayed a rare flicker of surprise. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time anyone had addressed him in such a manner. Curious, he turned toward the voice. Standing in front of a sake bar was a stunning woman with long black hair, a mature, elegant face, and a chest that rivaled, or perhaps surpassed, that of Tsunade or Samui. She held a sake jar in one hand and eyed him lazily, her tone carrying a hint of intoxicated mischief. Before Gensou could figure out who she was, Haru cheerfully greeted her. "Hello, Chikune-san." Gensou froze. "Chikune-san." Before he could react further, Chiku strode over, roughly ruffling Haru's hair with her free hand. "Ah, Haru, you sweet little thing. If only your brother could be half as considerate as you. He didn't even greet me after returning." She shot Gensou a sharp look, her eyes sparkling with mock annoyance. Gensou was at a loss for words. Piecing together what he had learned since arriving, he deduced her identity. So, this world's version of me, really got married. To not just one woman, but several. This world, after all, was shaped by the desires of his own subconscious. Did that mean these relationships were part of his heart's hidden wishes? The thought gave him a headache. But the headache was only beginning. Sweet little Haru, want a sip of sake? I'll let you try just a little, Chikyu said, her playful tone tinged with mischief as she hugged Haru tightly. Though initially struggling, Haru froze at the offer, glancing curiously at the sake jar before sneaking a look at Gensou. No, I'm still a child. Haru said aloud, though her small hand gestured covertly to Chikyu, signaling her interest. Gensou's face darkened. It wasn't just the adults, now even his little sister was behaving irresponsibly. Before he could intervene, another figure arrived and took action first. A slender hand grabbed Haru by the collar, pulling her away. Chikyu-ne-san. Gently. Haru protested as she dangled in the air. The new arrival was a tall, elegant woman in a sleek black combat outfit that accentuated her lithe frame. With one hand holding Haru and the other resting on the hilt of her blade, Uchiha Rin glared sternly at Chikyu. Haru is still a child. What kind of elder encourages drinking at her age? Oh, relax, Chikyu said, puffing out her chest provocatively. Haru brought back Armin all by herself. She's practically a grown-up ninja. What's a little sake? As she spoke, Chikyu intentionally glanced at Rin's far less prominent chest, her smug smile deepening. Rin's expression immediately darkened. Chikyu chuckled. What's the matter? Feeling insecure? Trying to pick a fight already? I guess it's true what they say about Uchiha, always itching for a battle, no matter where they go. Rin wasn't one for words. Stupid cow, she muttered before gripping her blade's hilt. If this Senju fool wanted a fight, so be it. Her Sharingan activated, the three tomo spinning in her eyes. Seeing this, Chikyu became serious, clenching her fists as chakra began to gather around them. Big brother Gensou. They're about to fight. Stop them. Haru called out, darting back to Gensou's side. Wait a minute. Gensou was utterly baffled. Wasn't it supposed to be just two women, a Senju and an Uzumaki? Where did this Uchiha, sister-in-law, come from? Did his sister mess up the matchmaking, or... Before he could question Haru, another figure dashed onto the scene, a fiery-haired girl who quickly took a stand beside Chikyu. In that instant, Gensou felt like he finally understood everything. Chapter 283, Chapter 284. Roar. A deafening roar shook the skies as ominous and immense chakra surged upward, piercing through the clouds. In a desolate forest, violent explosions echoed repeatedly. Damn you. The enormous figure of the Nine-Tails trembled slightly as it glared at the men before it, a silver-armored shinobi with the clan crest of 3 crescent arcs on his shoulders. The man's black hair and dark eyes carried an unyielding calmness. Though reluctant to show fear, the Nine-Tails, a calamity feared across the world, couldn't suppress a shudder as the man continued his silent advance. But terror gave way to rage and cruelty. Opening its massive maw, the beast gathered a pulsating orb of purple-black energy, its most devastating tailed beast ball. Boom. The world seemed to darken as the tailed beast ball shot forward with earth-shattering force, obliterating everything in its path. Entire rows of ancient trees disintegrated to ash, and the earth split into a deep trench as the attack surged toward its target. Just as it was about to strike, the man lifted his head, revealing a sharp and composed face. With a calm demeanor, he raised his right hand, palm facing the oncoming attack. Sizzle. White smoke rose as the massive sphere of energy began shrinking rapidly, compressed by an unseen force until it disappeared completely into his palm. Hagoromo Gensou. The Nine-Tails bellowed, finally speaking the man's name with a mix of fury and frustration. I have no quarrel with you. Why are you targeting me? Gensou raised his gaze to meet the beast's and said coldly. How pitiful. What did you say? For centuries, the Nine-Tails had heard humans call it many things, terrifying, ruthless, powerful, but never pitiful. For someone to pity it was both incomprehensible and infuriating. But Gensou shook his head. I thought you might have a chance at a different future, but you're not just pitiful, this entire world is. Even I. He glanced at his hands, inspecting them as though searching for something hidden beneath their surface. Even I am nothing but a pitiful existence. The Nine-Tails growled in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind Gensou's cryptic words. Lowering his hands, Gensou's gaze returned to the Nine-Tails, calm and resolute. Enough. Words are meaningless. Accept the fate that awaits you. With that, he began weaving hand signs. Cornered, the Nine-Tails' pupils contracted in desperation. It roared furiously. Let's see who dies first. 15 minutes later, the battlefield lay in ruins. Smoke and debris hung in the air as the once mighty Ninetales collapsed, defeated and motionless. Perched atop the beast's head, Gensou stared silently into the distance, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned his head and addressed the empty air nearby. "You've seen enough. Show yourselves." A low, deliberate voice responded as two figures emerged from the ground, Uchiha Obito in his Akatsuki cloak and the shadowy form of Black Zetsu. "Impressive as always, Hagoromo Gensou," Obito said, his tone measured. Gensou's gaze swept over them. The sight of the two figures stirred a long-forgotten memory. His expression remained indifferent, though a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. "If you can't justify your presence, you'll remain here forever," Gensou declared flatly. Obito studied Gensou closely. The man's aura, demeanor, and overwhelming strength matched the Hagoromo Gensou he had encountered before. It was unsettling to hear such familiar words directed at him, especially from someone who wasn't the real Gensou, or so he thought. But Obito had no choice. He needed this man's cooperation. "Hagoromo Gensudano," Obito began carefully, "being replaced is an unbearable feeling, isn't it? From what I hear, another Hagoromo Gensou has appeared in your clan, and everyone has already accepted him." Gensou's expression didn't waver as he glanced at Obito. "You have 1 minute." Taking the hint, Obito pressed on. "This other Gensou is formidable. We're willing to help you reclaim your rightful place." 30 seconds. "I know how to defeat the other Gensou." 10 seconds. Obito clenched his jaw. This man clearly wasn't following the usual script. "Everything I've said is true. Don't you want to reclaim what's yours? Don't you want to become even stronger?" 5 seconds. 3, 2. "The other Hagoromo Gensou isn't from this world," Obito blurted out desperately. The final count never came. Gensou's sharp gaze fixed on Obito and Zetsu. His tone softened, but his words carried an edge. At last, some sincerity. "And you too, you're not from this world either, are you?" Obito hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "That's correct." He had planned to withhold certain details but found himself quickly exposed. The pressure of facing this Gensou was almost as suffocating as the original. "We're not of this world, and neither is the other Gensou. He's our enemy, and only by eliminating him can we return to our world," Obito explained. "Hagoromo Gensudano, let's work together." Gensou didn't respond immediately. He studied them carefully while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. The limited Tsukuyomi created a world that even the caster couldn't fully comprehend or control. Unbeknownst to Obito and Zetsu, the moment the real Hagoromo Gensou entered this world, the Gensou native to the limited Tsukuyomi sensed an overwhelming and repulsive aura, a presence so similar to his own that it filled him with an inexplicable urge to destroy it. But Gensou wasn't one to be controlled by such feelings. Instead, he chose to observe. When news reached him of another Gensou appearing and being accepted without question, he finally understood. Looking up at the sky, Gensou let out a bitter laugh. So, it's all just an illusion after all. Chapter 284, Chapter 285. The Hagoromo Gensou, created by the limited Tsukuyomi, retained memories of his past life and was well aware of the developments in the Naruto world. Initially, he believed that his arrival had fundamentally altered the shinobi world. Now, it seemed more likely that his past memories were nothing but a dream, backdrop details and a larger illusion. His self-awareness, his genuine sense of individuality, likely only emerged when the real Hagoromo Gensou stepped into this world. Everyone dreams of being transported to another world as the protagonist of their story. But no one wishes to awaken in a fabricated world, as a false protagonist. The Hagoromo Gensou of this world shared the real Gensou's personality. After a brief period of confusion, he made up his mind. Even if he was a creation, he would turn illusion into reality. At this moment, the Hagoromo Gensou turned his piercing gaze toward Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. Although he didn't fully understand what had transpired in the real world that brought the real Gensou, Obito, and Black Zetsu into the limited Tsukuyomi, it no longer mattered. In this fabricated world, only the three of them existed as real entities. The Hagoromo Gensou sought to escape the confines of the illusion. To turn fiction into reality, there was only one path forward. He needed the real Hagoromo Gensou's body. With a steely glint in his eyes, the Hagoromo Gensou didn't mince words. "What's your plan?" "The legendary Ten-Tails," Obito replied, a sly smile forming beneath his mask. The bait had been taken. He was about to elaborate on the Ten-Tails and its creation when Hagoromo Gensou interrupted him. "I'm already working on it." To emphasize his point, he lightly nudged the unconscious Nine-Tails beneath his foot. Obito fell silent. He had assumed the battle with the Nine-Tails was a coincidence, but it turned out that Hagoromo Gensou was deliberately hunting the tailed beasts. How does he already know about the Ten-Tails? Obito was caught off guard but continued. "To merge the tailed beasts into the Ten-Tails, you'll need its physical vessel, the Geto statue. Right now, it's on the moon. Hagoromo Gensou finished for him. The Hagoromo Gensou wasted no time after confirming the real Gensou's arrival. He immediately sought the ghetto statue, leveraging the privileged position of the Hagoromo clan in this illusionary world. Using his knowledge of the shinobi world's secrets, he quickly located a hidden pathway leading to the moon. The descendants of Hamura on the moon were still thriving. Although their combined strength was formidable, it wasn't enough to stop Hagoromo Gensou, who had already secured the ghetto statue. Once again, Obito was left speechless. It seemed his presence in this world was utterly redundant. In the real world, the original Hagoromo Gensou had already undone decades of his work with a single move. Now, the limited Tsukuyomi's Gensou mirrored that efficiency and decisiveness. They really are two sides of the same coin. Black Zetsu, standing silently nearby, scrutinized the Hagoromo Gensou with deep interest. The illusionary world created by the limited Tsukuyomi offered him profound insights into the real Gensou's nature. Now, observing this, Hagoromo Gensou, Zetsu felt as though he was uncovering hidden facets of the man. So that's your plan. Your so-called assistance seems hardly necessary. Hagoromo Gensou rose to his feet, standing atop the nine tails and gazing down at Obito and Zetsu with calm disdain. Nonetheless, you still have some use. Go and capture the remaining tailed beasts. Bring them to me. His declaration was chillingly simple. Only Hagoromo Gensou can defeat Hagoromo Gensou. Obito bristled at Gensou's arrogance but begrudgingly recognized the truth in his words. His role now was to serve this Gensou's plan, capturing the tailed beasts. With no other options, and harboring a bitter hope that the two Gensou would destroy each other, Obito nodded reluctantly. Before I act, tell me everything you know about the other Hagoromo Gensou, his abilities, his actions. Hagoromo Gensou understood that the real Gensou would anticipate his moves. He needed to stay ahead and learn as much as possible. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles. After quickly recounting everything they knew about the real Hagoromo Gensou, Obito and Zetsu departed to track down the nearest tailed beast. During their journey, Obito glanced at Zetsu with irritation. As the caster, you should have control over this world. Why does it feel like we're working for that fake Gensou? Zetsu pondered for a moment before replying. The limited Tsukuyomi is like a reflection on the surface of a pond. Hagoromo Gensou is the stone that disturbs it. Even if you shape the reflection beforehand, the ripples from the stone alter everything. He added, and in this case, 3 stones have disrupted the pond. This interplay of forces had completely shattered any control over the illusionary world. Though Obito was disgruntled, Zetsu remained calm. His true objective in implementing the limited Tsukuyomi was never to control the illusion but to study and understand Hagoromo Gensou. Now, his observations were yielding valuable insights. At least there's a silver lining, Zetsu remarked after a pause. The Gensou of this world hasn't faltered. He's well informed, and the pressure he exerted on us rivals that of the real one. If he successfully collects all 9-tailed beasts, even the real Hagoromo Gensou might struggle to defeat him. Let's hope so, Obito muttered. After a moment of silence, he added, let's accelerate our efforts to capture the tailed beasts in this world. Chapter 285, Chapter 286. Watching Obito and Black Zetsu depart, Hagoromo Gensou pondered everything Obito had just said. The 3 heroes of the warring states, the Battle of the Valley of Gods, the Chunin Exams with Edo Tensei, and the complete resurrection afterward. Taking Sasuke, vying for control of the Moon Eye plan. My real self's experiences have truly been a roller coaster, full of twists and excitement. But dying at Hashirama's hands during the Battle of the Valley of Gods. That shouldn't have happened. A sly smile crept onto Hagoromo Gensou's lips. In this world, Hashirama and Madara were his defeated adversaries. Defeat. He had never known the taste. However, as Obito mentioned, the real me seems to have gained substantial strength in his second life, not only defeating Pain but also killing the great Toad Sage and even Naruto, according to rumors. With achievements like these, relying solely on my current power is indeed insufficient. The Ten Tails. Only by becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki could he maximize his chances of seizing his real body's power and escaping the infinite Tsukuyomi world alive. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's will. I, Hagoromo Gensou, will never bow to a predetermined destiny. Turning toward the direction of the Hagoromo clan's territory, his eyes were resolute. Hagoromo clan territory. A chaotic argument, which had nearly escalated into a full-blown conflict, was suppressed by Gensou's intervention. After all, a fight breaking out in public would reflect poorly on everyone involved. However, upon returning to his residence, Hagoromo Gensou discovered that the conflict had only intensified, with more participants joining in. Seated at the head of the room, he was astonished to see the growing factions forming under Senju Chihiro and Uchiha Rin. Among the women arguing, each exuding their unique charm and temperament, were A red-haired woman, evidently from the Uzumaki clan, talking incessantly without pausing for breath. A dignified woman with pale eyes, dressed elegantly, clearly from the Hyuga clan. A white-haired beauty with 2 red marks on her forehead, none other than Kaguya herself. Representatives from nearly every ninja clan were present. A refined member of the Yuki clan. A Nara woman subtly fanning the flames. A blonde Yamanaka on the fringes, jotting down notes. Even an Akimichi woman had joined the scene. Thankfully, she wasn't overweight but rather a full moon type of beauty. Listening to the sharp exchanges among the gathered women, Hagoromo Gensou felt it was more exhausting than a battlefield clash. Searching the crowd, his gaze landed on Haru. She stood next to a Yamanaka woman with a golden ponytail and the clan's emblem on her sleeve, providing input as the latter wrote something down. Leaning in, Gensou overheard snippets. It seemed they were documenting his daily life and habits. He dismissed it as unimportant and was about to put an end to this spectacle when a new arrival brought the scene to a halt. A tall, imposing woman with a commanding presence entered the room. Her arrival instantly silenced the crowd, and harmony returned to the tense atmosphere. Gensou looked at her with a flicker of nostalgia. He knew her. Ruri of the Hagoromo clan. In the past, she was supposed to become his wife. While he didn't have strong feelings for her, no woman of her generation in the Hagoromo clan could compare to her excellence. Whether he truly loved her or not, it was a responsibility he had to bear as clan leader. But things hadn't gone as planned. Such chaos. Is this how you present yourselves? Ruri's sharp gaze swept across the room, her tone cold as she reprimanded the crowd. After a stern lecture, she dismissed the women and approached Hagoromo Gensou. Having grown up together, Ruri spoke without pretense, diving straight to the point. What was so urgent that you had to leave earlier? Facing her close proximity, Gensou suppressed the flood of memories and replied calmly, there was a situation that required attention. Ruri, ever efficient, asked directly, does the Hagoromo clan, or even the entire ninja world, need to act? Gensou nodded. Through his observations, he had confirmed that the Hagoromo clan now commanded unparalleled respect in the ninja world, akin to uncrowned kings. A single order from him would rally not only the Hagoromo clan but also the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and other major clans. Even legendary figures like Hashirama and Madara would comply. This overwhelming influence was why various clans were eager to send their finest women to him. Of course, traditional ninja customs hadn't changed. For instance, missions still required payment. But for the Hagoromo clan, which ruled the ninja world and received annual tributes from countless daimyo and nobles, such costs were trivial. Gensou wasted no time issuing his first command. Declare an all-ninja world bounty on these 2 individuals. Any leads will be richly rewarded. Stomping his foot, 2 clumps of earth rose from the ground, shaping into lifelike figures of Obito and Black Zetsu. Ruri didn't question the reason and nodded decisively. And one more thing, Gensou added. Inform Hashirama, Madara, Uzumaki Arena, and Kaguya Ryunosuke to drop everything and immediately capture all scattered-tailed beasts in the ninja world. Each of these individuals was a formidable warrior capable of capturing tailed beasts. Just as Hagoromo Gensou understood him, he understood Hagoromo Gensou equally well. Regardless of his counterpart's current state, Gensou had to prepare thoroughly. Moreover, he couldn't rule out the possibility of Obito capturing the tailed beasts himself to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. With full control in his hands, he intended to leverage every available resource. Ruri raised no objections or questions, not even asking why Hagoromo Gensou suddenly wanted to capture the tailed beasts. Even if he merely intended to keep the tailed beasts as pets for his amusement, the ninja world would obey without hesitation. While other women might wish to spend more time with him, Ruri, like Hagoromo Gensou, prioritized duty over emotions. Without delay, she left to execute his orders. Watching her retreating figure, as upright and efficient as he remembered, Hagoromo Gensou felt a twinge of doubt. Although he was undoubtedly Gensou, his experiences differed greatly from this world's Hagoromo Gensou. It was normal for others not to notice. But Haru and Ruri, who were closest to him, showed no signs of suspicion. Pondering this, Gensou seemed to gain some clarity. Chapter 286, Chapter 287. The foundation of the infinite Tsukimi world lay in the real Hagoromo Gensou. Once Gensou entered this world, he naturally became its protagonist, deeply intertwining his existence with its fabric. Only in this way could he experience everything within it. And the deeper the bonds, the deeper the immersion. As for the original protagonist of the infinite Tsukimi world, it was precisely this sense of abandonment and deprivation that bred their intense hatred toward the real Hagoromo Gensou. Of course, no matter which Hagoromo Gensou it was, neither would be swayed by such emotions. The reason for their confrontation? It was simple. They refused to believe in fate. The Ten-Tails, a 6 paths level power. In this world, I can try it out, a rehearsal of sorts. Despite being pulled into this world against his will, Hagoromo Gensou found a few silver linings. For instance, reuniting with his clan. Or rehearsing as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I wonder how much of the Six Paths power this infinite Tsukimi world can replicate. Watching Haru play nearby, a flicker of anticipation stirred in his heart. Elsewhere. As Ruri issued her commands, the peace that once blanketed the ninja world began to unravel. Capture the tailed beasts. Perfect. The one tail is in the land of wind. I'll head there immediately, said Hashirama, who had been reforesting the barren desert. Trusting Gensou, he accepted the task without hesitation, knowing it came with generous rewards. For someone like Hashirama, capturing the one tail was child's play. In the land of water, the current head of the Take-Torai clan, Kagaya Ryunosuke, grinned excitedly. Time to fight again. He cared little for the rewards. The chance to engage in battle, especially against powerful foes, was all he desired. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Arena sighed. Old age had made him long for more time with his family. But thinking of his granddaughter by Gensou's side, he relented, resigning himself to the mission. Tailed beasts. A good opportunity to test my current strength, Madara muttered, tossing aside the letter he held. His eternal Manjikyu Sharingan glinted with eagerness as he gazed toward the Hagoromo clan's territory. Picking up his gunbai, Madara strode off. Defeated by Gensou once before, Madara had never forgotten his desire to redeem himself. The tranquility of the infinite Tsukimi world persisted on the surface, but undercurrents surged beneath. Furious waves churned in the eastern seas. Massive boulders tumbled in the mysterious mountain forests. Deafening wing beats echoed across vibrant flower fields. Battles of the highest caliber raged throughout the ninja world, some between humans and tailed beasts, others between individuals. These tailed beasts are weaker than I expected, Obito remarked, standing amidst scorched earth, where the steam from his attacks had corroded everything. Before him, the exhausted Five Tails, a fusion of dolphin and horse, panted heavily. Beside him, Black Zetsu commented dryly, "This is the world of the infinite Tsukimi. It's only natural for the tailed beasts to be weaker than their real counterparts." And what about the people? Obito thought of Hagoromo Gensou. He's special. But Black Zetsu's voice trailed off suddenly. Turning abruptly, Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes and added enigmatically, "If you want to know how strong people are here, you'll soon have a chance to test it." What do you mean? Obito asked, puzzled. Suddenly, he felt a presence and turned. Standing before him was a man clad in crimson-layered armor, wielding the iconic gunbai, with thick black hair cascading down his back. His eternal Manjikyu Sharingan gleamed with unmatched intensity. Madara. Obito's heart skipped a beat as he spoke the name slowly. Though he had only ever seen Madara as an old man, there was no mistaking the man before him. Without Madara's legacy, Obito wouldn't be who he was today. And this was Madara in his prime. Even if this Madara differed from the one Obito had known, he didn't dare underestimate him. "Zetsu," Obito asked cautiously, "does this Madara know you?" Black Zetsu spread his hands. "That won't happen for decades. I haven't even been born yet." "In that case, I guess we'll have to fight," Obito said, his gaze sharpening. Clearly, Madara had come for the tailed beasts as well. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge his strength and prepare for potential future scenarios. Madara approached Obito and Black Zetsu with measured steps. Without bothering to ask any questions, he glanced at them indifferently and spoke coldly. "Leave, or die." Hearing this, Obito turned to Black Zetsu. Was he always like this? He remembered the old Madara being quite patient when teaching him. Black Zetsu shrugged. This is polite for him. Later on, he wouldn't even bother saying that. I should feel honored, then. Obito chuckled, shaking his sleeve as an iron chain dropped into his hand. Madara's expression didn't change. "If you've made your choice." Gripping his gunbai, a smirk played on Madara's lips as he added. "Then dance for me. Entertain me." The earth shook as their battle commenced. Half an hour later. The ground quaked under the devastating power of Madara's perfect Susanoo. Flames and shockwaves carved deep scars into the landscape as Obito struggled to evade. Once again, Obito retreated into the safety of his Kemui dimension, where Black Zetsu awaited him with a knowing smirk. "So, what do you think of Madara's strength?" Obito remained silent. Black Zetsu continued, "And this isn't even his strongest form. He hasn't awakened the Rinnegan yet, and his abilities here are slightly weakened." "You're right. The tailed beasts and the people here are weaker overall." Still, Obito stayed silent. If even this weakened Madara could push him to his limits, what did that make him? Black Zetsu glanced at the shaken Obito and silently shook his head. This was why, despite Obito's accomplishments, Madara remained a key figure in the grand plan. His strength was unparalleled. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Black Zetsu redirected, "Don't forget, the priority is still the tailed beasts, Obito." Obito collected himself and nodded. "I've led Madara far enough away. Time to capture the five tails." With that, Obito activated his Kamui, stepping out of the dimension near the unconscious five tails. Before Madara could sense something was amiss and return, Obito unleashed his Kamui powers, absorbing the five tails into his dimension. As the enormous blade of Madara's perfect Susanoo cleaved down, Obito disappeared into his Kamui space as well. Left behind, Madara scowled at the now empty battlefield. Chapter 287, Chapter 288. The plan to capture the tailed beasts progressed swiftly. In just a few days, all 9 tailed beasts were divided between the two opposing forces. Gensou and Uchiha Obito's side, thanks to their quick actions and Gensou's deep understanding of this world, even more profound than his real self, secured 6 tailed beasts. One of them was acquired when Hagoromo Gensou intercepted Hashirama on his way back, convincing the iron-willed shinobi to hand over the one tail without a second thought. With the tailed beast capture phase complete, it was time for the final showdown. Gensou soon received a letter of challenge. The handwriting was unmistakably his own. The message contained only 3 words. The Valley of Gods. This world had northwest such place, which clearly meant the other Gensou had learned about it from Uchiha Obito. Gensou remained calm. He glanced at the 3 small jars on his desk, each containing a sealed tailed beast. Though fewer than expected, he wasn't concerned. All he needed was a single tailed beast to prevent the other from forming the 10 tails. With his plan complete, it was time to act and bring this to an end. Turning to Haru, who had spent most of her time playing by his side, Gensou walked over, patting her head. "I'm going to buy you some ice pops," he said. Thanks to his recent treatments, Haru's stomach pains had almost completely healed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded enthusiastically. "Really? You're the best, Gensou and I." Smiling, Gensou tousled her hair one last time and gently pinched her round cheeks before turning to leave. When he returned, a shadow clone carrying a large bag of ice pops approached the cheering Haru. The Valley of Gods. In the real world, the Valley of Gods had been reduced to rubble and eroded into a true valley over decades. Here, however, it was an ordinary plain. When Gensou arrived, he saw the other, Hagoromo Gensou, already waiting in silver Warring States armor. Seeing him felt like looking at his former self. Neither spoke. After a moment, Hagoromo Gensou smiled faintly and asked, "Do you have a system?" Unfazed, Gensou returned the smile and replied, "Yes." "How's it working?" "Erratic." The other paused before nodding in understanding. The two shared a mutual comprehension, unspoken yet clear. Gensou understood what the infinite Tsukimi version of himself wanted most. To replace him. If their roles were reversed, he would feel the same. Scanning their surroundings, Gensou sensed 2 distant rats observing them but paid them no mind. Looking at his counterpart, he said evenly, "There's no need for more words between us. Let's begin." "Agreed," the other replied. "Let's begin." A sharp blast of air shattered the silence as Hagoromo Gensou stepped forward, appearing instantly before the original, delivering a powerful punch that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Gensou remained calm, raising his hand and catching the punch midair. Boom. The force surged through him, but he stood firm, unmoved. Looking at the familiar face before him, he said calmly, "If this is all you've got, you'll stop here." Compared to his Warring States era self, Gensou had grown far stronger in every aspect. Even though his counterpart surpassed the Warring States era Gensou, it wasn't enough. This was why he had remained unshaken. Honestly, if he weren't holding back, he could have let Hagoromo Gensou gather all 9 tailed beasts just to test the full power of the 10 tails. Could he defeat it? Gensou doubted this world could truly replicate 6 paths level power. The chakra of the tailed beasts wouldn't fully manifest the 10 tails might here, much like how Naruto and Sasuke's 6 paths powers in the original story weren't entirely realized. For someone already standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, missing only the final step, Gensou was confident he could handle it. But since his opponent was another version of himself, he decided against taking unnecessary risks. Boom. 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 The intense battle echoed like legendary giants pounding war drums, shaking the entire Valley of Gods. Despite the real Gensou's calm demeanor, Hagoromo Gensou attacked relentlessly, his fists and kicks slicing through the air with the force of wind and thunder. As the original adapted, the other's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, his pupils turned into horizontal yellow slits, and orange markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. Sage Mode. With his speed and power drastically amplified, Hagoromo Gensou appeared at his opponent's side, striking with a palm infused with natural energy. For the first time, Gensou stepped back. "Maiboku Sage Mode," he remarked, brushing dust off his clothes. I heard you destroyed Myaboku and even killed Naruto, the so-called protagonist. Consider this my revenge, the other retorted with a smirk. Gensou shook his head. Not enough. As he spoke, blue markings appeared around his own eyes. Sage mode. Ryuchi Cave. Shikatsu Forest. No, you created this yourself. That's right, the other muttered, his shock quickly turning into grim determination. Unlike others who would marvel at the new technique, Hagoromo Gensou saw a grave threat. The best techniques were always those tailored to oneself, a principle that applied to Sage mode as well. Hagoromo Gensou understood that a self-developed Sage mode was far superior to the toad-based version he had learned. Coupled with the original's existing advantages, the gap between them widened further. Accept your fate, Gensou said, summoning a sleek black staff into his hand. No, the other replied firmly, channeling his immense sage chakra. You know I don't accept fate. Gensou looked at him and said coldly. I am fate. Chapter 288, Chapter 289. In the distance. Obito watched the battle between the two Hagoromo Gensou with a grim expression. Gensou's strength exceeds expectations, he muttered without turning, addressing Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's face remained impassive. For someone who killed the great Toad Sage, it's no surprise his strength surpasses even the highest estimates. Having long harbored hatred for the great Toad Sage, who had once meddled with familial bonds, Black Zetsu had planned to report this grudge to his mother upon her return. Unexpectedly, Gensou had done the job for him. Knowing the great Toad Sage's formidable reputation, Black Zetsu's evaluation of Gensou rose even further. Hearing this, Obito finally turned to look at him. That's not what you told me before. Well, that was to keep you stable, make you the public face, and allow me to study Gensou in depth, Black Zetsu thought to himself. Still, with Obito's diminishing usefulness, Black Zetsu decided to placate him. Relax. No one understands themselves better than their counterpart. You've already taught the other Gensou everything he needs. He'll have his own plans. If all else fails, we can escape this world anytime. While that would bring Gensou back to reality, staying alive is what matters most. Obito felt a bit reassured. He still had his trump cards, especially Kamui, a near-perfect escape tool. With a sigh of relief, he continued watching the battle. On the battlefield. Though no one knew Gensou better than himself, the differences in their life experiences, combined with a gap in raw power, were evident. Fully aware that even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit, the real Gensou had deployed every technique at his disposal except for truth-seeking balls. After a prolonged clash. Thud. The black staff in Gensou's hand pierced through his counterpart's chest. Looking into the other's close, unyielding gaze, he said calmly. It's over. Indeed, it's the end stage now, the other replied with eerie composure, as if the wound meant nothing. Before Gensou could react. Boom. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted behind the injured Hagoromo Gensou. The towering form of the demonic statue of the outer path, its 6 eyes wide open, stood imposingly. In that instant, the wounded Hagoromo Gensou ignored his injuries and grabbed hold of the real Gensou with both hands. At the same time, the demonic statue opened its massive mouth, unleashing 3 chains that shot toward the 3 jars containing sealed-tailed beasts at Gensou's waist. Mindful of the earlier incident where Hashirama handed over a tailed beast, Gensou had been carrying the jars himself this time. His counterpart had counted on this. From the start, his goal had been these 3-tailed beasts. Even gravely injured, he was willing to gamble his life, knowing it would be enough. Roar. The moment the jars shattered, the massive forms of the 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails emerged, roaring with rage over their confinement. But before they could fully vent their fury, the chains from the demonic statue tightened around them, pulling them into its gaping maw. The demon statue's chains. So Obito taught you this as well, Gensou remarked, still calm. He had access to the demonic statue in the real world but had never had the time to master its chain technique. Obito's mastery, likely taught by Madara, was evident. It's more than that, the weakened Hagoromo Gensou said with a grin. Suddenly, his hands turned to mud, slipping free from Gensou's grip, as new arms emerged from his sleeves. His fingers flashed through a series of seals. 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal. Whoosh. The colossal body of the demonic statue twisted violently, its form collapsing as it surged into the back of Hagoromo Gensou. The ritual to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki had begun. Not everyone could survive becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Even Nagato, with his Rinnegan and Uzumaki lineage, had been emaciated by the demonic statue. To contain the 9-tailed beasts and the demonic statue's fusion under one's control required unparalleled mental strength and compatibility. Only a select few could succeed. Hagoromo Gensou was one of them. And the real Gensou knew it. When he saw the signs of 6-path sage mode emerging on his counterpart's body, the real Gensou formed a seal of his own. In an instant, the three-tailed beasts recently absorbed by the demonic statue opened their eyes within its belly, eyes now transformed into Rinnegan. This had been his contingency plan all along. The three-tailed beasts had been under his Rinnegan's control, ready to revolt within his counterpart's body. The form of Hagoromo Gensou began to mutate, slug tails, butterfly wings, and octopus tentacles burst forth, along with parts of other tailed beasts. With a roar of defiance, he suppressed the chaos through sheer willpower, stabilizing the transformation. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was now complete. But Gensou had anticipated this. As his counterpart stabilized, he moved swiftly, gripping the other's shoulders and activating Chakra Devour. The immense Ten-Tails chakra flowing within his counterpart began pouring into the real Gensou's body. By the time his counterpart broke free, nearly half of the Ten-Tails chakra had been siphoned away. The two faced each other silently. Boom. An oppressive, otherworldly aura filled the air. In the stillness that followed, their appearances began to shift. White robes adorned with black tomo formed on their bodies. Their black hair turned white, lengthening to their waists. Truth-seeking balls floated ominously around them. Hovering in the air, Gensou and his counterpart locked eyes, their clash far from over. Chapter 289, Chapter 290. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki has returned once more. Black Zetsu's gaze was complicated as he watched the two Gensou figures in the distance. Both were clad in white robes adorned with black tomo, their white hair flowing to their waists, surrounded by floating truth-seeking balls. If this were the real world, my mother's return would simply be a matter of time, he murmured. But here, such a feat was impossible. While the infinite Tsukuyomi world mirrored reality in many aspects, it couldn't replicate certain entities, his mother, and even himself, among them. On the battlefield. As a partial Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Gensou could feel the immense power coursing through him, a force that seemed to elevate him to a new level. Yet as he tested it, he realized that while the sensation of power was overwhelming, the actual increase in strength was limited. This disparity stemmed from the inherent restrictions of the infinite Tsukuyomi world. No matter how advanced the illusion, it couldn't replicate the true power of the six paths. While he exhibited abilities associated with the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, such as floating and mastery over truth-seeking balls, his overall strength remained capped below the true six paths level. This explains why figures like the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya, or even Black Zetsu likely don't fully exist here. Their essence is tied to the six paths level, and this world can't entirely replicate that. At most, they would be imperfect versions. Nonetheless, the experience of becoming a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and undergoing the physical, spiritual, and chakra transformations offered Gensou valuable insight for when he pursued the transformation in reality. Turning his gaze to the other, Hagoromo Gensou, the real one could see that his counterpart had come to the same realization. Seeing his real self's acknowledgement, the other Gensou chuckled wryly, shaking his head in resignation. What is illusion, and what is reality? When everything you see, hear, feel, and experience matches the real world, it might as well be reality, the counterpart said. While I hope to take over your body and return to the real world, deep down, I wanted to believe this world was real. Otherwise, what would Haru, who keeps begging for ice pops, mean? Or Ruri, who's so earnest and responsible? Or all the people here, with their joys and sorrows? Gensou understood what his counterpart was trying to convey. He too believed that Haru wasn't just a puppet of the illusion. Her genuine emotions had left a deep impression on him. Perhaps they weren't real before I arrived, but once I came here, they gained substance. Like me, they are individuals with their own emotions, Gensou replied sincerely. Hearing this, the counterpart smiled bitterly and looked downcast. No matter how real it feels, when you leave, it all vanishes. Just like the power of the Ten-Tails, it's no more than an illusion in the end. He had initially sought to use the Ten-Tails' power to defeat his real self, but mastering the power had only deepened his disillusionment. This world was limited, and so was the Ten-Tails' power. While he loathed admitting it, he now fully grasped the nature of this world. His desire to fight dissipated. Even if he wielded the full, albeit diminished, power of the Ten-Tails, he couldn't surpass his real self, let alone now, with half the Ten-Tails' chakra already stolen. The counterpart sighed and retracted the power of the Ten-Tails, turning to his real self. You're also preparing to gather the Ten-Tails and become its Jinchuriki in the real world, aren't you? But that's not your ultimate goal. Kagaya on the moon is watching closely. Gensou nodded. His counterpart, understanding his thoughts without explanation, smirked. Infinite Tsukuyomi, to gather the chakra of the entire ninja world and achieve your own Kekkei Somo. It's a clever plan. Then, have you prepared your shadow? Gensou nodded again, acknowledging the foresight of his counterpart. Well, the counterpart said with a faint smile, then let me help you. While I regret not being able to accomplish this myself, you are me. Helping you succeed is as good as achieving it myself. Let this be my final proof of existence. With those words, the counterpart extracted the Ten-Tails from within himself. At his direction, the remaining Ten Tails chakra flowed into Gensou. Gensou accepted the gift without hesitation. Already containing half the Ten Tails chakra, he effortlessly merged with the remaining portion. In an instant, Gensou became the complete Ten Tails Jinchuriki. While still unable to cross into the true Six Paths level, he could now fully experience the state of being a complete Jinchuriki. He quickly adapted to his new power. Meanwhile, his counterpart, now devoid of the Ten Tails, reverted to his original form. Though his injuries had healed thanks to the Ten Tails, the extraction meant his life was now on a countdown. He didn't look at Gensou again. Instead, he gazed up at the clear sky. What a beautiful world this is. Haru, Ruri, Hashirama, Madara, if only I didn't know the truth. Gensou, noticing the situation, offered, "Do you need me to extend your life?" The counterpart waved him off. "There's no point. Use your time to deal with those two," he said, gesturing toward Obito and Black Zetsu in the distance. "Look, they've already fled far away." Chapter 290, Chapter 291. Obito and Black Zetsu indeed made their escape. Initially, they were eagerly anticipating the battle of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. However, after a brief exchange, the Gensou of this world suddenly extracted the Ten Tails from himself and handed it over to the real Gensou, allowing him to become the complete Ten Tails Jinchuriki. What is he doing? Obito, who had witnessed Gensou's extraordinary power, was in utter disbelief. All the effort he had put into assisting him was to see something astonishing in return. But now, instead of amazement, all he felt was terror, a lethal kind. Obito felt like all his plans and trust had been misplaced. "It's too late for regrets, we need to run now." Black Zetsu, experienced as always, reminded him urgently. Gensou was already powerful, and now, fused with the complete Ten Tails, even if it was a lesser version, their odds of resistance were non-existent. If they didn't flee now, there would be no second chance. Hearing this, Obito snapped out of it and quickly fled with Black Zetsu. Gensou, alerted to their retreat, glanced in their direction but soon retracted his gaze indifferently. At this moment, Gensou remarked, "Obito can be killed, but Black Zetsu might be trickier." Gensou nodded knowingly. Black Zetsu, being a creation of the Sage of Six Paths, had survived for millennia, orchestrating countless conflicts between the reincarnations of Asura and Indra. With such extensive experience in escape, it was no surprise he managed to stay alive this long. Thus, Gensou set his sights on Obito as his primary target. He turned his attention to his other self, who stood tall despite his weakening aura, refusing to falter. Understanding that his other self neither needed pity nor concern, Gensou gave a final nod of acknowledgement and farewell. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Gensou chuckled softly, shaking his head without further words, his eyes fixed on the sky, full of memories. Gensou did not disturb him further. In a flash, he floated into the air, speeding toward Obito and Black Zetsu's escape route. Obito kept glancing back nervously. Soon, he noticed Gensou approaching at a speed beyond imagination, and his expression changed drastically. "It's time to end the infinite Tsukuyomi." Black Zetsu exclaimed, noticing the same. "If we stay in this world any longer, we'll face not only Gensou empowered as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki but also his forces spread across the shinobi world. The pressure here far exceeds that of the real world." Feeling the unrestrained killing intent closing in from behind, Obito, aware that Gensou was not distracted by this world, gritted his teeth. Realizing his plan had completely failed and that staying would likely mean his end, Obito hesitated no longer. Forming hand seals rapidly, he released the infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, white light enveloped Obito. Not just him, Black Zetsu and Gensou, who was pursuing them, were also surrounded by the light. As the glow made their bodies increasingly translucent, Gensou halted, ceasing his pursuit of the pair. Surveying this world, which aligned so perfectly with his desires, he took a moment to direct his gaze toward the Gensou clan's lands. At that moment, Haru was enjoying the aftertaste of a large bag of ice pops while eagerly reading a biography of her beloved Gensou Nii written by her older cousin from the Yamanaka family. Gensou's shadow clone stood quietly nearby, observing without interruption. Until he sensed something. The shadow clone gave Haru a deep look before standing up and addressing her softly. "I need to take care of something. Make sure to take care of yourself, eat nutritious food, and stop eating so many ice pops, or you won't grow taller, okay?" "Got it." Assuming her beloved Gensou Nii was only stepping out briefly as usual, Haru beamed at him and then dove back into her book, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It turns out Gensou Nii had so many untold stories. Her cousin knew them all. No way. I have to surpass her. Determined, Haru buried herself in the book. Gensou didn't interrupt her again. After patting her head one last time and engraving her image in his memory, he turned and left. As he crossed the threshold, Haru's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Gensou Nii, you'll come back, right?" For some reason, Haru felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Looking up with her bright eyes, she clutched the book tightly, watching Gensou and Ai's departing figure and asking instinctively. Gensou paused, intending to say yes, but found the words stuck in his throat. Instead, he nodded silently before continuing forward, disappearing from her sight. Poof! White smoke erupted. 1,000 miles away, Gensou received the memories from his shadow clone and sighed softly. As his body dissolved into the light, he cast one final glance at this world, feeling a sudden premonition. Perhaps he might see it again one day. He hoped so. With that thought, Gensou completely dissolved into the white light, leaving the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Just as when he had first been caught in the technique, everything around him was shrouded in white. Who knew how much time had passed? When his vision finally cleared, he found himself standing in the same spot as before, with the demonic statue of the outer path towering behind him. Nothing had changed, as though only a second had passed in reality. And indeed, it hadn't been much longer, he verified as much. What had been several days within the infinite Tsukuyomi had amounted to less than a minute in the real world. Gensou then noticed the fading Six Paths robes and the tentails within him becoming increasingly illusory. Kyoka Suigetsu. Rather than futile resistance, he allowed the robes and the tentails to vanish entirely. Everything returned to its original state. All that remained was the indelible memory etched in his mind. The Six Paths yin-yang life and death realm. Gensou pondered over many things, though only briefly. Having made up his mind, he lifted his gaze, piercing through the dense rock walls toward the distance. Trying to escape. Sensing Obito's chakra signature not far away, Gensou smirked coldly. Calmly, he retrieved a container holding Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. With a simple eye transplantation technique, he replaced his left Rinnegan with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, with his left eye glowing a blood-red hue featuring a shuriken pattern and his right eye maintaining its purple Rinnegan swirls, Gensou adapted quickly. Taking a step forward, he accelerated toward Obito. It was time to swat this buzzing fly once and for all. Chapter 291, Chapter 292. Upon returning to the real world, Obito frantically fled. During his escape, he intended to call out to Black Zetsu, generously planning to bring him into the Kamui dimension. However, he soon realized that Black Zetsu had vanished without a trace. That guy. Obito muttered, ready to complain, but his expression suddenly changed. He turned his head, only to see Gensou closing in. Persistent ghost. Obito cursed under his breath and increased his speed. No matter how much chakra he burned or how many methods he employed, he could not shake off Gensou's relentless pursuit. A kunai, gleaming with a sharp edge, tore through the air with a deafening sonic boom, flying straight at Obito's chest. Obito ignored it, allowing the kunai to pass through his intangible form like air. He twisted his body, and the power of Kamui erupted from his right eye, distorting space intensely. One after another, massive shuriken emerged from the Kamui dimension, their edges imbued with enough force to slice through tailed beasts. They hurtled toward Gensou, who was a short distance away. After unleashing the attack, Obito, aware it could only buy him some time, wasted no moment. He activated Kamui again, and his figure twisted and spiraled into the Kamui dimension. As the solitary figure in the otherworldly space, Obito sighed in relief. For now, he was safe. Next time, I will definitely. Glancing at the vast emptiness surrounding him, Obito muttered with bitterness. But before he could finish his vow, a familiar spatial distortion materialized behind him. Obito froze mid-sentence, snapping his head around in shock. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. A hand emerged from the warped space, accompanied by a calm voice echoing in the Kamui dimension. Before Obito could react, the figure he feared most forced his way in. The spatial distortion subsided. Within the boundless Kamui dimension, the two stood in silent confrontation. Obito was too shaken to speak, while Gensou, stepping into this space for the first time, cast a glance at his opponent, now like a fish on a chopping board, before curiously surveying the dimension. Gensou's Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning rapidly in his left eye socket, gradually slowed down. Moments earlier, when he saw Obito retreating into the Kamui dimension and effortlessly deflecting the incoming shuriken, Gensou had activated Kamui himself, creating a portal large enough for him to step through. With that, Gensou arrived in the Kamui dimension, nullifying Obito's greatest survival tactic. You. Obito, snapping out of his panic, was about to ask something but noticed the change in Gensou's left eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan. This feeling, and the connection, it's Kakashi's eye. Obito immediately recognized it, and his right eye's pupil contracted in disbelief. Kakashi. The past few days had seen an overwhelming cascade of events in the ninja world. Despite the intelligence network of the White Zetsu, Obito's attention had been drawn to the capture of the One Tail and Eight Tails, the destruction of Mount Myaboku, and Naruto's confirmed death. As for Gensou briefly visiting Konoha and taking Kakashi's Sharingan, the village's efforts to suppress the news had kept Obito in the dark. Without time to process the sentiment of seeing the last vestige of his former self fall into Gensou's hands, Obito glared at him with resentment and asked. You, how do you know who I am? The entire ninja world believed him dead, with his name engraved on Konoha's memorial stone. His secret should have remained buried. Yet, this relic from the Warring States period, a man likely unfamiliar with the Battle of Canopy Bridge, had not only recognized him but had deliberately targeted Kakashi's Sharingan. It didn't make sense. Faced with Obito's frustrated inquiry, Gensou withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently. As long as you're not Madara, your identity is irrelevant to me. Now, tell me where the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails is. Gensou had searched the Kamui dimension but found no sign of the Two Tails Jinchuriki. It appeared Obito had lied about bringing her here. Obito offered no response. Refusing to give up until the end, he leaped back as his right eye once again flared with Kamui spatial power. Before he could transfer back to the real world, Gensou shook his head and instantly appeared behind him, seizing Obito's neck with a single hand. The spatial distortion in Obito's right eye dissipated. Even then, he didn't surrender. Mokuton, cutting technique. Sharp wooden spikes sprouted from Obito's back, aiming to pierce Gensou and grow uncontrollably within his body. But the next moment. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the wooden spikes failed to penetrate Gensou's defenses. Compared to the original user, Hashirama, Obito's Mokuton was significantly weaker. Ignoring the spikes, Gensou lifted Obito effortlessly with one hand and placed the other on his forehead, murmuring. If you won't speak, I'll ask for myself. Human path soul extraction. For someone like Obito, laden with secrets and the legacy of Madara, mere ocular techniques couldn't bypass the mental barriers guarding his memories. But the Rinnegan was different. Using its power, Gensou forcefully read through Obito's memories, bypassing his mental defenses. Before he could uncover what he sought, however, Obito's body suddenly ignited. Suicide. No. Gensou's gaze shifted to Obito's left eye, concealed behind his orange mask until now. It was Izanagi. Obito's sole, desperate option. Sure enough, moments later, Obito's remains disappeared from the Kamui dimension, reappearing intact a short distance away. Without hesitation, Obito activated Kamui and fled the dimension. Futile struggle, Gensou muttered. Unlike Danzo, who had an arm full of Sharingan, Obito had only implanted a single 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye. Izanagi would only give him one chance. Gensou's Mangekyo Sharingan spun once more. A swirling spatial portal appeared before him. With a single step, he returned to the real world. Ahead, Obito was still running. As the wind behind him grew stronger, Obito, whose mask had shattered at some point, let out a despairing laugh. Reaching out as if to grasp someone, he murmured. Rin. I'm sorry. I can't meet you in the new world. Chapter 292, Chapter 293. Splurt. A hand pierced through the spiraling distorted space ahead, emerging briefly before vanishing again. Just beyond, Obito's chest was suddenly torn open by a palm-sized hole. Blood splattered. Obito's eyes reflected a mix of despair and unwillingness as his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. While he still clung to life, Gensou acted swiftly. First, he sealed Obito's chakra, preventing another self-immolation attempt like before. Then, grabbing Obito's head, Gensou resumed delving into his memories. Before long, he uncovered the coordinates of the Two Tails Jinchuriki. It's over. Releasing his grip, Gensou gazed dispassionately at the dying Obito. He had no interest in using rhetoric to sway Obito into some last-minute redemption. Instead, Gensou flicked his finger, sending a razor-sharp wind blade slicing through Obito's forehead. His head jerked back as the blade exited through the back of his skull. Obito's eyes dimmed instantly, his final word escaping in a whisper. Rin. With a dull thud, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, utterly silent. Thus, the mastermind who had stirred the ninja world into chaos for over a decade met his end. At last, one troublesome fly has been dealt with. As for the other one, Gensou scanned his surroundings, unsurprised to find no trace of Black Zetsu, the ever-crafty survivor. Since returning from the infinite Tsukuyomi world, Black Zetsu had been absent from Obito's side, clearly abandoning his once reliable pawn. The question remained whether Zetsu planned to throw all his chips behind Gensou or revive another executor, Madara. Pondering this briefly, Gensou chuckled softly and shook his head. Perhaps it's time to meet an old friend. Black Zetsu, with his deep-seated paranoia, would never place all his hopes on a single individual, especially one he couldn't fully control. In the original timeline, even after Obito's extensive efforts, Black Zetsu secretly delivered Madara's corpse to Kabuto, ensuring a fallback plan by arranging for Madara's resurrection through Edo Tensei. Naturally, no matter how much Gensou achieved, he would never earn Black Zetsu's complete trust. Well, let him come. I'll deal with it as it comes, Gensou said calmly. Having experienced the ascension to Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails in the infinite Tsukumi world, Gensou now had a clearer understanding of the Ten Tails and the Six Paths level. His plans for achieving true ascension were closer to fruition, and neither Black Zetsu nor Madara could stop him. It was already too late for anyone to intervene. Just as he had stated after arriving at the Chunin Exams, watching Hiruzen fall and Orochimaru's hands being sealed. This era belongs to me. Gensou spoke with unshakable conviction as he looked at Obito's corpse. Activating Kamui in his left eye, he sent the body spiraling into the Kamui dimension. Afterward, he relocated the Geto statue to a hidden base, assigning members of the Akatsuki to guard it. Without pause, he set out for the location of the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Long after Gensou's departure, Black Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground where Obito had fallen. Surveying the empty scene, with only faint traces of Obito's presence left behind, Zetsu sighed softly. You know, I actually liked you, Obito. But everyone has their value. Madara had his, and so did you. When someone loses their usefulness, they no longer need to exist. Rest in peace. Your dream. I'll make sure it comes true. Though fleeting, Zetsu's grief over Obito ended with those words. Taking up the fallen warrior's resolve, Zetsu turned toward Konoha, preparing for his next move. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, the 5 great nations were now fully supporting Orochimaru. One after another, samples of historical ninja DNA from various villages were being delivered to Orochimaru, leading to the creation of an unprecedented Edo Tensei army. This presented Zetsu with an opportunity. As Gensou had anticipated, Zetsu trusted no one besides his mother. Even after witnessing the state of the infinite Tsukumi world, where Gensou demonstrated an uncanny familiarity with the Ten Tails and the Geto statue, Zetsu couldn't shake his suspicions. Though Gensou was closer to becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and achieving the infinite Tsukumi than Obito ever was, Zetsu still felt the need for a backup plan. Madara-sama, when you return to this world, I hope you won't be too shocked, Zetsu murmured with a shrug, heading swiftly toward Konoha. Meanwhile, Gensou's capture of the Two Tails Jinchuriki went off without a hitch. Obito had confined her in a secret base left behind by Madara on the borders of the Land of Fire. By the time Gensou arrived, the Jinchuriki remained unconscious. Grabbing her effortlessly, Gensou was about to leave when a message came through his zero ring. Edo Tensei. Gensou's face showed surprise. As mentioned before, Konoha had planted informants in Lock Village. With the rapid rise in Edo Tensei summons, the intel eventually reached Gensou after passing through the chain of communication. Konoha is building an Edo Tensei army, led by Orochimaru. Seeing the name, Gensou's expression reflected a mix of surprise and inevitability. He sighed softly. So even after all that, he still won't stay dead. To be thorough, Gensou had not only killed Orochimaru's main body but also eliminated Kabuto, who had inherited all of Orochimaru's knowledge. While in Konoha, he even destroyed the fragment of Orochimaru's soul lingering within Anko. Despite these measures, Orochimaru had managed to resurface. Impressive. Truly a cockroach-level existence, Gensou muttered, both annoyed and impressed. At the same time, a rare trace of caution crossed his face. Chapter 293, Chapter 294. The reason Gensou had gone out of his way to eliminate Orochimaru early on was to prevent a scenario similar to the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Orochimaru, or in that case, Kabuto, used Edo Tensei to summon wave after wave of the dead, turning the war into a massive dream team. When quantity escalates with quality, it becomes a serious problem. Gensou's current forces were sufficient to deal with the allied shinobi forces. However, with the resurrection of one legendary ninja after another, uncertainty loomed large. While Gensou himself did not fear these historical powerhouses, their sheer numbers could inflict significant casualties on his subordinates. More importantly, the Divine Tree needed time to bloom and activate the infinite Tsukumi. During this period, the resurrected might focus their efforts on destroying the Divine Tree, a task they had a fair chance of succeeding in. After all, the Divine Tree, for all its power, had limited defenses, and its massive size made it difficult to protect every part of it. Many resurrected shinobi possessed unique abilities, making it nearly impossible to guard the entire tree. Edo Tensei. As Gensou pondered, a deafening roar erupted from the distance. He turned his head to see a massive crimson beam of light piercing the sky, shattering the clouds and distorting a wide swath of the heavens. Chaos is brewing, and all sorts of monsters are crawling out of the woodwork, he muttered. The day had been bright and clear, yet now the area around the crimson beam was plagued by ominous thunderclouds. The scarlet lightning and oppressive aura signaled nothing good. Most likely, some fool was attempting another harebrained scheme to dominate the ninja world, an all-too-common occurrence. Such individuals were dime a dozen in the ninja world. Kill one batch, and another would soon rise. Gensou had no intention of intervening. However, just as he turned to leave, the crimson beam surged in size again. Scarlet lightning snaked across the sky, spreading far and wide. Simultaneously, the atmosphere grew heavier, and the top of the beam morphed into a massive, visible vortex, greedily consuming energy. Gensou raised an eyebrow, sensing the rapid flow of chakra toward the beam. It wasn't just the immediate area. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. The range far exceeded his expectations. Chakra from all around was being drawn toward the crimson light. Quite the commotion, Gensou muttered coldly, extending his hand to feel the uncontrolled chakra flow in the air. Someone dares to compete with me. Having already claimed all the chakra of this world as his own, Gensou would not tolerate anyone encroaching on his share. Moreover, as he recalled the crimson beam, something clicked in his memory. If his suspicions were correct. With a sharp glint in his eye, Gensou sped toward the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the village had grown lively with the arrival of one Edo Tensei summon after another. The 5 great nations had been prepared for this, sending representatives to Konoha, including descendants of the resurrected shinobi. These representatives sought to persuade the summoned to join the allied shinobi forces, fighting for their descendants and their villages. Although most of the resurrected agreed in principle, commanding them like regular subordinates proved challenging for the younger generation of the 5 nations. Not every resurrected shinobi was as agreeable as the 4 Hokage. With time to spare, many of the resurrected wandered Konoha out of curiosity, eager to see what the modern world looked like. To conserve chakra, Orochimaru, whose supply was not infinite, released control over the Edo Tensei summons after bringing them back. This allowed the resurrected their freedom. While these shinobi strolled through the village, cloaked and concealed to avoid alarming the populace with their cracked and weathered appearances, Konoha's citizens couldn't help but notice mysterious figures quietly exploring their streets. Amid this activity, Black Zetsu infiltrated Konoha unnoticed. Slipping past the commotion, he reached the storage room holding the DNA samples from the 5 great nations that had yet to be used in Edo Tensei. Casually, he swapped one sample with Madara's DNA. Moments later, a group of shinobi entered, taking the samples to Orochimaru for the next round of Edo Tensei. Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu smirked as he watched. In a spacious chamber, Kabuto, his face marred with cracks, respectfully reported to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, another batch of sacrifices and DNA samples has arrived. Orochimaru patted Kabuto's shoulder, his raspy voice tinged with emotion. Truly, only with you by my side do I feel at ease. It's a shame you were killed by Gensou. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto replied calmly. It couldn't be helped. I'm nowhere near your level, Orochimaru-sama. That said, as an Edo Tensei summon, I feel no fatigue, no need for rest, no pain, and I recover chakra quickly. This state allows me to assist you more effectively. Is that so? I'll have to resurrect you more often, then. It would be my honor. As they conversed, they approached the new batch of DNA samples and sacrifices. Orochimaru scanned the labels with amusement. The 5 nations have really brought out their hidden treasures this time. This batch of Edo Tensei summons was of exceptional quality. 8 samples in total. Among them were the names of the first Kazekage, Mizukage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage, as well as their respective successors, the second Kazekage, Mizukage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage. To think the Kages of entire villages would gather together like this. No one could have anticipated this before, Kabuto remarked with a grin. Indeed. We owe this to our dear second Hokage, don't we, Tobirama-sama? Turning his head, Orochimaru addressed the silver-haired Tobirama, who stepped into the chamber with a stoic expression. Tobirama glanced at Orochimaru and replied indifferently. Begin. Given the gravity of summoning the 8 Kage, Tobirama had come to oversee the process and explain the situation to his fellow Kage afterward. Orochimaru shrugged and obediently complied. Elders take precedence. Let's start with the first 4 Kage. Chapter 294, Chapter 295. Kabuto efficiently prepared the Edo Tensei ritual as Orochimaru stood before 4 empty spots surrounded by intricate summoning seals. These spots housed 4 Zetsu clones infused with Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru weaved hand signs and declared. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Paper fragments materialized, swirling rapidly to envelop the 4 Zetsu clones. In an instant, their appearances transformed from the inside out, revealing 4 figures with cracked, weathered skin but otherwise seemingly normal. The first Reikage, the first Mizukage Byakuren, the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, and the first Kazekage Reto. The legendary first-generation Kage of each village had returned. The first Mizukage Byakuren was the first to awaken, his eyes opening in confusion. Haven't I already died? His gaze fell to his chest, vividly recalling the moment Gensou had pierced him with a lightning-wreathed hand. You are dead. I saw it with my own eyes. And not long after, I died as well, the first Reikage replied grimly, glancing at his once severed right arm, now fully intact. This is clearly some kind of jutsu. The first Tsuchikage Ishikawa swept his eyes across the room, lingering briefly on Orochimaru and Kabuto before his sharp gaze locked onto Tobirama. If anyone could create such an unnatural technique, it would be you, Tobirama, the younger brother of Hashirama. Meanwhile, Reto, who had briefly returned to the living world before through Edo Tensei, recognized Orochimaru immediately. "It's you again," he growled, his brow furrowing as he stared at the pale snake-like man. Orochimaru responded with a polite smile. "Indeed, it's a pleasure to see you again, first Kazekage Dano." Reto glanced at Tobirama and Kabuto, noting they were also Edo Tensei summons. Assuming they too were under Orochimaru's control, Reto coldly asked. "What are you scheming this time, you defiler of the dead?" Orochimaru gestured graciously toward Tobirama. Perhaps the esteemed second Hokage would be better suited to explain. Tobirama cast Orochimaru a sidelong glance before stepping forward. "It's been a long time, first Kage of each village." "Indeed it has," Ishikawa replied, his sharp gaze unwavering. "Tobirama, are you now in charge of Konoha?" "No, he's dead." "How could he be in charge?" Reto interjected before Tobirama could respond. Tobirama nodded and began explaining Edo Tensei. After hearing the explanation, the first Kage exchanged glances. A addressed Tobirama first. "So, what is the purpose of reviving us with Edo Tensei?" Tobirama calmly explained, "The 5 great nations, and indeed the entire ninja world, are facing an unprecedented crisis. The living need our strength. This plan has been approved by the current 5 Kage." Tobirama produced a document bearing the signatures of the current Kage and handed it to the 4. "The 4th Reikage, 5th Mizukage, and 3rd Tsuchikage will be here shortly. If you have doubts, you may confirm with them." Tobirama then turned to Reto. "The 5th Kazekage is believed to have perished. The 6th has not yet been decided. Elders from Sunagakure will provide you with details." Reto frowned deeply. It seemed the Kazekage lineage had met with consistent misfortune. Having recently met the deceased 4th Kazekage, he now learned of the 5th's death. While other villages were still in their 3rd, 4th, or 5th generations, Sunagakure was already moving toward its 6th. Reto resolved to use this chance to uncover the state of his village. The other 3 first Kage examined the document, confirming the authenticity of their respective village seals. Satisfied that Tobirama spoke the truth, they turned serious. Ishikawa voiced the question on everyone's mind. Who is the enemy? For the 5 great nations to unite and go so far as to summon the dead for assistance, the enemy must be extraordinarily powerful. Having lived during the same era as Hashirama, Madara, and Gensou, Ishikawa immediately suspected one of them. But with Tobirama present, it was unlikely to be Hashirama. Could it be Madara? Or Gensou? Dismissing his initial thoughts, Ishikawa focused on Tobirama, awaiting his answer with growing unease. Tobirama didn't leave them waiting long. He spoke gravely. "Gensou." The room fell into stunned silence. "What? How is that possible?" A and Ishikawa exclaimed, their expressions shifting dramatically. Reto, still preoccupied with concerns about Sunagakure, snapped his attention to Tobirama. "Are you sure?" Byakuren, the only one not visibly shocked, furrowed his brow. "Gensou is alive. Did he escape after killing me?" Having perished early during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Byakuren was unaware of what transpired afterward. Naturally, he assumed Gensou had somehow survived all these years. Given Gensou's godlike talent and potential, it wasn't inconceivable that he had grown strong enough to threaten the entire ninja world. Byakuren glanced at his companions, puzzled by their incredulous reactions. What's with the exaggerated expressions? Gensou is the one who killed me, after all. His current strength is not surprising. A, noticing Byakuren's confusion, explained curtly. Gensou has been dead for years. He died not long after you did. What? Now it was Byakuren's turn to be utterly shocked. Are you certain he wasn't just faking his death back then? A hesitated. Reto, recalling that Orochimaru had mentioned Gensou's name during his last Edo Tensei encounter, turned his gaze toward the snake-like man. Could it really be true? But wasn't Gensou defeated and killed by Hashirama at the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? All eyes turned to Tobirama, seeking clarity. Tobirama didn't keep them waiting, nodding firmly. Gensou indeed died during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. However, he was resurrected 2 years ago. Resurrected? The first Kage were dumbfounded. If it weren't for their knowledge of Tobirama's no-nonsense demeanor, they might have thought he was joking. How can someone dead be resurrected? How did Gensou manage it? Their questions reflected their shock and disbelief. The exact details remain unclear, Tobirama admitted. His gaze briefly flickered to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, sensing the attention, forced a strained smile. Chapter 295, Chapter 296. Orochimaru's greatest regret in this life was using Edo Tensei to summon Gensou during the Chunin Exams. Without Gensou, Sasuke would have been his. Without Gensou, he wouldn't have died, and Kabuto, along with the rest of his subordinates and empire, wouldn't have fallen. Without Gensou, he would still be pursuing the secrets of immortality instead of forging uneasy alliances here. What a terrible mistake. At this moment, after Tobirama exposed the truth, Orochimaru's once smug smile became stiff and awkward. After listening to Tobirama's explanation, AI, Ishikawa, Reto, and Byakuran's expressions also grew grim. Gensou had managed to live a second life. In all these years, had anyone in the ninja world ever accomplished such a feat? No. Even the Sage of Six Paths eventually faced death. But Gensou had done it. No wonder the five great nations, and the entire ninja world, were on the verge of disaster. It became clear that Gensou had never let go of the hatred born from the Battle of Kamigakure Valley. Moreover, when the ninja villages were founded, he had criticized their outdated systems and authority structures. He had even mentioned the idea of unification. Now, standing against the five great nations, his ultimate goal was surely to bring his ideals to fruition. Gensou's motives were evident. Combined with his unimaginable talent and overwhelming strength, the threat he posed was undeniable. The four first Kage exchanged glances, fully understanding the situation. We cannot let Gensou become the ruler of this era. AI declared, clenching his fists. Time could not be reversed. It was pointless to argue whether the Battle of End Valley should have occurred. The lines had already been drawn, and their only choice now was to see this decision through to the end. If Gensou could die once, he could die a second time. AI refused to believe that Gensou could live a third life. The first Kage were people of action. Hearing AI's words, and being fully aware of the deep contradictions between Gensou and the villages they had established, they all nodded resolutely. Another battle at Kamigakure Valley. After all, they were already dead. Even if it cost them everything, they couldn't allow Gensou to overthrow the order of the ninja world and destroy its peace. Seeing that he didn't need to explain further, Tobirama nodded in approval. As expected of the leaders who had ended the Warring States era alongside his elder brother, their resolve was unmatched. However, it seemed the first Kage had misunderstood something. In fact, it wasn't just them, many in the five great nations believed Gensou's goal as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails was to conquer the ninja world. Tobirama, however, had a different analysis of Gensou's actions over the years. To him, conquering the ninja world wasn't Gensou's goal. On the contrary, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails had been Gensou's sole objective from the start. Everything else was secondary. But there was no point in discussing this. Regardless of his motives, to prevent the prophecy of the great Toad Sage from coming true, they had to eliminate Gensou, the greatest threat to the ninja world. Afterward, Orochimaru released the bindings on the four first Kage, granting them freedom. Hearing that their successors, the second Kage of the four great villages, would soon be resurrected, the four didn't leave. Instead, they waited. Tobirama didn't mind. With the four first Kage present, he wouldn't have to repeat the same explanation to the second Kage. Following the same steps as before, Kabuto completed the preparations. Orochimaru glanced at the DNA samples for the second Kazekage, second Mizukage, second Tsuchikage, and finally, the second Reikage before calmly forming the seals for Edo Tensei. Having performed the technique so many times in such a short period, and having summoned countless historical figures, Orochimaru found himself less and less interested in the incoming second Kage. Soon, the sound of fluttering paper filled the air. A burst of white light followed. The second Kazekage shaman, with tattoos of a blue dragon and black claws on his head and right eye. The second Mizukage Gungetsu, sporting no eyebrows and a handlebar mustache. The second Tsuchikage Mu, wrapped entirely in bandages. And finally, the second Reikage. Wait. Why didn't he look like the second Reikage? Orochimaru's casual gaze swept over the group, only for him to pause in realization. The subject of his summoning noticed it too. Is this Edo Tensei? Wearing a black combat uniform with layered red armor over it, and long, flowing black hair cascading over his shoulders, Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze to his cracked hands, frowning. What were Obito and Black Zetsu doing? According to the plan, he should have been resurrected using the Rinne rebirth technique. Why was he instead summoned with Edo Tensei and brought before this crowd? Madara casually scanned the people present, his gaze lingering briefly on Tobirama. He snorted coldly, then averted his eyes, ignoring everyone as he contemplated the situation. But while he ignored them, they couldn't ignore him. The closest, Mu, hadn't even fully grasped what was happening before noticing Madara. His expression immediately shifted, and he instinctively stepped aside, his face full of wariness. Mu was deeply familiar with Madara's overwhelming power and dominance. And it wasn't just him. The four first Kage and Tobirama's pupils also contracted sharply at the sight. Uchiha Madara. None of them had expected Madara to be resurrected with Edo Tensei. Wasn't the Edo Tensei supposed to summon the second Raikage? Why is it this guy? First Raikage AI demanded, glaring at Orochimaru and Kabuto. He had been looking forward to reuniting with the second Raikage. And now, the only unexpected element was Madara. Orochimaru didn't reply. The moment he recognized Madara, he was reminded of Gensou from back then. Feeling a growing unease, he grimaced and quickly retreated, shamelessly hiding behind the others. In contrast, Kabuto, being already dead and indifferent to dying again, showed great interest in Madara. Having already seen Gensou and Hashirama earlier, Kabuto was now face-to-face with the three legends of the Warring States era. Hearing AI's question, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, shrugged, and said with a smirk. From the moment I received the second Raikage's DNA sample, it never left my sight. Perhaps the container was switched earlier. Nearby, Tobirama, his gaze fixed on Madara, drew a flying Raijin kunai and calmly added. Madara's body disappeared long ago. None of the 5 great nations possess his DNA sample. Even if they did, they wouldn't have used it for Edo Tensei. The 5 great nations had strict criteria for selecting Edo Tensei targets. Strength was essential. But just as important was loyalty to their side. Summoning past enemies would only create trouble for themselves. The 5 great nations weren't foolish. No one would intentionally summon Madara, who had betrayed the Leaf and rivaled Gensou in his time. It could only have been done by someone outside their ranks. Chapter 296, Chapter 297. Was this Gensou's doing? Reto frowned as he asked. Tobirama shook his head. He has no reason to do this. Whatever the case, let's take down Madara. That man is nothing short of a massive ticking time bomb, AI declared, his lightning-clad fists clenched tightly. Tobirama nodded. Orochimaru, he commanded without hesitation. Standing in the rear, Orochimaru understood what Tobirama meant. He quickly formed hand seals but soon frowned. No, it's impossible. I can't control Madara. You'll have to handle this yourselves. To ensure that the resurrected individuals could perform at their peak, Orochimaru had used White Zetsu clones as vessels and even infused them with Hashirama's cells. While this allowed him to control enemies of the 5 Kages level, individuals like Hashirama or Madara, who surpassed the Kage level threshold, were beyond his control. Someone as powerful as Hashirama could easily break free from Orochimaru's hold. Madara was no different. As for dispelling Edo Tensei entirely, Orochimaru saw no point in trying. Madara, now aware of the commotion, had already started forming the reversal seals for Edo Tensei. Rat Ox Monkey Tiger Dragon Boar. Edo Tensei, release. After a flash of white light, Madara severed his connection to Orochimaru entirely. With his arms crossed, he looked down upon everyone present. Having gone through the trouble of being resurrected, there was no way he would leave so soon. At this moment, under the tense, hostile gazes of Tobirama and the other Kage, Uchiha Madara remained completely indifferent to the many Kage present. His gaze landed on Reto as he asked the only question he cared about. You mentioned Gensou earlier. Tell me, what is his current situation? Gensou had died long ago, but hearing his name mentioned and even linked to his own resurrection suggested that something new had happened regarding Gensou. Madara was intrigued. In his eyes, only 2 people in the ninja world were worthy of his attention, Hashirama and Gensou. Uchiha Madara, you're too arrogant. Reto, as the first Kazekage, felt deeply insulted by Madara's dismissive tone and his sole interest in Gensou, as if everyone else was insignificant weeds on the roadside. Attack. Reto wasted no words, transforming into a gust of wind as he charged at Madara. He wasn't alone. Tobirama and the other first Kage moved as well. Some even shouted orders to the bewildered second Kage, we'll explain later. For now, take down Madara. On one side were outsiders, on the other were the village founders who had entrusted them with power. The second Kage naturally knew which side to support. In an instant, the battle erupted. The second Mizukage, Gungetsu, didn't hesitate. He raised his right hand in the shape of a pistol. Bang. Using the water gun technique, a droplet of water shot from his fingertip like a bullet, hurtling toward Madara. Madara scoffed, quickly summoning the ribcage and arm of his Susanoo to block the attack with ease. Before he could counter, a long whip of flowing sand shot out from the ground beneath him, coiling around his right leg. Under Shaman's control, the whip yanked Madara into the air, breaking him free from his Susanoo's ribcage. The sounds of wind and thunder roared. Reto and AI appeared around Madara in an instant, their attacks, a fierce lightning strike and razor-sharp wind blades, hurtling toward him. After several intense exchanges, AI delivered a crushing blow with both hands, sending Madara plummeting to the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater. The impact kicked up a curtain of dust and debris. Before Madara could catch his breath, Ishikawa quickly formed seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The crater Madara had created instantly turned into a vast swamp, threatening to swallow him whole. Even as Tobirama remained vigilant, pressing his fingers to the ground, his eyes widened in realization. "Below you," he shouted at Ishikawa. Reacting quickly, Ishikawa shifted his stance just as Madara burst from the ground, landing a powerful punch to his neck. Crack, crack. The hardened earth on Ishikawa's neck shattered, but he remained unfazed, countering with massive fists of stone as he engaged Madara in close combat. As the other Kage moved to join the fray, Madara smirked. "I've underestimated you." With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara saw through Ishikawa's every move. Seizing an opening, he grabbed Ishikawa by the wrist, threw him aside, and noticed the incoming attacks and a flying thunder god kunai closing in. Madara opened his mouth. Fire release, dust concealment technique. A torrent of scorching ash erupted from his mouth, obscuring his presence while spreading ash clouds in all directions. Trying to escape. Seeing Madara about to vanish from sight, Byakuren and Gungetsu snorted in unison and used the same technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. A colossal wave of water appeared out of nowhere, dousing the high-temperature ash and quickly dispersing it. As the massive water flow spread through the wide chamber, Madara's figure re-emerged. The first and second Kage, who had been waiting, wasted no time charging at him once more. Standing in the far corner, Kabuto, aware of his limitations, avoided the battle entirely. Watching the fight unfold, he stood beside Orochimaru, his eyes sparkling with interest. 1, 2, 3, 7. No. 8 Kage from the 5 great nations are fighting Uchiha Madara. Who could have imagined witnessing something like this? Noticing that Madara was holding his own against 8 Kage, Kabuto suddenly had a thought. Turning to Orochimaru, he chuckled. Come to think of it, Madara was also released by you, wasn't he? Just like Gensou before him, Madara was one of the 3 legends of the Warring States era, powerful, uncontrollable, and unstoppable. The last time, Gensou had caused chaos across the ninja world. Who could predict what Madara would do this time? Realizing that Orochimaru was the source of all this, Kabuto could only marvel at his master's impact. Whether intentional or accidental, Orochimaru's actions had shaken the ninja world to its core. Orochimaru remained silent. To some extent, he was indeed carrying the weight of the ninja world's greatest blame. But none of this had been his intention. Who could have expected Gensou's careful plans to escape his control? And who would have guessed that the DNA sample labeled as the second Raikage would instead summon Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru felt thoroughly wronged. Chapter 297, Chapter 298. Shoo. 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 Over a dozen flying thunder god kunai shot toward Madara. Having just sent several Kage flying, Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flickered as he tilted his head slightly, letting the kunai pass harmlessly by. 1, 2, 3, 4. The sharp whistling of the kunai cutting through the air filled the battlefield as they sailed past. Just as one kunai, positioned at the rear of the group, passed through Madara's blind spot, something unexpected happened. Shing. Tobirama appeared in an instant, his blade slicing toward Madara's waist. Flying Thunder God Slash. Madara, as if anticipating this, sidestepped coldly, his right hand striking out to grab Tobirama before he could escape. But Tobirama disappeared again. Madara turned his gaze, noticing Tobirama reappearing beside Reto about 20 meters away. The soft clinks of the kunai hitting the ground echoed as they landed behind Madara. Contrary to Madara's expectations, Tobirama didn't teleport behind him again. With a cold snort, Madara withdrew the countermeasure he had prepared, ready to speak. Suddenly, a strong arm locked around his neck, squeezing tightly. When did this happen? Madara's expression changed as he glanced sideways, noticing that Mu, still partially invisible, had him in a tight grip. Mu's unique ability to conceal his chakra entirely made him nearly undetectable, earning him the nickname, the Invisible One, in the ninja world. From the beginning of the battle, Mu had stayed hidden, biding his time. With the other Kage working in tandem, he had drawn Madara toward him, waiting for this exact moment. Got you at last. Mu said with a faint smile. Almost simultaneously, the sound of Flying Thunder God echoed again. Tobirama appeared behind Madara, bringing Reto along. Without giving Madara a chance to react, 2 blades gleamed in unison. Both of Madara's arms were severed in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. The second Kazekage, Shaman, clapped his hands on the ground, causing streams of sand to rise up and engulf Madara layer by layer. At the same time, the first Mizukage, Byakuren, who had been unable to use sealing techniques during the Battle of Kamigakure Valley, finally unleashed his sealing prowess. In the blink of an eye, countless black sealing patterns, resembling tadpoles, spread across the sand encasing Madara. As the sand and sealing jutsu completely consumed him, Madara looked calmly at Mu and asked, "You're not going to leave?" The sand and seals showed no mercy, trapping both Madara and Mu together. A one-for-one trade seems fair, Mu replied expressionlessly. Though he said this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy at Madara's complete lack of panic. The next moment, both Madara and Mu were completely swallowed by the sand, the seals connecting seamlessly. The sealing was complete. Staring at the unmoving coffin of sand, Reto asked cautiously, "Is it over?" The moment the words left his mouth, he froze. Those words sounded eerily familiar. He had said the exact same thing during the battle against Gensou, only to watch Bai Qiren die and Ai lose an arm. Now. Reto's expression hardened as he scrutinized the scene. As expected, just as his gaze locked onto the sand coffin, a faint blue light began to emanate from it. Before anyone could react. Crack! 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 The sand coffin shattered into countless fragments. The once contained blue light erupted, expanding rapidly. It grew so massive that it burst through the ceiling of the chamber, continuing to swell. By the time the light dissipated, the entire base, along with the surrounding area, was reduced to rubble. Fortunately, this wasn't in the heart of the Leaf Village but at its outskirts. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Amidst the rubble, sunlight pierced through the lingering dust, illuminating a colossal figure emerging from the haze. Under the tense gazes of the Kage, the first thing they saw were two massive, armored arms, faintly visible through the dust and sunlight. Then came the helmeted, majestic head, a body towering taller than nearby mountains, legs clad in heavy armor, and wings so vast they could cover the entire figure. It was as if a war god had descended. The sight before them was none other than the perfect Susanoo. At that moment, while the first Kage maintained their composure, the second Kage were utterly shocked. Although they knew Madara's strength was formidable, this display far exceeded their expectations. The first Kage, in contrast, had already witnessed such spectacles during the Warring States era. They had seen Madara's Susanoo many times, and while this perfect Susanoo was stronger, they had also faced Hashirama's true several thousand hands, which was even more overwhelming. Even so, the threat posed by the perfect Susanoo couldn't be ignored. The sound of fluttering paper filled the air. Perched within the brow of the perfect Susanoo, Madara let his severed arms regenerate, looking down at the Kage with newfound interest. "You fought well enough to excite me, if only a little," he declared loudly. "I hope you don't disappoint me from here on." Boom. With a single step from the colossal Susanoo, the ground quaked as it marched toward the Kage. Having just finished regenerating, Mu glanced at the towering Susanoo before him and remarked, "This reminds me of Hashirama's wooden golem and Gensou's flame god. Truly befitting of the three legends of the Warring States era. This is what makes it interesting." Gungetsu grinned as he prepared one of his signature techniques, Steam Danger Tyranny, ready to see if the infinite explosions could destroy the behemoth before him. Just then, the sound of something approaching rapidly from the direction of the Leaf Village broke the tension. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. Both the first and second Kage paused their movements. Even the perfect Susanoo stopped mid-step. Then, a loud, excited voice broke the silence. "Hashirama." Hearing this, the newcomer turned his gaze toward the battlefield, his expression a mix of surprise and nostalgia. With equal enthusiasm, he shouted in return. "Madara." Hashirama had rushed over after discovering the Edo Tensei base had collapsed. He initially thought it was due to another summoned figure, but to his astonishment, it was his old friend, Uchiha Madara. After the inevitable round of loud greetings, Hashirama frowned in confusion. "Madara, why are you here?" "That's not important." Madara waved dismissively, his eyes burning with excitement as he stared at Hashirama. "What matters now is that I can fight you once again. Come, Hashirama. Witness my true strength." Before Hashirama could object, Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan morphed into purple, swirling Rinnegan. Hashirama, about to speak, paused as he noticed the change and exclaimed in surprise. "Ah! Madara, why do your eyes look like Gensou's?" Chapter 298, Chapter 299. "What do you mean?" Madara's face revealed confusion. What did they mean by saying his eyes were the same as Gensou's? His eyes were the Rinnegan, a power that, aside from him, only the legendary Sage of Six Paths had possessed. How could this possibly be connected to Gensou? Moreover, earlier, Reto had mentioned Gensou, and now Hashirama brought him up as well. Clearly, Gensou was also present in the current world. Was it a state similar to Edo Tensei? Or had he truly been resurrected? Interesting. Madara's smile widened, his excitement growing. The stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. Especially when facing his old rivals once again. "Hashirama. Let's fight." At this moment, the burning flames of battle within Madara reached their peak. He had no interest in pursuing other matters for now. What he wanted most was to engage Hashirama in battle once again, releasing all the pent-up frustrations from the years he spent hidden in the shadows. Boom. Before Hashirama could respond, the perfect Susanoo, under Madara's will, moved once more, launching a powerful and grandiose attack. Hashirama, who had intended to ask more questions, had no choice but to clap his hands together and prepare to fight. The Senju and Uchiha would release and Sharingan, Azura and Indra. Decades later, their clash resumed. The scene shifted. Although it was daytime, the place Gensa had arrived at was shrouded in an ominous deep red glow. Gensa gazed at the towering crimson pillar before him, which seemed to pierce the heavens like an enormous spear. He suddenly felt an itch in his nose and resisted the urge to sneeze. Is someone talking about me? Suppressing the sensation, Gensa glanced briefly in the direction of the Leaf Village. If anyone had been mentioning his name recently, it was undoubtedly the Edo Tensei resurrected individuals in the village. Paying it no further mind, Gensa turned back to study the source of the disturbances, a crimson pillar greedily absorbing all the energy around it. There was no need for him to investigate further. Beside the pillar stood an elderly man with a white beard. His arms spread wide in excitement as he gazed at the phenomenon before him. His fervent eyes shone as he shouted. The Spear of Heaven. This is the Spear of Heaven. I've finally obtained you. It won't be long before the ninja world kneels at my feet. A new era is about to dawn, and I shall be crowned its king. Ha ha ha. After years of pursuit, the men, Disonas, had activated the Spear of Heaven and now wielded unimaginable destructive power. Pleased with himself, he proclaimed his dominance and envisioned a future where he ruled supreme. He laughed maniacally until a calm, unfamiliar voice interrupted him from behind. Another dreamer. Gensa had approached the Spear of Heaven and casually glanced at Disonas, his tone indifferent. The ninja world was truly unlucky. Time and time again, strange individuals would discover strange objects, have their confidence swell, and start fantasizing about conquering the world. They never seemed to consider the disparity between themselves and the five great nations, as though simply holding a weapon made them invincible. Disonas was no different. Startled by the sudden voice, Disonas turned sharply. Hearing the words dismissing him as a dreamer, his initial surprise turned to anger. Insolent fool. Disonas spun around to glare at the intruder. He didn't recognize Gensu. Having spent years searching for the Spear of Heaven in this remote area, Disonas had paid little attention to the outside world. While he sensed that Gensu wasn't to be trifled with, he believed that with the Spear of Heaven in hand, no ninja could stand against him. With a haughty tone, he declared. Young man, though you've offended me, I'll forgive your ignorance. If you kneel and swear loyalty to me, I'll grant you great glory in the new era. Otherwise, you'll perish under the might of the Spear of Heaven. As if to emphasize his words, crimson lightning crackled violently around them. A bolt struck just 10 meters from Gensu, leaving a smoldering crater in the ground. Disonas smirked, his expression confident. Now, what's your choice? Gensu glanced at the crater before calmly turning his gaze back to Disonas. Ignoring his words, he asked, You once collaborated with Orochimaru to research Edo Tensei, didn't you? Disonas' face stiffened. Who are you? This was his greatest secret. Other than Orochimaru, no one should have known. Had Orochimaru leaked it? You're the one I'm looking for, Gensu replied, ignoring the question. I have some questions about Edo Tensei that I'd like you to answer. As he spoke, Gensu began to walk toward Disonas. Seeing this, Disonas' heart raced. Without hesitation, he activated the Spear of Heaven. Die. Crimson lightning lit up the sky, reflecting a ferocious expression on Disonas' face. No matter who this intruder was, he had offended him, exposed his identity, and ignored the chance to submit. With a deafening roar, the Spear of Heaven unleashed its power. A bolt of crimson lightning, wider than Gensu's body, descended at impossible speed, leaving no time to react. The lightning engulfed Gensu completely. Disonas relaxed, his face breaking into a triumphant grin. Fool. Not even the combined forces of the five great nations could withstand this, let alone you. Huh? Impossible. Disonas' laughter abruptly stopped. As the lightning dissipated, Gensu stood unharmed, his expression calm. Not bad, Gensu remarked casually. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared beside Disonas. No. This can't be. Panic-stricken, Disonas frantically manipulated the controls of the Spear of Heaven. The spear shuddered violently, releasing a dense crimson electric net to shield Disonas. Simultaneously, even larger bolts of crimson lightning descended toward Gensu. At such close range, Disonas clearly saw the lightning strike Gensu repeatedly, only to be absorbed into his body without causing any harm. The protective electric net around Disonas fared no better, dimming rapidly as Gensu reached through it effortlessly. With a single motion, Gensu grabbed Disonas by the head. Chapter 299, Chapter 300. How is this possible? At this moment, Disonas' resolve completely shattered. The legendary Spear of Heaven has appeared. I was supposed to conquer the ninja world. How did I lose to just one person so quickly? Disonas muttered in disbelief, his thoughts racing. It wasn't until he felt a sharp pain in his forehead that he snapped back to reality. Realizing that his life now hung in someone else's hands, his survival instincts overwhelmed everything else. Desonas raised his hands in surrender. I yield. I once worked with Orochimaru to research Edo Tensei. I know many secrets about it. Spare me, and I'll tell you everything. There's no need. Whatever you know, I can find out myself, Gensou replied calmly. Desonas, desperate, tried to speak further, but his eyes suddenly rolled back. He could no longer do anything. Moments later, Gensou released his grip on Desonas's head. As Desonas had claimed, he and Orochimaru had collaborated extensively on Edo Tensei, contributing significantly to its development. Gensou extracted this knowledge directly from Desonas's memories, gaining valuable insights. Combining these with his current understanding, Gensou now had the confidence to perfect Edo Tensei. One of his objectives for coming here was complete. As for his other purpose, Gensou turned his attention to the towering crimson pillar beside him, still greedily absorbing energy, the Spear of Heaven. It was undoubtedly a powerful weapon, but it was useless against someone at Gensou's level. While it could decimate weaker foes en masse, it posed no real threat to him. In Gensou's view, the ninjas of today were like his personal power banks, losing too many at once was wasteful. Moreover, the Spear of Heaven competed with him for the planet's resources. Naturally, Gensou would not tolerate its existence. Having already extracted the method to deactivate the Spear of Heaven from Desonas's mind, Gensou decided to destroy it entirely to prevent it from becoming a future problem. Bringing his hands together, the brilliance of dust release enveloped the Spear of Heaven. Moments later, the crimson lightning and the distorted, hourglass-shaped spatial anomaly vanished entirely. The sky cleared once more. All that remained was a small fragment of the Spear of Heaven, which fell to the ground amidst a cloud of dust, a faint echo of its former glory. What did you do? Regaining consciousness, Desonas stared at the scene in shock. Though the Spear of Heaven had fallen short of his expectations, it was still an incredibly powerful weapon. Now it was gone, and he was heartbroken. Gensou glanced at him briefly. The purple swirls of his Rinnegan rippled as a small stone nearby shot through Desonas's forehead like a bullet. Thud. Desonas fell backward, lifeless, his face frozen in an expression of grief. For someone who had slaughtered an entire village to obtain the Spear of Heaven, Gensou had no intention of sparing him. With a final glance at the ruined fragment of the spear, Gensou disappeared, continuing his journey. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, a far greater battle raged, shaking the very earth. But this was no longer a simple duel between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The first and second Kage of the 5 great nations had joined the fray. As ninjas, they had no adherence to the honor codes of samurai. If they could win by outnumbering their opponent, they would. With Gensou still at large, they needed to eliminate Madara as quickly as possible. Understanding the stakes, Hashirama, though disappointed that he couldn't face Madara one-on-one, accepted the other's help. Madara, however, was far from pleased. Still, with his characteristic arrogance, he laughed. So, you all want to join the dance too? But his laughter didn't last long. Even with just Hashirama, Madara needed to go all out. Now, with the addition of the ever-elusive Tobirama and the capable first and second Kage, who were far from pushovers, the tide quickly turned against him. In no time, Madara's perfect Susanoo was shattered, and he found himself overwhelmed by the relentless attacks led by Hashirama. If I were truly revived. Madara muttered bitterly. If he had been at his peak, even if his opponents were as well, the battle would not have gone this way. Just as Hashirama couldn't fully utilize his true several thousand hands in his Edo Tensei state, Madara couldn't unleash the full power of his Rinnegan. For example, his limbo, border jail technique, which had easily subdued the tailed beasts, would have been more than enough to eliminate the interfering Kage. Even Hashirama would have struggled to counter it. In the original timeline, even with just one Rinnegan, Madara had been nearly unbeatable. With both Rinnegan, his power would have been unparalleled, cementing his title as the strongest below the Sage of Six Paths. But reality was what it was. Madara gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept yet another defeat. Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. At that moment, Hashirama clapped his hands, summoning massive red torii gates from the heavens to pin Madara down. Seeing the danger closing in, Madara cursed Obito and Black Zetsu for their failures. Just then, Black Zetsu's voice rose from underground. Madara-sama. Madara's eyes glinted as Black Zetsu continued. Madara-sama, the situation has turned against us. Let me help you escape. Madara didn't refuse. Knowing this wasn't the time for vengeance, he allowed Black Zetsu to envelop him and slip underground using Mayfly. The Kage were naturally unwilling to let him go, immediately giving chase. After about 15 minutes, they returned with grim expressions. They had lost him. The strange, half-black, half-white creature aiding Madara was a master of escape, outpacing even their collective experience and expertise. The first Hokage growled in frustration. We haven't even dealt with Gensou, and now we have Madara. Truly a cursed season. At least Madara's power isn't as overwhelming as it could have been, the first Hokage, Ishikawa, said, trying to console the group. With the strength of the ninja coalition, they could afford to divert some forces to deal with Madara. At that moment, the first Kazekage, Reto, asked cautiously. Do you think Madara might join forces with Gensou? Before anyone could speculate, Tobirama answered decisively. Don't worry, he won't. After all, who would ever ally with someone who had stolen their eyes? Chapter 300, Chapter 301. Madara-sama. In a remote cave far from Konoha, Black Zetsu bowed respectfully toward Madara. Madara cast a cold glance at Black Zetsu, crossing his arms. Speak. What's going on? Why am I being brought back through Edo Tensei? Konoha's people couldn't have performed Edo Tensei on him, they didn't have access to his DNA samples. It could only have been Black Zetsu, the keeper of his remains. Hearing Madara's question, Black Zetsu wore a guilty expression. Apologies, Madara-sama. The plan you entrusted to us failed. The only way to bring you back was through Edo Tensei. Failed. Madara's brow furrowed. What about Obito? What was he doing? Obito is dead. Dead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Madara's face darkened. Who killed him? With his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities and Hashirama's cells, there should have been no one in the ninja world capable of killing Obito. If he was dead, the one responsible must possess power far beyond his. Could it be? It was Gensou, Madara-sama, Black Zetsu said through gritted teeth. Madara's eyes narrowed, understanding dawning. So Gensou really has been resurrected. How did he manage it? Madara was deeply intrigued by Gensou's resurrection. Black Zetsu shook his head. All we know is that he was summoned through Edo Tensei during the Chunin Exams, but he broke free from the summoner's control and left on his own. His second appearance was at Tsunade's, where he obtained a secret technique related to souls. By the third time he emerged, he had fully resurrected himself, defeated the AB combo of the hidden cloud in the Valley of End, and even severed the fourth Hokage's arm. The entire process took less than a month. Edo Tensei. Madara looked at his own hands. He himself had been brought back with Edo Tensei but had no clue how to achieve full resurrection from it. For someone as competitive as Madara, this realization left him feeling deeply unsatisfied. As the topic began to veer off course, Black Zetsu quickly brought it back, pouring out his grievances. Madara-sama, not only did Obito die at Gensou's hands, but Nagato was also killed. He took the Rinnegan, the Gedo statue, and all the tailed beasts. Everything we worked for has fallen into his hands. He somehow learned about the Eye of the Moon plan. While Obito and I were making progress, he suddenly appeared and took everything. Now, he's about to start the final phase himself. The information Black Zetsu revealed was shocking. Madara snapped out of his thoughts and, after a moment of surprise, grabbed Black Zetsu roughly and demanded he recount everything that had happened after his death in detail. Black Zetsu had no choice but to recount the story, starting from how Obito recruited Nagato and formed the Akatsuki, explaining all of Gensou's actions along the way, and ending with the current situation where Gensou was preparing to battle the allied shinobi forces. Impressive. Truly impressive, Gensou. Madara released Black Zetsu, his expression cold and severe. No wonder Hashirama had asked about his eyes earlier, commenting that they resembled Gensou's. It turned out that Gensou had taken Madara's Rinnegan and implanted them in himself. Not only that, but he also stole everything related to the Eye of the Moon plan. How had he not realized before that Gensou was such a thief? No wonder Black Zetsu had resorted to Edo Tensei to bring him back. The situation couldn't have been worse. Without the Rinnegan, there was no way for him to fully resurrect himself. Without the Gedo statue and the tailed beasts, he could only watch as Gensou moved forward with the Eye of the Moon plan. As far as Madara was concerned, the plan could only be deemed successful if he was the one to carry it out. If someone else completed it, it wouldn't count. Therefore, the idea of Gensou proceeding with the plan was something Madara could never tolerate. But Gensou interested in the Eye of the Moon plan? Madara was a little surprised. When had Gensou taken an interest in this? At this point, Black Zetsu spoke again, his tone filled with regret. I'm sorry for failing you, Madara-sama. Madara cast a glance at Black Zetsu and waved dismissively. If the enemy is Gensou, your failure is understandable. Madara was not someone known for his leniency. If it had been any other opponent, he would have unleashed his wrath on Black Zetsu and Obito for squandering all that he had entrusted them with. But Gensou was different. Like Hashirama, Gensou was one of the few he recognized as a worthy rival. To Madara, it was only natural for Obito and Black Zetsu to lose to Gensou. Not losing would have been abnormal. Of course, acknowledgement didn't mean forgiveness. Having lost everything to Gensou, Madara was still furious. If given the chance, he would gladly send Gensou back to the underworld. Madara-sama, what should we do now? Seeing that Madara was no longer angry, Black Zetsu pressed for guidance. Madara remained silent. Ordinarily, he would have gone straight to confront Gensou, killed him, and taken everything back. But now, even without Black Zetsu explicitly stating it, Madara could see that Konoha had gathered a large number of shinobi. Not only that, but Hashirama and past leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages had been resurrected through Edo Tensei. To force Konoha, with its lofty ideals of the will of fire, into such a desperate position spoke volumes about Gensou's current strength. With only his Edo Tensei body, there was no chance of defeating Gensou. Unless he could fully resurrect himself. But with the Rinnegan in Gensou's hands, retrieving it wouldn't be easy. Madara glanced at Black Zetsu. He might have to rely on this guy's abilities for the next steps. Before the Gedo statue. As the last trace of tailed beast chakra was extracted, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails slowly fell from midair. Atop the Gedo statue, the final eye had fully opened. Although it lacked half of the 9 tails, the 8.5 open eyes of the Gedo statue radiated a menacing aura. The chains wrapped around it clattered incessantly, and the presence it exuded was awe-inspiring. The sheer volume of tailed beast chakra gathered within its body had reached an unprecedented level, one that even Gensou could feel pressing down on him. Gensou knew that with the chakra of 8.5 tailed beasts, the Gedo statue was now ready to evolve into the 10 tails. Was it his imagination, or did a voice seem to whisper in his heart, tempting him to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? In an instant, Gensou suppressed the thought. Staring at the alluring Gedo statue, he calmly said, "Not yet." The sooner he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the sooner he would be linked to Kaguya. To avoid Kaguya's influence and ensure the success of his plan to gather the planet's chakra, the shorter the duration of his time as the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the higher his chances of success. Pushing aside his impatience, Gensou turned his gaze from the Gedo statue to the outside world. Now, only the final piece of the puzzle remains.